the Biden administration cared to enforce our laws, sanctuary jurisdictions work to make our country less safe by shielding those criminals from immigration consequences. Sanctuary jurisdictions across the country refuse to cooperate with federal immigration authorities, mainly in the case where an individual is arrested or convicted for criminal activity. In contrast to the harm caused by sanctuary jurisdictions today, we have two sheriffs representing communities that are not sanctuary jurisdictions. These sheriffs are fighting at the local level to keep their constituents safe from criminal illegal aliens who shouldn't be in the U.S. to commit crimes against our citizens. Today, I imagine we will hear from the other side lots of claims about flawed studies with shaky evidence seeking to show that illegal immigrants are somehow less likely to commit crimes in the U.S. Cite those statistics all you want to the victims of crime and those committed by criminal illegal aliens. I doubt shaky statistical claims and platitudes will make them whole. The fact is, illegal immigrants should not be in the country in the first place and able to commit these crimes. Moreover, an analysis by the Texas Department of Public Safety showed that illegal aliens are more likely to be convicted of homicide, sexual assault, and kidnapping than the average Texan. The solutions aren't hard. Secure the border, stop releasing illegal aliens in the country in droves, and when an illegal alien commits a crime in this community, turn them over to ICE, enforce the law, and remove them. It's just that simple. Now, before we begin the testimony, I'll ask unanimous consent that Representative Jasmine Crockett from Texas be waived on the subcommittee for the purposes of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. I would now like to recognize Ranking Member Garcia for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses that are here today. Now, I want to just start on, we all know that on June 16th, 2015, Donald Trump rode down the escalator at Trump Tower to launch his campaign for president. And I want to remind us what he said that day, and I quote, "When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists." End quote. Now, we all know that's who Donald Trump is, and he controls the Republican Party, so we are here today. He's basing his 2024 campaign, as we all know, on the exact same rhetoric. Now, just weeks ago, Trump referred to immigrants who enter the country illegally as, quote, animals, nearly half a dozen times. He literally said, and I quote, "Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans," Trump said. Quote, "I said, no, they're not humans. They're animals," end quote. He's also repeatedly claimed that South American countries are emptying their what he calls insane asylums and mental institutions to send the patients to the U.S. as migrants. Now, we know that's not happening, and here's evidence that even his own campaign can't provide any evidence for in what he said. What he continues to say are lies and untruths. These fact checks are important. Now, I'm an immigrant. I came here as a young child. My parents came here to build better lives. My mom worked as a healthcare worker. When I took an oath to become a U.S. citizen, it was the proudest day of my life. And so I personally am offended, not just from what I hear, but for the way Donald Trump and the House majority speaks about migrants and folks that come here for a better life. Donald Trump wants to claim that people like me and my family are poisoning the blood of our country, as he likes to say. It's disgusting and it's un-American. And it has real consequences, like the white supremacists at Charlottesville, who Trump called, and I quote, "very fine people." It provokes people like the white nationalists who targeted people of Mexican descent in El Paso, murdering 23 innocent people. Now, I love this country. I know that our chairman also loves this country, but I also think it's important that we don't divide all of us that are here. We should cut through the noise and actually look at some of the facts and data. And as much as some in the House majority may not like facts and data, it's important to review them. I want to run through some unanimous consent requests. Here's NBC. Trump's claims of a migrant crime wave are not supported by national data. Thank you. Here's a second one. ABC, and I quote, "No, migrants are not driving a surge in violent crime, as Trump claims." Thank you. Here's another one. USA Today. No, migrants aren't more likely to commit crimes than US-born, despite Trump's border speech.
Objection.
Thank you. Here, and if you prefer maybe academic sources, here's research from Stanford, which looked at 140 years of data, 140 years of data, and finds conclusively that migration does not increase crime. Right now, in fact, immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than people born in the United States. 60% less likely. And let's be clear, undocumented people are less likely to be incarcerated than native-born people as well. And here's a Brennan Center report, which hopefully points out that, and I quote, "The spike in violent crime happened on Trump's watch, not Biden's. In 2020, the final year of the Trump presidency, murder rose by nearly 30% and assault by more than 10%. So I'd like to submit that as well, sir. Thank you. So just to conclude, under President Biden, crime has fallen nationwide, and those are the facts. So I just hope that we can stop with the fear-mongering, and I look forward to the rest of the hearing.
Okay, I'm pleased to introduce our witnesses today. I'll rattle them off. Ken Cuccinelli, Senior Fellow for Immigration and Homeland Security at the Center for Renewing America. He served as the 46th Attorney General of Virginia from 2010 to 2014. He also served as Director of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services and as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security under the Trump administration. Sheriff Bill Wayborn has served as Sheriff of Tarrant County, Texas since 2017. He previously served this country as a member of the Air Force. He continued his public service after leaving the Armed Forces as a Texas police officer. Sheriff Mike Chapman has served as the Sheriff of Loudoun County, Virginia since 2012. Sheriff Chapman previously served at the DEA and the Howard County, Maryland Police Department. David Beer is the Director of Immigration Studies at the Cato Institute. He previously served as Senior Policy Advisor to former Representative Raul Labrador of Idaho. I want to thank you all for being here. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may sit down. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we've already read your written statements and will appear fully in the hearing record. Please, if you can, limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on, the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. It means you got 1 minute to go. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we wish you to wrap it up. I now recognize Mr. Cuccinelli for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and members of the subcommittee, you've probably heard the phrase, the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. Well, here is today's main thing. Every single crime committed by an illegal alien invader is preventable. Crime rates do not matter. Only the raw number of crimes and the harm caused by those crimes matter. Over 10 million illegal alien invaders have entered America since Joe Biden became our president and opened our borders. The chaos at our southern border is sadly not confined there. As far too many American families have intimately learned, the chaos at the border is directly contributing to unnecessary suffering and tragedy in communities all over the country. Most recently and prominently, Athens, Georgia. The lives of our citizens are being forever altered by crime facilitated by open border policies and the cartel-driven invasion occurring because of it. The failed policies of this administration are callously indifferent at best and willfully negligent at worst, serving only to exacerbate the pain and suffering of the very citizens from whom it derives its legitimacy. The statistics from these failed policies are alarming. Tens of thousands of deaths, huge increases in human trafficking, outbreaks of previously defeated diseases like measles and tuberculosis. But it is the individual human cost that remains most alarming. The ever-growing number of American victims of illegal immigration, including Brandon Michael, Kate Steinle, Molly Tibbetts, Sarah Root, Brandon Mendoza, Ronald Da Silva, Kayla Hamilton, and of course, Laken Riley. not Lincoln. These are the human casualties that are preventable with a secure border. The sad reality is that there are tens of thousands of additional names of deceased Americans who could and should be read aloud in a hearing such as this. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Instead, we hear false narratives and manipulated data that parse the crime rates of illegal aliens with American citizens. And yet every illegal entry into the United States is a crime. The crime rate for illegal immigrants is 100%. Every one of them broke the law when they invaded our country illegally. The Texas Department of Public Safety tries to keep track of criminal alien activities as best they can. Since June of 2011, Texas has experienced a minimum of 65,999 assault charges, 6,594 rape charges, 61,155 drug charges, 2,998 robbery charges, and 970 homicide charges attributable to criminal illegal aliens in the last 13 years. And lest anyone forget, the Bureau of Justice Statistics suggests that more than 50% of violent crimes and 70% of property crimes are never reported to law enforcement. These numbers of crimes by illegal aliens in Texas that I refer to is clearly dramatically undercounted. None of these criminals should be in the United States in the first place. Every citizen victimized by an illegal immigrant is a victim that could and should have been prevented with common sense border and immigration policies carried out by elected officials who possess a shred of concern for those they represent. Arguments over citizen versus non-citizen crime rates are ivory tower intellectual exercises that miss this fundamental point. For the ivory tower dwellers, if you truly want to find the number of crimes committed by illegal aliens, the deck is stacked decidedly against you. Just a few factors that make a full accounting of the criminals who are illegal aliens impossible include the time it takes to identify criminals in law enforcement custody as illegal aliens, sanctuary city and state policies that withhold information normally relied upon between jurisdictions, the slowness of the federal government in determining legal status, and that can include both capability and cooperativeness, cash bail policies that turn criminals back out on the street immediately, and the obvious interest that illegal aliens have in not being discovered. I'll close by returning to the main thing. Every murder, every assault, every robbery, every rape, every drunk driving death, and every murder committed by illegal immigrants was preventable. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Sheriff Wayborn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. It's truly an honor to be here from Texas, and thank you for having me. While I only represent Tarrant County Sheriff's Office this morning, I feel certain that every sheriff in America is concerned with the border and its impact on their communities. If you'll allow me just a couple of minutes, I'll take you to ground zero in Tarrant County on issues that we have faced. Just recently, a gentleman gets up in the morning in southern Tarrant County and his car is missing. He calls the police, the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office, and as he's reporting it, he notices on his OnStar that his vehicle is going across the border into Mexico before he even finished the report. And further, the DPS at the same time, just a few days later, and along with HSI, is taking down a stash house in Tarrant County with several immigrants in it that owed the cartel money. Finally, there's another stash house that we assisted in helping with, that they literally had cages in the houses where they were keeping women for cartel money. They were waiting to pay off their debts. And according to the HHS, in the last 3 years, we've had over 2,500 children, unescorted minors, settled in Tarrant County. Now, I bring that up for one reason. Who's following up on them? Are those children safe? Is there something nefarious going on there? We're not sure. We're also told by HSI that approximately 1,000 illegal aliens every couple of weeks are settling in the DFW area. As all of these things are happening, also we have city police agencies working fentanyl homicides, including a county judge, a former county judge dying from it, because fentanyl knows no boundaries. And another city police agency at the same time is working a fentanyl poisoning of a 2-year-old that got into somebody's stash. In 2020 in Fort Worth, Texas, you could buy a gram of methamphetamine for $80. Today, that same gram would cost you $15 to $20. In 2020, you would spend $30 on a pill that can contain fentanyl. That same pill today costs $8. But inflation's had a tremendous reverse in the dope business. In 2020, the Tarrant County Narcotics Team took $3.5 million worth of drugs off the street. In 2021, they took $21 million of drugs off the street. In 22, $35 million. Also at all of these scenes often were cartel members that we have arrested, and also that we hear from DEA that the cartel members working in our area, 90% of them are illegally in the U.S. And yes, they do have American citizens assisting them. Our mental health teams in the jail has told us that the strong availability of illegal drugs has caused the skyrocketing of our mental health issue. And it's going from 2017 to 25% of the population to 66% today, with 42% of them being chronic. And marijuana with strong THC is also a part of that issue. While Tarrant County, between May of last year and December, we had over 3,000 overdoses of opioids. Many were fatal. Our interdiction team, made up of 8 different counties in the first quarter of this year, has taken $21 million of drugs off the road. All of this cartel dope. And also in November, the cartel decided to shoot it out with our team, injuring one of our officers. We vigorously returned fire and we terminated that threat and recovered 14 kilos of drugs. The impact on our county jail is that we have an average population of 4,200 people. 6% of that population is generally illegal aliens. Of that, 264 in custody. They've allegedly committed 178 violent crimes, including 8 murders and 44 sexual assaults of children. Please note that there's approximately 15 different countries represented in that group, and 10% being from Venezuela. In fact, affiliated with Venezuela gangs. We have seen a large number of Venezuelans come across the border recently, and it's interesting to note that Intel, the country that doesn't talk to us at all, is that their prison population has been reduced by 25%. And back at the Tarrant County Jail, those illegal aliens cost the Tarrant County taxpayers about $24,000 a day to house them. We have solicited intelligence directly from cartel members in jail, asking them the proverbial question, why are you killing your clients with this fentanyl? And their simple answer was, whatever kills the American is good with us. Based on our intel, we believe, our common belief in law enforcement in that part of the world, that China, the Mexican cartel, and Venezuela is weaponizing fentanyl to use against us. With a daily overdose in Tarrant County of 15 and a fentanyl death every day and a half, and 300 in the nation, we are very thankful for Narcan. We've had tons of saves with Narcan, dozens of times. The sheriffs in Texas agree that securing the border and reforming immigration are entirely 2 different issues. We first must secure the border. With the concern of the terrorist watch list people showing up at the border that we've identified in the near 2 million gotaways, it's those other people that we don't know about that keeps us up at night. And Christopher Wray from the FBI has sounded the alarm. All warning lights are on. While I would like to ask lawmakers to do a lot of things, one of the things that the long haul is that we do have to curb our appetite for drugs and sex trafficking. That's an issue of America. With all that said, we must, I believe, urgently dispatch resources to secure our border, insist on other countries following the rule of law, including asylum, and hold the threat of trade and foreign aid in the balance. Finally, formally declaring the Mexican cartels as public enemy number 1, and ensure that the only invitation to come to America is that which is of legal means, which we invite those people and greet them with open arms. Thank you for listening. God bless you all, and Godspeed on these issues.
Thank you. We'll move on to Sheriff Chapman.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, a ranking member, and members of this committee. My name is Mike Chapman. I am the elected sheriff of Loudoun County, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee today on behalf of the National Sheriff's Association as you address border security, national security, and the effectiveness of law enforcement. Loudoun County sits about 30 miles southwest of Washington, D.C., and is a home to about 450,000 residents. While not a border county, we face many of the same challenges resulting from a porous border when it comes to illegal immigration, criminal activity, and the movement of illegal drugs. I am in my 46th year of law enforcement, having served 7 in local law enforcement, 23 as a special agent with the Drug Enforcement Administration, and 4 domestic assignments, to include McAllen, Texas, and 3 foreign assignments. I'm a 4-time elected sheriff of Loudoun County, having served over 12 years. I serve as the chairman for Homeland Security for the National Sheriff's Association and on the NSA Board of Directors. I previously participated in numerous White House meetings on immigration reform, opioid and MS-13 roundtables, and other congressional hearings and discussions. Today, I would like to highlight 2 critical issues that are impacting law enforcement nationwide. These are, number one, the proliferation of fentanyl, which is killing more and more Americans and is responsible for a dramatic rise in juvenile overdoses. And 2, the influx of illegal immigrants and its impact on criminal activity. In 2021, our nation experienced about 106,000 reported deaths from overdoses and poisonings. Last year, more than 112,000 people died from overdoses, with over 70% of them dying due to fentanyl, more people than would fill a professional football stadium. In Loudoun County, we average about 150 overdoses per year and about 24 deaths. Unfortunately, we have seen a significant increase in juvenile drug use and drug overdoses. Last fall, we had 11 reported overdoses within a 6-week period among students who attend one high school. Almost all were fentanyl, 4 occurred on school campus, and most required life-saving administration of Narcan, naloxone, and or CPR. That was more than half of all the juvenile overdoses for the year at just one of our 19 high schools. These overdoses made national news because I let the public know, much to the chagrin of our school administrators. Having served as a DEA agent in Miami during the mid and late 1980s, I thought I had seen the worst of the drug problem. I was wrong. So what is causing this drug crisis? First and foremost, wide open borders. A few years ago, my agency worked with the DEA on an operation entitled Operation Angel's Envy. Kilogram amounts originating from the Sinaloa cartel crossed the California-Mexican border and traversed the U.S. to the Washington, D.C. area. These drugs included enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in Loudoun County 2 times over. This demonstrates why every state is now a border state. This gets me to my second point, illegal immigration. The porous border, lax enforcement policies, the refusal to return illegal migrants to their countries, the discouragement by this administration for local authorities to turn over illegal migrants to ICE, and its overall lack of support to the law enforcement in general has been a catalyst for increasing violent crime nationwide. A recent nationwide online survey entitled TIP, which stands for the Technometrica Institute of Policy Politics, found that 72% of Americans perceive the southern border as a national security threat, with the same percentage wanting strong enforcement of existing laws. To quote Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels, President Biden refuses to acknowledge and exercise his full authority to secure our borders. The study follows a letter to Speaker Johnson from National Sheriff's Association President Greg Champagne last November, addressing at that time the over 7.5 million illegal immigrants crossing our border, to include the capture of 2,000 Chinese aliens. He noted 8 steps the U.S. could immediately take to put the brakes on this problem, to include, among others, building the remainder of the wall, immediately expelling anyone entering our country illegally, and ending the authority to issue parole. Unfortunately, law enforcement agencies nationwide are suffering from the cascading criminal social impacts of this administration's policies, now coupled with an increased threat of terrorism. An April 8th press release by the American Sheriff's Alliance noted that over 700 known or suspected terrorists were apprehended last year at the southern and northern borders. This is a crisis, and we need your help. We need a Congress and administration that will help provide better physical barriers, technology, collaborative intelligence, and human resources. But this isn't simply about funding. We need an administration that supports the dangerous work of our profession and encourages the enforcement of existing laws, one that will allow Customs and Border Patrol, Border Protection, ICE, and others to do their job. We need an administration that backs all law enforcement. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and of course, I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beer?
Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. For nearly half a century, the Cato Institute has produced original research showing that a freer, more orderly, and more lawful immigration system makes the United States a wealthier, freer, and safer country. As America's founders recognized, free societies direct people, whatever their background, ancestry, or birthplace, toward activities that benefit mankind. Economist Julian Simon called people the ultimate resource because it is only our creativity and work that transforms natural resources into human resources. Never has immigration been more important to this process than today, when we have 9 million open jobs and our labor force would be falling without immigrants. Economically productive people make goods and services that improve the lives of Americans in countless ways. They also make for safer communities. Increased economic activity, such as starting businesses and filling housing vacancies, are proven ways to reduce crime. Immigrants reversed the decay in our cities, contributing to massive drops in crime in the 1990s and 2000s. Today, immigrants pay $250 billion in taxes to state and local governments, 50% more than they get in benefits, increasing the resources for law enforcement. Many immigrants become law enforcement officers themselves, and many more cooperate with law enforcement to stop and solve crimes. Like everyone else, immigrants want safe neighborhoods. In the last decade, police agencies have requested legal status for nearly 500,000 immigrants who are aiding their investigations. Immigrants also directly lower the crime rate by committing fewer serious crimes per capita. Immigrants, according to the U.S. Census Bureau data, are 68% less likely to have committed a crime that has put them in prison. So indiscriminate mass deportation, further cutting off legal immigration, would undermine public safety. Indiscriminate enforcement also has an opportunity cost. Every dollar spent going after immigrant families and workers is a dollar lost to catching people who have victimized people in the United States. When the prior administration decided to mass prosecute immigrant parents with children, U.S. attorneys complained that they were failing to prosecute sex offenders because traumatizing the immigrant kids was too important. Here's another example. In 2020, the prior administration eliminated asylum and began expelling all border crossers to Mexico under Title 42. Did this policy improve security at the border? Not at all. Criminal crossings spiked to record highs by December 2020, and evasions of Border Patrol grew at an unprecedented pace. Eliminating people's opportunity to turn themselves in to Border Patrol to request asylum added to the flows of people trying to evade Border Patrol, making it easier for serious threats to evade detection. With very little help from Congress, this administration is trying to improve the situation. It ended Title 42, and evasions have since declined by 70%, according to the Border Patrol chief. It has opened a few legal pathways for entry, which, although limited, have reduced illegal crossings by hundreds of thousands. Policy should focus on making immigration legal and orderly. Instead, Congress's caps on legal immigration blocked 97% of the applicants for legal permanent residence this year. It's time for a new approach. Make legal immigration possible again. Let me end here. When someone harms another person, justice demands they pay for it. In America, we say, if you do the crime, you do the time. We don't say, if you do the crime, lock up their family, their friends, their coworkers, their co-ethnics. America stands for individual rights and individual responsibility, not collective punishment. So yes, let's talk about how to better go after the bad apples. But the rest of the roughly 50 million immigrants in the United States are here to work with us and for us peacefully. Let them do so legally. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, with unanimous consent, I'd like to ask that William Timmons from South Carolina be waived on the subcommittee for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so. Begin my questioning. First of all, I want to ask Sheriff Wayburn to follow up on a couple things you said. Just to clarify, you said that the number of people in prison in Venezuela has dropped 25% over the last couple of years?
That's the intel that we get up from both the DOJ and from our border partners.
You quoted somebody as saying fentanyl, they were okay as long as fentanyl was killing Americans. Who did you quote again on that?
That was a cartel member that we had in custody that we were soliciting information from.
Okay, thank you. Now we head from up. By the way, I have been at the border and I talked to the Border Patrol and they tell me, quote, Mexico's not setting their best. I mean, I don't think the Border Patrol is, that's their fact. That's what they tell me. So, okay, now, Mr. Cuccinelli, the administration made changes in policy regarding the enforcement of our country's immigration laws, and these changes shield illegal aliens with criminal histories from removal. I want to discuss Secretary Mayorkas' 2021 guidelines for the enforcement of civil immigration law and the 2022 Doyle Memorandum. Mr. Cuccinelli, did the Biden administration actually make it more difficult for immigration officers to remove criminal illegal aliens?
Absolutely and intentionally. And the way to think of those early memos, like the first one there early in 2021, is that they were attempting to tie their own shoelaces together. They literally took steps at ICE and CBP to make it harder for them to achieve their missions structurally.
In fact, the Doyle Memorandum says the existence of criminal history alone, regardless of severity, will not necessarily indicate that a non-citizen presently poses a current public safety threat pursuant to the Secretary's priorities. Mr. Cuccinelli, under that standard, an illegal alien convicted of the most heinous crimes such as rape or murder could avoid becoming an enforcement priority, correct?
Absolutely, that was the point.
Is a criminal alien more or less likely to be removed under the Biden administration as compared to the previous administration?
Far less likely, and many of them don't even get to ICE because of the catch and release swamping of CBP.
Okay. In recent months, we've seen Americans killed, sexually assaulted, and burglarized by illegal immigrants. The illegal aliens who committed these crimes should not have been in the country in the first place, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Is it fair to say these crimes should never have happened?
Should never have happened.
Now, your testimony says the Texas Department of Public and Safety data your testimony cites Texas Department of Public Safety data for the proposition that illegal aliens commit violent crimes at a higher rate than the average person. Do you note that the data on crime rates is very limited?
So I do know that it's very limited. I want to clarify, my comments were on the raw numbers, not the rate of crimes committed. I do not believe the rate of crimes is relevant when you've got 6,500 rapes and almost 1,000 homicides. I don't think the rate of crime matters to the victims of those crimes.
Were gangs like MS-13 a problem in Virginia during your tenure as Attorney General?
MS-13 was the single most severe violent crime problem in Virginia during my time as AG, and before and after. Sheriff Chapman could speak to the present day more acutely than I could, but there was no question that in the last 20 years, it is the illegal immigrant-based gangs, which do not cover all of Virginia. The Richmond and Norfolk corridor is still what I would call traditional gangs are predominant there. but they are not as violent as the illegal immigrant-based gangs.
Okay. Are foreign gangs active in the interior of the U.S., a violent crime threat?
Absolutely, they're one of the worst violent crime threats, and some of the most vicious behavior. Some of it is quite extreme.
Okay. Is it hard to get data on whether or not, data on the total number of crimes committed by illegal immigrants?
It's very difficult to get that. It is very difficult. I mean, Texas, we're talking about Texas data because they're the only state that has even attempted to track that data for a long period of time. That's also why I noted the Bureau of Justice Statistics analysis of how underreported even those types of crimes are in the first place, to say nothing of the challenge of determining if someone's actually here illegally.
Okay. My ranking member here has told us that people crossing the southern border are committing crimes at a less rate than the native-born population. Do you care to respond to that?
So first of all, I'm using round numbers here, but over 10 million people have crossed the border under President Biden. Over 2 million of them, we have no information about their gotaways. And presumably there was a reason that they weren't running to Border Patrol. They were running from Border Patrol. So when you hear comments about evasions of Border Patrol being down, that's not necessarily a good sign. If they have a reason to run to Border Patrol because they're going to be caught and released without question, as you noted, regardless of the severity of any criminal record that's uncovered, then you're going to see more evasions. We have over 2 million of those folks. It's impossible to determine the rate of crime among a group of people we can't even identify.
Okay, so really, that would be impossible to get that.
It is.
Okay, thank you. On to Mr.
Thank you. Before I've only been in Congress for a year. I served as mayor for 8 years before that. That is just not the way that you actually take data on crime. So I think we also need to be realistic and honest about the way crime is measured in the United States. It's measured when a crime is committed. That's when you take the data. So this idea of folks running away or not being captured, or we're not capturing this crime or that crime, is just factually incorrect. I also just want to note that prior to my service as mayor, I was an educator for 10 years in the classroom at the college level, and we use data to make decisions. This idea that we're not going to use data to actually make decisions, I think is interesting, and I certainly don't agree with it. I want to ask some questions about data and about facts, not about what we think is happening or may not be happening. Mr. Beer, good to see you again. I want to put this poster up. I think it's important. And before we get to the border, I just want you to remind us, who was president in 2020 again?
Donald Trump.
Thank you. Now, is it true that under Donald Trump, murder rates surged by 30%, according to data collected by police departments across America, to the highest rate since the 90s?
Yes, absolutely. Surge in the summer of 2020.
And this data was collected by our men and women in police, like the Long Beach Police Department, which I honorably represented and helped support back in my community. Now, since 2020, when we know that President Biden was elected, have violent crime rates increased or fallen?
They've fallen year after year, yes.
In fact, they have fallen dramatically. Is that correct?
And we just have reporting early this fiscal year, or this 2024, that they're continuing to fall.
So crime is at incredibly high levels when Donald Trump is elected, and now overall violent crime has dramatically decreased now that President Biden is in office. Is that correct?
Over the last 4 years, crime has
Thank you. And that's actually data reported by our cops. So we want to believe our men and women and law enforcement. That's the data that they're providing us. I also want to talk about some violent crime trackers that we've discussed. Murder, we know, has plummeted in the U.S. since 2023, one of the fastest rates of decline we've ever actually had. Now, Mr. Beer, there are 45 million immigrants in this country. Now, why do you think Donald Trump is pushing this migrant crime narrative, which we know is not true?
Well, it's because he wants to push policies that ban immigrants. We saw what he did when he was in office. He didn't reduce illegal immigration. He banned legal immigration to the United States.
Now, and is it fair to say that Trump's rhetoric accusing people, by the way, like me and my family, of poisoning the blood of this country, or claiming that we're fueling an invasion, actually fuels a potential for violence?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the number of criminals who have engaged in mass shootings. I mean, you're looking at the Pittsburgh shooter, you're like El Paso, Buffalo. Charlottesville. You go down the list, and there are so many times where you hear this great replacement rhetoric being used to justify. Of course, there's crazy people on all sides of every debate, but we shouldn't be fueling it with irresponsible and inaccurate rhetoric.
And we've already said and noted that the data provided to us by the men and women of our police departments across the country is also clear that non-citizens, undocumented migrants actually commit less crimes, actually a lot less crimes than naturalized citizens. Is that correct?
That's right. 75% less for legal immigrants, 50% less for illegal immigrants. So a very significant difference.
And it's also true that if you look at most of our major American cities, where when you actually look at the undocumented population versus citizens, that those cities, that again, crime is being committed at a much higher rate by citizens than non-citizens. Is that correct?
That's right. We've looked at the border sector in cities in particular with a great deal of focus on them because they have so much cross-border traffic. They're among the safest in the United States, and they saw some of the fastest declines in crime in the 1990s and 2000s when their immigrant populations exploded.
And so I think it's really important to paint a real picture of immigration, of migrants, of immigrants that are coming to this country to search for a better life, and move away from the xenophobic rhetoric that tears down migrants, that tries to somehow paint them as murderers and rapists when the data does not actually support those arguments. And so this idea that we're not going to look at data, I think is just, it's a joke, it's unfair, and it's certainly causing more damage across the country than anything positive. I want to just return to some of our policies as well. Now, Mr. Beer, one of the majority's witnesses today was, we know, one of the architects of Trump's immigration agenda, which included unprecedented restrictions on legal immigration. To close from my questioning, how did that actually impact the actual border, those Trump policies?
Well, when we restrict legal immigration and asylum, we incentivize people to cross the border illegally. If we tell them there's no opportunity to come to this country legally, then of course you're going to see more people go to the border and try to seek safety and opportunity that way. It's counterproductive. It's a failed policy. It resulted in more evasions like I talked about. That's a problem for security. We want Border Patrol to focus on serious threats, not people coming for safety and opportunity in this country.
Thank you, sir, and I yield back.
Okay, Mr. Gosar.
Thank you. Mr. Bureau, just want you to take back to the Cato Institute. Thank you very much for the National Emergencies pamphlet. Really hit the nail on the head. Now back to immigration. Mr. Beer, what percentage of illegal aliens are detained? What percentage are detained?
In the entire country?
Yep.
Well, there's over 12 million illegal immigrants in the United States. So, and there are about 34,000 detention beds funded by Congress. So it's a very small percentage, obviously.
Mr. Cuccinelli, how would you think about that?
Well, even when there were double that number of beds, we were overwhelmed with the demand in terms of, for example, there are over 1 million, last time I looked, over 1 million final orders of removal in this country. Final orders of removal. They've been all the way through a due process pipeline that is more extensive than American criminals get in the criminal justice system. And they've been found appropriate to deport. And those beds are intended to be used to detain while deporting and to hold dangerous individuals while working to deport them. And the fact that we have a fraction of the beds that relative to the population that is by law supposed to be in process of being deported right now speaks to the priorities of the administration and frankly this Congress.
So let me ask you a question. Is the current federal law for the detention of illegal aliens entering this country or found to be in this country?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes. Does federal law require the detention of illegal aliens?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so it should be 100%. So let's go back to this number again. So 6.2 million illegal aliens were arrested since President Biden took office until the end of FY 2023. In FY 2021, there were 660,000 illegal aliens known as gotaways, or illegal aliens who avoided capture by Customs and Border Patrol. If one were to extrapolate those numbers for Biden's tenure, that would make about 2 million individuals as gotaways. So all that means is that 3 out of every 5 illegal aliens were detained. in some fashion or other.
Briefly.
Briefly, I think,
Yes.
exactly. Mr. Beer, that would make an illegal alien incarceration rate of 60%, would it not?
I don't follow the math. No, it would not.
Well,
There are
we-
12 million illegal immigrants in the United States, at least.
No, I'm glad you said that because are you familiar with the Yale and MIT study?
Yeah, I mean, if it's that high, then they have a really, really, really low incarceration rate. If it's 25 million, then that
No.
means you divide all of the numerator by half.
Well, according to your testimony, the incarceration rate of American citizens is about 1.2%, correct?
Of American citizens? Yeah.
So would you agree that 60% is higher than 1.2%?
Yes, but you're making this up. There's
I'm not
no
making it up.
There's no
These are-
60% of
these are
illegal
numbers
immigrants
that
who are
people caught by
who
Border
are
Patrol.
incarcerated.
So, Mr. Cuccinelli, would you agree?
Oh, with that, yes. I mean, it's
How about you,
numbers.
Sheriff Wayborn?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Sheriff Chapman?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Beer, would you agree that with under current law, that the incarceration rate of illegal aliens should be 100%, save for the fact that the brave men and women of the Customs Services and Border Protection are unable to catch all the gotaways?
What's it?
Should be 100%.
It's impossible to have 100%. That'd
But
be
what I'm
12
saying,
million detention
current-
beds.
Current
would
law,
be-
current
that-
law states 100%.
Yes, you pass a law that makes no sense. It is impossible to have 12 million detention beds in the United States. That's multiples of our entire prison population.
Mr. Cuccinelli, Sheriff Wyburn, and Sheriff Chapman. Estimates of sexual assault of illegal alien women traveling to the United States range from 31 to as high as 80%. There are media reports of rape trees. Multiple ranchers have personally shown me and met with me and shown the dead bodies of illegal aliens on their property. Do you think the Biden executive actions facilitating illegal immigration lead to the
Those percentages are hard to nail down, but they are significant, they're high. And when you make the pool of victims higher, you end up with more sexual assault. I mean, it's that simple.
How about you, Mr. Wayburn?
I concur with what he said.
How about you, Mr. Chapman?
I would agree. I think specifically getting to the numbers is a little difficult, but definitely a problem.
Mr. Chairman, I yield, but I would like to put this in the record by unanimous consent.
Okay, so ordered. Okay, Mr. Lynch?
There he is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that we should be able to agree upon is that the situation on our southern border is unacceptable. Just from a starting point. Now, in February, after months of negotiations, a bipartisan coalition in the U.S. Senate unveiled a national security supplemental that included a bipartisan border agreement proposing the most significant border security reforms in nearly 30 years. And at President Biden's request, the agreement included over $20 billion for border policy changes, including adding more than 1,500 new Customs and Border Protection personnel. It added a ton of funding for anti-fentanyl and anti-human trafficking provisions. And the bipartisan agreement also included $1.4 billion for cities and states that are now currently forced to provide services to migrants. And I know that for my district, which includes the city of Boston and the state of Massachusetts in general, that funding is critical. Massachusetts is currently spending about $75 million a month. So we're up over $1 billion in the past year to shelter over 7,500 families. Meanwhile, in my own district, in the city of Boston, I have 42,000 U.S. citizen families waiting for on the waiting list for public housing. 42,000 just in the city. I have 180,000 American families, citizens who are on the list. So they're basically housing insecure, as they say now, right on the edge of homelessness. So there's about 180,000. So the migrant problem is just on top of that, right? With resources and also because of the emergency nature of the situation. And I want to say, in fairness to the governor of Massachusetts and my colleagues in the legislature, I used to serve in the legislature, this is not on them. This is not on them. This problem starts at the border. We own this. We in Congress, we own this problem. And I know that some of my state colleagues are getting a lot of heat on this, but they don't have any control over the solution. Personally, I would welcome the opportunity to debate and amend and vote on a border security bill. And I know, look, I know the agreement in the Senate is far from perfect, but that's what legislating is about. I would just ask them to send the bill to the House. We will take it up. We will have to tweak it. That happens with every single bill that comes before the legislature here. We'll have to figure it out. There will be some things I don't like, and there'll be some things that I think we desperately need that will be included. But this is our job. This is our responsibility. People are afraid. People are afraid. So some of that fear is driven by inflammatory rhetoric, but some of it is real. Some of it is the data that we've heard here this morning. But we have a responsibility to the people that we represent to take up a bill, to figure this out, to move away from the model that we have right now. I've been down to the southern border multiple times with Republicans and Democrats on this committee. I've gone to El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras to try to figure out the push factors that are driving. Look, I remember we had shooting wars in Honduras and Nicaragua and El Salvador. We did not see the levels of immigration during those shooting wars that we now see at the border. So there's something else going on there. There's an industry behind this that is actually recruiting. First of all, they're pushing a narrative, if you get into the United States, you can stay, which is false. But they're pushing that narrative, and they're moving people to the border. And the president should have the ability, authorized by Congress, if we see 30,000 people coming to this border, to our border, and we know it will overwhelm the system that we have at the border, to regulate the flow of people into this country and to figure out who they are, why they're coming, we should have the ability, the president should have the ability to declare an emergency and close that border until we regulate the flow to something that the current judicial system, the asylum system can actually assimilate, and to judge those people based on who they are and why they are attempting to come into our country. But that's not happening right now. That's not happening right now. So I'm just urging my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, bring a bill to the floor. Let's let regular order try to figure this out. You won't get everything you want, but neither will we on this side of the aisle. But we will make it a better situation for everyone involved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Mr. Sessions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much to the sheriffs that are here, from Loudoun County, and the distinguished gentleman from Tarrant County. Thank you for being here. Mr. Wayborn is a good friend of mine, and I applaud him. Mr. Cuccinelli, good to see you again. Thank you for your service to this country. I think it's interesting that we hear up here about the problem or problems and whose job it is, whether it be the Congress or whether it be something else. But let's just pin the tail on the donkey. It is the administration that is sending the welcome sign and making sure that people up and down, not just south of here, but all over the world, the word is out. I think the things that Stephen spoke about is exactly correct. The people who are losing are the American people, poor Americans, Americans who grew up here. This administration took some $370 million that was designed and earmarked or at least allocated in appropriations for veterans who've been disabled. They took that money from disabled veterans. What we're looking at is a political circumstance, and yet we forget that for 4 years, the Democrats had control of this body also. It is a tough issue. 2 weeks ago or 3, I was the speaker at an immigration ceremony where there were about 50 people in McLennan County, Texas, who came, and I spoke to them and I told them, welcome to the United States. and I talked to them, and I told them this is their country now. But I told them, leave your customs behind because you're now an American. Leave the laws there behind. And they openly told me, yes, we went through extensive study. We believe that what we have learned in this process of legal immigration has helped us to be better citizens. While we sought the advantages that have been talked about in this subcommittee hearing of money, we really viewed it as I told them, you have a right and a responsibility. I will say to each and every one of you, I sit on the side where I believe that we should require everybody to go through that process. Legal immigration that we're confusing with someone in the attack against Donald Trump. The bottom line is the law should be the law. They fail to say they blame it all on South America. It's 97 other countries also that people come from illegally. And they bring their customs with them and they prey on those individual markets. They will go where people who are from their country are all across this country. And of course, you and I both know that sanctuary cities allow that. And I have dealt with, and I don't want to do it today, but I've dealt with how police officers, not sheriffs, police officers deal with illegals in sanctuary cities and literally do no record keeping because they know they're not looking at someone who is the real person. And they dismiss them because they don't want to house them. They do not hold them accountable for the same law that they'll hold Americans accountable for. They take billions of dollars, not just schools, not just health care, and move it to them. And then we've got people that come up here and say, we've just got to handle this bill because Uncle Sam will pay all this money. Well, I know what the money's for. The money's to take in an extra million people illegally because it is embarrassing how they've jammed into cages. And when President Trump was in office and this surge did happen, they called him names because they were in cages. So what does the Biden administration do? They waive all the laws. They don't even take people, children, as they come across and follow them where they're going because there's so many. They're flooding our cities. They're flooding this country. And then we turn around and argue about levels of people who are committing crimes. It's a crazy thing. But the way you fix this is by having the authority and the responsibility to stop this, to control it, to give our men and women of law enforcement the opportunity to protect themselves and protect this country, and then go into a process that might be not only fair, but look right also. I've been to the border many times. It doesn't look right. You see all sorts of people coming across in their casual attire because they simply showed up and knew they'd get in. They take an Uber from San Diego, from Tijuana to come across. It is true. I've seen it. So for those of you who don't think it's true, you ought to go back because you can see it anytime you want. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. You didn't just place something right in front of us and expect us to do the heavy lift. We know it deals with a president, the administration, who has to be honest about what they're doing also. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the people who are here, all four of them, and I want to thank you for having us here, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the beginning of his campaign for president, Donald Trump in 2015 has been consistently propagating hateful extremist rhetoric about immigrants, including falsehoods depicting all Mexican immigrants as criminals, as drug dealers, and as rapists. At campaign events just last month, Trump claimed that immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country. The Republican witnesses here today are the latest in a line of people spreading racist, far-right fiction in an attempt to dehumanize immigrants. Mr. Beer, I want to get back to some truth in this conversation. Is someone more likely to commit a crime if they are born in the United States or if they are foreign born?
If they are born in the United States.
And you wrote in a Time article that I have right here, quote, no matter how researchers slice the data, through the numbers show that immigrants commit fewer crimes than native-born Americans. But that's not good enough for Trump followers. They firmly believe that immigrants make America less safe. What the anti-immigration crowd needs to understand is that not only are immigrants less likely to commit crimes than native-born Americans, but they also protect us from crime in several ways, end quote. And you're 100% right in that. Several studies show that immigrants are 46% less likely to commit a crime, and that in communities that have had an influx of undocumented immigrants, crime actually goes down. Collectively, American undocumented immigrants pay an estimated $11.64 billion in state and local taxes every single year. And the average undocumented immigrant has been living and contributing to the economic success of our country for between 10 and 14 years. These are folks who are literally putting more into our system than they're taking out because they're undocumented. These are our friends, our family, teachers, substitute teachers, people who work in the medical field, people who work in hospitality, our neighbors, my family. Mr. Beer, how might white supremacist falsehoods about an invasion put immigrant communities in danger?
Look, we talked about this before. We've seen the El Paso shooter manifesto, the Buffalo shooter. You go to Charlottesville, you saw what happened there. The Pittsburgh synagogue shooter. I mean, the number of crimes where now dozens of people have been murdered, it's astounding. They are saying what's motivating them. It's this idea that these people are invaders and therefore they can be responded to with military style force.
Yeah, and it just makes me wonder because we keep hearing from colleagues on the side, some of these witnesses, that I guess the rate doesn't matter or the data doesn't matter. And what really matters are the families and the victims, which I 100% agree with, but then they completely disregard the families and victims of immigrant communities because of the hateful rhetoric that they are pushing. What about the friends and families of victims who have been murdered in schools across this country because my colleagues refuse to do anything to end gun violence? Does that matter? I guess not. We've already seen how this hateful anti-immigrant rhetoric has been taken up by bad actors to justify horrific violence against everyday Americans. And for example, when a gunman walked into a Walmart store, killing 23 people and injuring another 22. Almost exactly a year ago, Oversight Committee Democrats called on Chairman Comer and every Oversight Republican to condemn this rhetoric. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter dated March 6, 2023 from Ranking Member Raskin to Chairman Comer, yet again inviting you to condemn white nationalism and white supremacy in all forms, including the Great Replacement theory.
Without objection.
Not only have my Republican colleagues refused to condemn this extreme rhetoric, but they've also invited witnesses here who keep pushing it. I mean, we have Mr. Chapman, a sheriff, who should really be focused on the real causes of crime and violence. Under his watch, gun-related injuries surged by 57% in 2021. Mr. Chapman, I have one simple question for you. Do you know who your county sheriff's office pays to do the firearm disposal and how much you pay them for your firearms disposal?
I would argue the statistics that you just mentioned about our,
That's not the question I asked, Sheriff. I just want to know.
I think it's
if you
important to
know-
correct the record.
To know who your office pays for firearm disposal and how much you pay them.
Our firearms are handled by our firearms unit, and any disposal will come under them.
Okay, gotcha. Many law enforcement agencies contract with disposal companies, and something that is of grave concern to me is that a lot of these companies are not doing what they've promised and are not destroying firearms, and we're seeing these firearms being put back on the streets, which is why I introduced my bill, Destroy Zombie Guns Act, which would make serious reforms to help keep all Americans safer. I implore my colleagues on this committee to co-sponsor the bill and to join me in fighting for real positive change for public safety for all people. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay. Okay. I'll just wait. We're going to suspend for 1 minute because I have somebody supposedly walking in the halls who's almost here. Okay. Um, okay, we'll begin closing statements. I guess there's some people who may not make it. First of all, I'd like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. What should I yield to the ranking member first? Yeah, well, would you?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I just want to thank our witnesses again. I just want to reiterate what I said earlier, that I think when we have these hearings, it's really important that we focus on crime data and the data that is provided to us by our law enforcement agencies. I want to reiterate what I said before, that non-citizens, undocumented immigrants consistently, and not just by a little, by significantly commit less crime than citizens do. And I just repeat that just because I think the demonization of migrants and immigrants is wrong. We can all agree that all crime, we're concerned about all crime committed by anyone. We should focus on reducing that, but we should not be demonizing non-citizens as somehow rapists or murderers or worse than, because they actually do commit less crime. With that, I will yield back.
Okay. Okay, I guess I'll wait for a minute. Mr. Timmons is going to ask some questions. We'll suspend for 1 minute. Oh, we got two people here. Should we take her first? Okay, Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, everyone. One crime by one illegal alien is one too many. Last year, an illegal alien who was deported in 2021 after being convicted in Charleston County, South Carolina, of sexually abusing a 9-year-old was convicted for illegally returning after it was discovered he used our wide open border to re-enter our country and return to Charleston, South Carolina. Last fall in October, a young 3-year-old girl named Maddie Hines in South Carolina was tragically killed by an illegal alien in a car crash. The individual who committed the crime was deported under President Trump and his administration. The illegal was able to re-enter into the United States under Joe Biden because of his wide open and dangerous border policies that put American lives at risk. Several weeks ago, the Low Country was put on high alert as an illegal alien wanted by law enforcement in Dorchester County for 2 counts of unlawful possession of a firearm was on the run with this firearm, with this illegally possessed gun. In January, an illegal alien from Honduras murdered an American citizen in Columbia, South Carolina, our state's capital, after crossing the border illegally last year. Fentanyl trafficked across our southern border by criminal cartels has killed 1,660 South Carolinians alone. It's clear that the Biden administration's policies have turned every state in this nation into a border state, every town into a border town. We have had members of MS-13 gang arrested in Beaufort, South Carolina. We've had human trafficking busts. In fact, 3 years ago in my hometown, you've never heard of it, it's called Goose Creek, South Carolina. There was a human trafficking bust with 28 people arrested. 2 years ago in Summerville, South Carolina, there was a sex trafficking bust with over 20 people arrested. Joe Biden's open border policies have enabled an illegal alien crime wave to sweep across South Carolina and the nation. So I have a few questions for our witnesses today, and I want to thank you for being here. My first question will go to you, Mr. Cuccinelli. I found it staggering that in 2021, in a memo in 2021, Secretary Mayorkas wrote, "The fact that an individual is a removable non-citizen will not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them." Why is Joe Biden and his administration waiting until these illegals commit serious crimes before deporting them, if they deport them at all?
I was going to say, in fact, they're not deporting them even when they do commit serious
Mhm.
crimes. And I can only conclude that they want the border invasion that they have opened the borders for their own reasons.
Right. I've actually talked to different police and law enforcement agents across the country, most recently the NYPD. And in New York, for example, they're letting illegals just completely walk out of there when they're committing heinous crimes. Can you speak to the policies put in place by Joe Biden's Department of Homeland Security that have disempowered ICE, allowing criminal aliens to roam free, victimizing American citizens?
Yeah, so early in the Biden tenure, in the early 2021, in both ICE and CBP, you cited one memo, but there
Mhm.
were others, if you'll recall that time period, where the administration, through Secretary Mayorkas, intentionally made it difficult for both CBP and for ICE to accomplish their missions. It's part of, by the way, why the morale in those two organizations is as low as it has ever been, because you sign up to do a job and then you are actually impaired by your leadership from doing that job. And that's reflected in the number of criminals that are even coming into their custody to ICE. When CBP is catching and releasing 85% of their apprehensions, ICE doesn't even see most of these folks and doesn't get a chance to thoroughly vet them. CBP's vetting is not as thorough. They're not in detention. They're basically turned into a human processor right now under the Biden administration.
Thank you. And my next question is for Sheriff Chapman. In your testimony, you mentioned you were experiencing, quote, discouragement by this administration for local authorities to turn over illegal migrants to ICE. Can you clarify further what Mr. Cuccinelli's comments are, what the administration is doing to discourage you from turning over illegal aliens to ICE?
Well, I can certainly speak to that with regards to the police departments that surround the Washington, D.C. area. Certainly, Fairfax and some of the other departments around, where they're not even allowed to notify ICE about people that are incarcerated.
Unbelievable.
For us, we do. We take that, we go that extra mile. We make sure that we notify ICE in Loudoun County. That largely has to do with the fact that I'm an elected official, not answering to boards that have their own political agendas in place. So we do make every effort to contact ICE, and we have a very good success rate. The majority of people that ICE want turned over to them, we do in timely manner, and that way they can pursue whatever other charges they want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay, Mr. Timmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you letting me wave on to this subcommittee. I've been in Congress 5.5 years, and never once has an issue polled as high as concerns with the southern border. We're talking 40+%. It is the number one issue of my constituents. And it's the number one issue for my constituents because 8.5 million people cross the southern border illegally. It's the number one issue because hundreds of thousands of American citizens have died from fentanyl overdoses, the vast majority of which is coming across the southern border. It's the number one issue for my constituents because all of the social safety net programs that American citizens rely on are being overly burdened by the 8.5 million that have come in the last 3.5 years, or the 10+ million that have been here for much longer. So these are the biggest challenges that our country is facing right now. And it really is frustrating because originally the administration said the border's secure. The border's secure. For the first 3 years, they said the border was secure. And then in the last 6 months, after the House Republicans have repeatedly said the border's not secure, we must do something, they finally changed their tune. And they changed their tune because the Democrat mayors in all these sanctuary cities are going crazy because their social safety nets are broken. They're tens of billions of dollars short. And they're asking for relief. And this president, all he has to do is sign his name, undo the executive orders he did 3.5 years ago, and solve this problem. I guess I just want to ask the sheriffs, why do you think this president is doing this? Why do you think this administration is doing that? Sheriff Wayborn, any thoughts?
I'm afraid I don't. I don't know why this is. I know that Speaker Johnson spoke of the other day that there's people in Congress that would like to be able to give them the ability to vote. So I would think that maybe it's a political issue such as that.
Sheriff Chapman, thoughts?
I would agree with Sheriff Wayburn. I can't specifically say, but it appears that's the reason.
So the best I can tell is there's two real reasons. Number one is the census. Reapportionment is going to occur in 6 years. And the idea is that you bring a couple million, 8, 10, 12 million people into this country, and you lure them with social safety net programs, you lure them with government benefits, and they go to the blue states. They go to the cities that offer wildly disproportionate social benefits to those in need. And that's what we're seeing in New York, but they're going there. And I guess when the census occurs, it's going to result in New York and California and Illinois receiving a disproportionate percent of their representation, because we do not apportion the census based off of citizens. We apportion the census based off of humans. And I mean, I think that's a big problem. And, at the end of the day, the chairman of Judiciary last Congress, Chairman Nadler, specifically said that the objective was to give these individuals the right to vote. I mean, when the towers fell, 3,000 plus Americans died. We went to war. We spent hundreds of billions of dollars to hold them accountable. Here we are. Hundreds of thousands of Americans have died from fentanyl overdoses. The amount of human misery occurring in this country because of the lawlessness at our southern border is just shocking. The cartels terrorize Mexico because they're making tens of billions of dollars off of this administration's border policies. It's just shocking. I mean, the president recently said that he was going to address this somehow, implying he would maybe sign an executive order and reinstate remain in Mexico, which would substantially address the concerns that we have. But I mean, it's only because there's an election coming, and he's so far underwater in his approval ratings. And I mean, it really is a sad day for this country that the President of the United States is, it seems like he's destroying the American dream, because the American people are hurting. Inflation is killing their dreams of home ownership. Interest rates are through the roof. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying from fentanyl. They're not safe. The defund the police movement has resulted in enormous violence and in insecurity in our cities. And I mean, our country's just on the wrong track, and we really need to change course. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to go straight to Sheriff Wayburn, because I don't know if you recognize it, but I actually represent a portion of Tarrant County. So I'm very familiar with some things that are going on there. So I want to talk about some of those things. Before I do that, though, I do want to address the last things that were brought up about the census. And I'm not really sure if my colleague recognizes that Texas actually got 2 new congressional seats. The state of Texas actually grew a whopping 4 million people. And of those 4 million people that came into Texas, or from wherever they came from, we actually got 2 new congressional seats, which Texas historically has been a red state, and New York actually lost a seat, which historically has been a blue state. So I did want to make sure we put some facts on the record. But we are talking about immigrants a lot. In fact, there's a lot of anti-immigrant rhetoric and blaming of immigrants when certain things happen. And based on things coming out of this committee, we seem to believe that immigrants are the reason why crime is up and why our communities are less safe. So I did my research, and I want to go through some of it with you, specifically about Tarrant County, because I don't want you to have to know statistics about somewhere else. So with that being said, Sheriff, do you know if within the last year between 2022 and 2023, if there was an increase or decrease in murder and negligent homicide in Tarrant County?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it did not increase.
Okay. In fact, it went down by almost 17%. Manslaughter by negligence, or we call it criminal negligence.
I believe also went down.
Yes,
In the past, it may be on ticking up at the moment on intoxicated and homicide may be ticking up at the moment in 24.
Okay, well, we had a 56.52% decrease. How about rape?
All those categories we believe went down.
Absolutely.
And I do credit a lot of incredible law enforcement and municipal police chiefs.
Awesome. So there actually was a decrease by 3.35% in rape. Robbery went down 4.5%, and both aggravated and simple assault went collectively down by 3.18%, and theft went down by 3.89%. This is at the same time in which we're talking about the migrant community and stoking these fears that they're bringing all of this trauma and this crime and violence to our communities. But when we look at a Texas community, Tarrant County, actually everything has gone down. And I do want to thank you for your service in that way, because it takes a team. It can't just be one thing. It means we've got to have great law enforcement, but we also have to have really good policies. And we honestly need to be honest about the data that we see. So overall, it shows me that Sheriff in Tarrant County, all crime was down, is what I can tell from the numbers. And do you know if Dallas County, which is next door, if they had an increase or decrease in overall crime?
I think all of North Texas, we saw decreases.
Absolutely.
Every one. And again, Chief Garcia, Chief Neil Noakes, there's some great police work going on in both of those counties.
Absolutely. So I'm going to move on to something else really quickly. One of the things that I want to talk about is the border in general and policies. I'm not sure that you're aware, but I'm going to make sure that it's clear that the Senate worked on a bill, much like the Senate has done a lot more work than the House has done this entire session. And the only reason that that bill has not come to the floor to help those that need help as it relates to the border crisis is because Donald Trump specifically said that it should not come to the floor. In addition to that, I want to talk specifically about some concerns that I do have in Tarrant County. While I am so thankful that the numbers have gone down, there's been a concern about the fact that there has been a consultant that's had to come in, and this consultant has had to come into Tarrant County potentially to the tune of approximately $200,000 for an 18-month contract to help the elected sheriff identify solutions for an extensive list of jail deaths, an alarming shortage in detention officer staff, and the necessity for Tarrant County to address its overcrowded jail by entering into a $40 million contract with a privatized jail outfit to house Tarrant County's inmates in Garza County. That is concerning to me. It is concerning because as a former public defender, I actually had clients that died in the jail. And most people don't understand that the main job of a sheriff is usually to make sure that they're taking care of the jail population. And so, Sheriff, I want to make sure that while they've brought you to DC, that we make sure that we're taking care of Tarrant County where you and I both are locally elected to serve, because we cannot have a situation in which we have violations of people's civil rights potentially due to overcrowding, or we can't have a situation where we're losing lives because we are helping out our friends who are trying to stoke more fears about the migrant community. Because the one thing that we know from the data is when it comes to migrants in the state of Texas, specifically in Tarrant County, if anything, it looks like the numbers have gone down as far as crime overall instead of going up. And so we know that while it is a team effort, this idea that this president is doing something so nefarious that he is trying to bring people in so that he can get them to vote for him, or he can get them to help out a census in a particular state, that's just not what the case is. But I do thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Oh, we got Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today as we discuss the ongoing border crisis. The invasion at our southern border didn't happen by accident. During the 2020 presidential campaign, then candidate Joe Biden promised to protect sanctuary cities from federal law enforcement, pledged to halt deportations, and encouraged millions of asylum seekers to surge to the southern border. It didn't take long for the president to make good on his open border promises. In his first 100 days of his administration, President Biden took over 94 executive actions to reverse Trump-era immigration policies and undermine America's border security. The Biden White House ended Remain in Mexico, halted construction of the border wall, and did away with Title 42 expulsions. These disastrous policies have turned every state into a border state. President Biden's sanctuary city policies and catch and release practices complicate the efforts of Border Patrol, ICE, and local law enforcement to keep our streets safe and protect our communities. This unprecedented level of illegal immigration is redirecting essential resources away from their critical role in crime prevention, costing taxpayers billions of dollars and leaving our communities more vulnerable. The unchecked flow of illegal immigrants across our southern border not only undermine our law, but also opens the door for bad actors to enter the country undetected. Under President Biden, more than 600,000 illegal immigrants with criminal records or pending criminal charges have been released into the United States. Our communities now face an increased threat from drug smugglers, human traffickers, and violent criminals who exploit our weakened southern border, each crime being entirely preventable. We are now confronting a full-blown public safety crisis, one that stretches far beyond the border states and impacts the entire nation. This administration's actions, or lack thereof, sends a message that our laws can be blatantly ignored and violations will go unpunished. For far too long, Secretary Mayorkas
President Biden had put forward for the Department of Homeland Security. On March 1st, the department celebrated its 21st anniversary, and I want to thank all the public servants throughout DHS who dedicate their lives to securing the homeland. This work is vital to our nation's safety and security. Mr. Secretary, when you took the oath of office, you swore to, quote, support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office, end quote. The Immigration and Nationality Act further makes clear that you have a, quote, duty to control and guard the boundaries and borders of the United States, end quote. During your 3 years as Secretary, you have failed to fulfill this oath. You've refused to comply with the laws passed by Congress, and you've breached the public trust. You facilitated and encouraged record levels of illegal immigration since your first day in office, and we've all witnessed the devastating results of your open borders agenda. I've shared this before, but I feel it's necessary to repeat it. You abolished working policies, and following the statements of your boss on his campaign trail, promises to improperly grant asylum to anyone who came. As a result, people from all over the world tested the system. They came and were released, they phoned home, and the mass waves began. With this increased demand, the cartels took advantage, regulated that flow to overwhelm the crossing sites at our border. You responded by removing the Border Patrol agents from the border, marshals from the air, customs agents from airports to process and release these record numbers of people, and issued guidance to DHS law enforcement to violate laws passed by this co-equal branch of government, Congress, on detention and removal. With the border wide open and Border Patrol occupied processing the mass waves of people, the cartels have poured drugs, criminals, and trafficked humans into this country. This has led to the deaths of thousands, the loss of billions of dollars, and created the crisis that you just finally acknowledged as such in recent testimony. Even your counterpart, the FBI Director Christopher Wray, has said there's no way to ensure Hamas and other terrorists are not a part of the roughly 2 million gotaways who've entered our country uncaught on your watch. And the massive increase in Chinese nationals, 53,000 encountered in 23, adds to the threats we now face at home because you chose not to enforce the law. Your refusal to follow those laws is contemptible. Your disregard of the requests from this co-equal branch of government in pursuit of our constitutional duty to conduct oversight, your false statements to this body and the American people, and your issuance of guidance to the employees of DHS telling them to violate laws passed by Congress shows a disregard for the Constitution you swore an oath to uphold. However, instead of acknowledging those failures and pledging to change course, your actions and directives remain unchanged. You've doubled down. This budget request reflects this obstinance. It fails to take seriously the crises threatening our national security interests, especially our wide open borders. For example, you request a $1.45 billion cut in top-line spending for CBP's budget from what Congress enacted last year. That includes a $245 million cut in funding for CBP's border security operations budget. Instead, as you did in last year's budget, you propose a $4.7 billion slush fund called the Southwest Border Contingency Fund, which ironically would not be used to actually secure the border, but simply help you process and release more illegal aliens quickly into the interior. Might I remind you that our founders wanted the executive branch. If the founders wanted the executive branch to just get a slush fund, they would never have detailed the funding duties of this body in the division of power. Again, that's treading on the Constitution. And this fund won't solve the humanitarian crisis that you've created. It would facilitate it while trying to hide the truth from the American people. Your budget proposal only provides for 350 new Border Patrol agents. The Secure Border Act passed by this House in 23 provided enough funding for 8 times that number. Your budget only requests funding for 34,000 ICE beds. By comparison, in FY 2021, the previous administration requested 60,000 ICE beds at a time when illegal crossings were at their lowest in decades. Your targets for removals of illegal aliens are abysmal. In 2020, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, ICE removed 185,884 illegal aliens, while in fiscal year 19, ICE removals exceeded 267,000. Last year, despite more than 3.2 million inadmissible encounters at our border, you only accomplished around 143,000 removals. And in this budget, you're only targeting 125,000. At that rate, it would take 16 years to remove just the roughly 2 million gotaways on your watch, to say nothing of the more than 9 million encounters, many of whom have also been released. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party continues to carry out multifaceted covert espionage and influence missions against the United States. Beijing has shown that if we give an inch, they'll take a mile. And Mr. Secretary, you have given them all 1,951 miles of our southern border. While we're deeply appalled by your handling of the border security and immigration issues, this committee does look to work with the department on key issues. This past February, the administration issued an executive order providing for more stringent cybersecurity at our ports, as well as an emphasis on supply chain security. We support these initiatives. Your proposal also recognizes that our cyber workforce is vital to the protection of our homeland. Strengthening our cyber workforce pipeline will be one of the top priorities for the remainder of this year, and it is imperative that the 419 full-time employees you requested for Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency are utilized effectively. And to that end, we must ensure CISA's authorities and resources align with its mission. Secretary Mayorkas, the world is only growing more dangerous. Our adversaries in China, Russia, Iran, and elsewhere are expanding their capabilities and seeking to undermine our interests, even within our homeland. While parts of this budget request deal with some of those threats, the request as a whole fails to meet the important time we have. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I want to begin by thanking Secretary Mayorkas for being here today. Mr. Secretary, your testimony before the committee, despite the unfounded extreme mega attacks against you, speaks to your character, integrity, and commitment to the Department of Homeland Security, its mission, and its people. In what seems like a split screen day, this morning, the committee is holding its annual hearing on the Department of Homeland Security's budget request. This afternoon, Republican members will deliver to the Senate their baseless articles of impeachment in perhaps the most politicized partisan stunt this committee has ever engaged in. From the moment the secretary took office in February 2021, members of the other side of the aisle have unfairly targeted him for their own political gain. Chairman Green promised donors at a campaign event that he would bring an impeachment case against Secretary Mayorkas. He told his contributors to get the popcorn and promised it's going to be fun. According to an internal Republican memo, Republicans had already scheduled a committee vote to impeach the secretary prior to holding a hearing. This entire thing was a sham from the start. After two hastily thrown together so-called impeachment hearings that provided not even a shred of evidence of an impeachable offense, Republicans short-circuited their own markup and refused to let Democrats offer amendments in their rush to the House floor. In advance of the vote, the secretary, who is Jewish and whose mother survived the Holocaust, was referred to using language the American Jewish Committee has included in its glossary of anti-Semitic terms. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article describing this incident. So ordered. The impeachment vote failed. In another embarrassing miscalculation of House Republican leadership, on a second try, Republicans limped their sham impeachment articles across the finish line. Over 2 months later, Republicans are still transmitting the impeachment articles to the Senate, having waited until they thought the timing was politically advantageous. So much for the claims of urgency about the border. They wanted to have a dog and pony show march into the Senate, showing yet again what deeply unserious people they are. The Senate should dismiss the baseless impeachment articles without delay. To make matters worse, in their zeal to impeach Secretary Mayorkas, Republicans have shirked their responsibility to conduct meaningful oversight of DHS and advance its many critical missions. Republicans have not yet held a single full committee oversight hearing on cybersecurity, domestic terrorism, aviation security, disaster preparedness and response, or election security this Congress. Shocking for a committee born out of 9/11 attacks, which once had a reputation for rising above the partisan politics to help secure the homeland on behalf of the American people. The committee's legislative work has suffered too. By this time last Congress, the committee had reported 49 measures, and that was during a global pandemic. This Congress, by contrast, the full committee has reported fewer than half that number. This is what happens when Republicans make someone who espouses political violence, pushes anti-Semitic tropes, and want to defund the FBI, the de facto leader of their party. This is what happens when Republicans prioritize the whims of extreme MAGA members over politics that serve the American people. It is chaos and dysfunction by design. If you don't believe me, just look at how long it took us to elect a speaker. We did nothing but vote after vote after vote. And to add insult to injury, Democrats were accused of slowing things down. And we are the minority party. We're not in charge. If Republicans are looking for someone to hold accountable, they should start looking in the mirror. Through it all, Secretary Mayorkas has remained steadfast. He continues to do his job across the department's many critical homeland security missions, including border security and immigration enforcement. He's used a full range of authorities at his disposal and stretched the resources provided by Congress to secure the border. Under his leadership, the department has removed record levels of migrants, detained more people than Congress had provided funding for, and prevented unprecedented amounts of fentanyl from entering our communities. Republicans talk a lot about supporting border security, but you know, talk is cheap. If Republicans were serious about improving conditions along the border, they would provide the department the funding necessary to do so. Instead, the majority of committee Republicans, a dozen in fact, including the chairman, voted no on providing DHS the funds it needs to secure the border. Republicans have also refused to consider the border security supplemental funding the department requested months ago, starving DHS and its frontline personnel of the money they need to carry out their duties. Americans aren't fooled by these Republican political games. They understand that where you invest your resources speak to what you really value. If Republicans valued border security like they claim, they would pay for it. I want to hear Secretary Mayorkas today about the administration's budget requests for the Department of Homeland Security. I want to ask how we can support the department, its mission, and its 260,000 dedicated personnel. That is our responsibility, and it has one I know our Democratic members take seriously. Mr. Chairman, this committee can do better. It has done better under leadership from chairmen of both parties. I look forward to returning to better days on this committee. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted to the record. We are pleased to have Secretary Mayorkas here, and I would ask the Secretary to please rise and raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the Secretary has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, sir. You may be seated. I'd now like to formally introduce our witness. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is the 7th Secretary of Homeland Security, a role in which he served since February the 2nd, 2021. Prior to his appointment, he served as the Deputy Secretary of DHS and the Director of USCIS. I thank you for being here today, sir. The witness's full statement will appear in the record, and I now recognize Secretary Mayorkas for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, distinguished members of this committee. Every day, the 268,000 men and women of the Department of Homeland Security carry out our mission to protect the safety and security of the American people. They protect our shores, harbors, skies, cyberspace, borders, and leaders. They stop fentanyl and other deadly drugs from entering our country. They lead the response to maritime emergencies. As we speak, they are engaged in the response to the tragic Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore. They help communities recover and rebuild after a natural disaster. They combat the scourges of human trafficking, forced labor, and online child sexual exploitation, and so much more. All this despite a perennially insufficient budget. The dedicated public servants of DHS deserve full support, and the American people deserve the results a fully resourced DHS can deliver. The funding opportunities outlined in the President's fiscal year 2025 budget for DHS are critical to meeting both goals. I welcome the opportunity to discuss this proposed budget and highlight some of its key proposals with you today. When our department was founded in the wake of 9/11, the threat of foreign terrorism against high visibility targets was our primary concern. That foreign threat persists, but we now also confront the terrorism-related threat of radicalized lone offenders and small groups already resident here in the United States. This budget provides for an $80 million increase to our department's nonprofit security grant program and additional funds for targeted violence and terrorism prevention grants so that DHS can better help communities prevent tragedies from occurring. As lone actors and nation states increasingly target our critical infrastructure and our data, the President's budget provides CISA with needed funding to improve our cybersecurity and resiliency. Fentanyl is wreaking tragedy in communities across the country. DHS has interdicted more illicit fentanyl and arrested more individuals for fentanyl-related crimes in the last 2 fiscal years than in the previous 5 combined. The President's budget includes critical funding to advance our strategy, including funds for non-intrusive inspection technology and targeted operations. During a time when the world, including our hemisphere, is experiencing the greatest displacement of people since World War II, DHS has toughened our border enforcement and is maximizing our available resources and authorities. In the last 11 months, we have removed or returned more than 630,000 individuals who did not have a legal basis to stay, more than in every full fiscal year since 2013. The President's budget would further expand these efforts. It provides funding for hiring more enforcement personnel and bolstering refugee processing. Our immigration system, however, is fundamentally broken. Only Congress can fix it. Congress has not updated our immigration enforcement laws since 1996, 28 years ago. And only Congress can deliver on our need for more Border Patrol agents, asylum officers, and immigration judges, facilities, and technology. Our administration worked closely with a bipartisan group of senators to reach agreement on a national security supplemental package, one that would make the system changes that are badly needed and give DHS the tools and resources needed to meet today's border security challenges. We remain ready to work with you to pass this tough, fair, bipartisan agreement. Finally, extreme weather continues to devastate communities. Last year, FEMA responded to more than 100 disasters. Our budget provides $22.7 billion to assist community leaders and help survivors in the aftermath of major disasters, and additional funds to invest in resilient strategies that will save lives and taxpayer money in the decades to come. Essential to our success across all mission sets is our department's ability to recruit and retain a world-class workforce. In addition to the frontline border workforce I mentioned, the President's budget includes $1.5 billion to maintain our commitment to fairly compensate the TSA workforce. The recently passed 2024 budget, though welcome and helpful to many of our operations, was enacted too late to implement an appreciable hiring surge. It reduced by 20% much-needed support for cities dealing with migrant-related challenges, and it cut critical research and development funding. I am eager to work with you to address these and other shortfalls in the weeks ahead, as I am eager to deliver the sustained funding, resources, and support that the extraordinarily talented and dedicated public servants of DHS need and deserve.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. And I'd like to say the Secretary has, I think, a hard out today, and that hard out is going to come up much faster than we would want or desire. I understand he's got a busy schedule. Typically, my policy is to let people go beyond the 5 minutes if they're making a question and continuing a train of thought. Unfortunately, today we're not going to be able to allow that, and I hate that. But as I've applied the rule evenly to both sides, I will now apply for today's hearing the 5 minutes with the gavel for both sides of the aisle. So it's 5 minutes and 5 minutes only, because we want to allow everyone here to get an opportunity to ask questions of the Secretary. And I'd like to ask the staffs on both sides if they would communicate this change for today to the individuals who aren't present right now. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. Secretary, you've issued guidance that directed DHS personnel to essentially disregard the INA shall detain language, meaning, disregard the laws passed by Congress. You've created pathways for tens of thousands of migrants from very specific countries to enter the United States directly without any law passed by Congress and in violation of the INA. the Solicitor General in arguments before the Supreme Court, arguing on your and your boss's behalf, as well as yourself in testimony to Congress, have said you've had prosecutorial discretion, I think is the term that keeps getting used, to disregard those laws when the resources are overwhelmed. So that's essentially been the argument that, shall detain language could not be adhered to because the resources were overwhelmed. Is that generally correct?
No, it is not. Mr. Chairman, let me assure you that we enforce the laws that Congress has passed. And that is the direction that I have given to the workforce throughout my tenure.
Well, during the hearing or the court trial, Texas versus the United States, the Solicitor General made it very clear that the reason the policies that you've written have been written the way they've been written is because there's some form of discretion allowed to make the choice that we're not going to, follow the shall detain. And we can get thousands and thousands of examples of where that didn't happen. We have a memorandum from you that basically says, just because it says this doesn't mean you have to, that's a reason to not, or to detain someone. I want to ask this question. Do you know how many ICE detention beds were empty on average during your tenure?
Mr. Chairman, let me be very clear that we maximize the use of detention beds that are available. Sometimes we are curtailed by using detention beds by reason of orders, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
But do you know the number? I'm just kind of going for the number.
By orders of court. For example, certain restrictions were used in terms of space and availability of beds by reason of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Well, let me just share what has been put out in documents from your department. In each year of your tenure, there have been, I would submit, thousands of beds available per day, roughly 9,000 on average in FY22, 3,000 a day in FY23, meaning while you assert that shall detain is what you want to do, what you agree the law says, we're leaving thousands of beds empty every day. And this is not counting the various, I think it's in California, starts with an A, I can't think of the name of the facility, where the courts have ordered you not to use those beds. We're not including those in these counts. And it's thousands, at least 3,000 a day empty. And yet the arguments before the Supreme Court and in your testimonies before here to Congress have been that the resources are overwhelmed and therefore we have to just catch and release these people into the country. I mean, in your opening statement, you said we need more resources. It's interesting though, in that claim for more resources so that we can adhere to the laws, you're actually in this budget decreasing the requested ICE detention beds. So that seems to me to be illogical. If the reason we can't enforce the laws as they're written on the books is because we don't have enough resources, there are thousands of empty beds, and we're going to ask for less beds in this budget. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. And I would submit to you that it speaks to somewhat of an intent to not adhere to that shall detain. But that's my perception on this. Let me ask you this question. Just recently, your last trip here, you actually admitted that there was a crisis at the southwest border. What changed?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, nothing changed. I have recognized the enormous challenge that the southern border presents ever since I began my tenure, and actually well before that, when I served as a deputy secretary.
Let me ask this question then. When you came to Congress and said there was no crisis at the southern border in your first few trips here, no crisis, there's no, it's secure, the border secure, nothing changed between then and now you're saying it's a crisis?
Mr. Chairman, I have never minimized the challenge that the southern border presents. I didn't minimize it when I served as a federal prosecutor for 12 years from 1989 through 2001.
I'm going to gavel myself since I have 5 seconds left, and I now recognize the ranking member for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much. Again, welcome, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, Republicans have wasted little time playing political games with our southern border while rejecting any serious solution and voting against border security funding. If you're for it, you should support resources. If you are against it, I assume you vote against it because you're not for it. So I don't know why this happens, but Democrats historically have supported robust funding for DHS. Is DHS a perfect agency? Of course not. None of our agencies, we strive for perfection, but we understand resources are absolutely important. Republicans have tried to starve DHS personnel of the resources needed to do their job. The chairman said, not another dime for DHS. When it comes time to fund the department, I guess addressing the surge in migration and stopping fentanyl and human trafficking isn't worth 10 cents to the Republicans charged with overseeing DHS. Republicans have ignored or voted against every opportunity to provide necessary resources to DHS. They voted no on the 2023 omnibus. They refused to consider the president's supplemental request, and they called the bipartisan Senate border bill dead on arrival within minutes of the text being released. Disturbingly, just a few weeks ago, 2/3 of the Republicans on this committee voted against funding DHS and border security. Republicans have taken their marching orders from Donald Trump, and he wants chaos at the border to help his chances in this election. They want a show, not solutions. Democrats are united in finding solutions and providing the agents and officers of DHS with the resources needed to do so safely and effectively. Mr. Secretary, can you describe how the additional resources in the President's emergency supplemental or the bipartisan Senate border bill would help the department address the issues at the southern border?
Ranking Member Thompson, the President's supplemental would provide us with vital resources needed to hire additional personnel across the spectrum of our workforce that enforce the southern border and do so much more. The bipartisan Senate legislation would not only resource our department as we are needed to address a broken immigration system, but also, and very importantly, actually change the law and authorize us to use tools that have long been needed to address that broken immigration system. It would take a multi-year asylum process and reduce it to as little as 90 days or even less. That is a game changer in terms of deterring illegal migration to our border.
Thank you. Let's go to election security. We have elections coming up this November. And as you know, DHS is responsible for securing critical infrastructure, including our elections. Following Russian attempts to interfere with the 2016 elections, officials from across the Trump administration worked to counter efforts to undermine confidence in election outcomes. Unfortunately, after inciting a riot at the Capitol because he wasn't reelected, Donald Trump spent 4 years making legitimate election security work so politically toxic that I'm worried that the federal government is reluctant to support election officials and other stakeholders the way it should headed this November. Last week's baseless claim about voter fraud by the former president and speaker will only make the work of the election officials harder. Mr. Secretary, Secretaries of State, local election officials, and other stakeholders relied on DHS's support to administer secure elections in 2020. Can you assure us that DHS will bring the full range of its resources to support the 2024 elections?
Yes, I can, Ranking Member Thompson.
Yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and former chairman of this committee, Mr. McCall, for his 5 minutes questioning.
Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Mr. Secretary, you took an oath to protect the country from enemies, both foreign and domestic. I believe in many respects you violated that oath. Let me start with the Immigration and Nationality Act. It states that, quote, "The government shall take into custody any alien that has committed an aggravated felony." Those are dangerous, violent criminals. End of quote. And as you know, you're an attorney, as am I, shall is mandatory language. It doesn't say maybe, doesn't say, well, whatever you think at the time. It says shall. Those are words by the Congress. Mandatory language means you shall detain. Yet in September 2021, your memo to your Border Patrol agents titled Guidance for Enforcement of Civil Immigration Law, you instructed your Border Patrol officers not to take prior criminal conduct into account when taking enforcement action. Whether a non-citizen poses a current threat to public safety is not to be determined according to bright lines or categories. Our personnel should not rely on the fact of a conviction or the result of a database search alone. In other words, you directed your own agents on the ground on the border to defy the laws of Congress, to release violent criminals into our countries. And you know what aggravated felon means under the statute, but for those who don't, it includes murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and drug traffickers. And God knows how many have been released into this country due to this policy that you issued in September 2021. My state took this up to appeal to the Supreme Court, where Justice Kavanaugh asked whether impeachment would be warranted for an official who defied the laws passed by Congress. President Biden's own Solicitor General replied that such steps would be warranted, quote, in the face of a dramatic abdication of a statutory responsibility by the executive. In my view, you've defied the law, you defied congressional intent in the best interest of the American people, and you've made this country, sir, a far more dangerous place, not to mention the hundreds of those in the terror watch list who have gotten into this country. How do you respond?
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 points to make. One, you mischaracterize the enforcement guidelines that I published.
I read directly from them, sir.
Secondly, we have removed more aggravated felons each month than the prior administration did. Third, my enforcement guidelines mirror to a great extent, and in the quoted language, prior enforcement guidelines that other administrations have issued. The fact of the matter is that we enforce the law. We deem public security.
All right, I'm going to reclaim my time on that. You're saying you enforce the law when you told your agents, don't take into account prior criminal conduct. Aggravated felons do not take into account the fact they maybe have a murder conviction or a rapist conviction, or, well, that's what's under the statute, sir. And you told them, don't take that into account. And you can say you've had the best record ever as a Secretary of Homeland. You can say that, but nobody believes it. And I got to tell you, back home in my state of Texas, very, very upset. I want to close with 1833 Supreme Court Justice Story said, where a quote, where a Lord Admiral has neglected to safeguard the seas, that shall be deemed an impeachable offense. I believe that's exactly the case here. You have neglected not just the seas, but the air, land, and the seas, and you've destroyed the fabric of this nation. And my last question to you is, how many persons on the terror watch list have gotten into this country?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be pleased to provide you with data subsequent to this hearing.
And will you provide the names and backgrounds?
Let me assure you that the security of the American people is our highest priority.
Will you provide the names and the backgrounds of
I
the
would be
persons?
pleased to provide you with whatever information you need in the appropriate setting.
All right, a bit of a non-answer, but I'll take that. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Correa, the gentleman from California and the ranking member of the subcommittee on Border Security and Enforcement, for his 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome today. My first question is, you did take an oath to protect our country. Have you upheld that oath?
I have, Congressman. That's, I believe, the 5th time I've taken the oath of office in my public service career.
Thank you. I'm the ranking member of the Subcommittee for Border Security and Enforcement. I've made it my mission to understand, learn the needs of your personnel at the border, both of our borders, all of our borders. Been at our southern border numerous times, spoken with your men and women in green and blue uniforms. It's clear that today we are facing challenges at home and abroad like we've never faced before. We just returned, my colleagues and I, from a trip to Africa. Common issue across many countries we visited was refugees. Egypt today, according to the president, is hosting 10 million refugees. Just one country alone. Here, we're talking about our budget. Budget for the personnel you need, a budget for the resources you need, Department of Homeland Security, to protect our great country. Yet I've watched my colleagues on the other side of the aisle block the president's emergency supplemental request and to even refuse to consider the Senate's bipartisan border bill. In the last few months, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have repeatedly threatened to shut down government over the Homeland Security budget. Secretary Mayorkas, can you please explain to us in plain terms what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, their refusal to pass emergency supplemental requests, how does that put our country's national security in danger?
Congressman, with the additional resources we would be provided in the president's supplemental budget request, we would be able to advance significantly the security of the border. We would have additional equipment, additional technology, additional personnel in every facet of border security.
You talk about additional personnel. Do we have a shortage of personnel right now at our borders?
We do, Congressman. We need additional Office of Field Operations personnel to man our ports of entry. We need additional Border Patrol agents.
Let me talk about that. Our ports of entry, that's where most of the fentanyl coming through this country enters through our ports of entry. San Isidro itself accounts for about 70% of all fentanyl coming into our country. Yet you're telling me we're short of personnel in these critical junctures? Is that what you're telling me, sir?
We are. We need additional field personnel to equip those ports of entry with the staff that we need to enforce our laws.
Mr. Secretary, let me go back and re-ask a question that you did not finish answering that was asked by my colleagues, which is the thousands of empty beds. How do you explain that?
Congressman, you know, recently we've been over capacity in our ICE detention facilities. There are court cases that impose restrictions on our ability to use the beds that we have been funded.
So if the laws were to change, maybe some of those court cases would not apply? Would that be the case?
I would want to get back to you on that, Congressman. I will share with you that the bipartisan Senate legislation would have funded the Department of Homeland Security with 50,000 detention beds, far more than we are resourced this year, and even more so than we were resourced last year.
So how would that affect the situation that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are talking about? All these individuals that could be essentially held at these empty beds, so to speak. Adding to these empty beds, the talk about all these people being released, would they be held at these beds?
As everyone recognizes, the more detention beds that we are funded for, the more individuals that we would be able to detain, and the Supreme Court has quite clearly recognized the fact that the detention bed capacity for which we have been funded is inadequate to comply to the letter of the law.
Beyond that, the bigger picture here is processing individuals at our borders that may or may not be eligible for asylum. We're critically short in those resources there. I do hope as we move forward, we can address that issue. I'm out of time. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Higgins from Louisiana, the chair of the subcommittee on border security and enforcement, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the past year, I found that many members of Congress fail to grasp the founder's true meaning regarding the constitutional writ of impeachment proceedings. Impeachment is not a criminal proceeding. It may include violations of written law, but it was never intended to be bound by specific criminal violations of statute. In many ways, impeachment proceedings are intended to be guided by principles of conduct that are far more deeply etched upon human history than any written law could ever be. The embezzlement of money by an employee is a criminal act and is a betrayal of trust, but betrayal of trust is not a statute. The House Committee on Homeland Security advanced articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. He has been impeached by the People's House. These articles do not impugn the Secretary's character, nor list dissenting views on how to handle the crisis at our border. Instead, the impeachment articles against Secretary Mayorkas carry the charge of high crimes and misdemeanors. It's important that all Americans recognize the true meaning of high crimes and misdemeanors. While some of my colleagues have claimed that this charge is confined to specific violations of criminal statute, let us not fail to recognize the founder's original intent and well-documented debate regarding the origin and meaning of this term. Article 2, Section 4 of our Constitution reads, "The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors." Our founding fathers used this phrase, high crimes and misdemeanors, having 400 years of British Parliament historical precedent, which did not limit itself to direct criminal misconduct, but more importantly, encompassed a neglect of duty and abuse of power. This is not funny, Mr. Secretary. Literally misdemeaning the office and high authority that had been entrusted, enshrining this phrase in the Constitution. The founding fathers put explicit trust in Congress to determine what constitutes an impeachable offense and what is encompassed in high crimes and misdemeanors. Impeachment was never intended to be a criminal proceeding, but instead a review by the American people of a rogue executive and a mechanism for accountability when all else has failed. Secretary Mayorkas has not only betrayed the trust of the American people, his service as secretary has left a scar on our nation's soul that may never be removed. The articles of impeachment brought against Secretary Mayorkas passed the House and have now been delivered this afternoon to the Senate. It is vital that the Senate upholds its constitutional obligation to hold a fair impeachment trial. The American people deserve accountability for the gross misconduct of the Secretary's handling of our borders. It is incumbent upon members of Congress to enforce the authority outlined by the founding fathers for impeachment. Under Secretary Mayorkas, America has suffered. Over 300,000 Americans have died from cartel drug poisoning. Our communities are crushed under the weight of 12 million illegal aliens in the span of 3 years, and crime has reached unprecedented levels within American communities across the country. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas' arrogant disregard for the security and sanctity of the American people has brought Congress to this point. He has brought unspeakable pain upon the nation. His service as secretary will forever be shrouded in shameful failure and generational trauma. Alejandro Mayorkas has been impeached by the House. He must now be tried by the Senate and removed from office. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Carter, the gentleman from Louisiana, and the ranking member on the Subcommittee of Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Thompson. Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for joining us today as we review our fiscal year, our FY25 budget request. President Biden's fiscal year 2025 budget request for DHS reflects Democrats' commitment to put politics aside and work in good faith to address security challenges facing our nation. Today's review is important so we can continue to find solutions, not politics, solutions that we as Americans should want. We often have different approaches, but what we see here in the impeachment is nothing more than a witch hunt and an opportunity to cloud the issue, as evidenced by the fact that the Senate has a measure that would bring us to a measure of success to move the ball forward. But my colleagues in the House, because of a directive by the former president, quote unquote, to not give President Biden a victory. Our jobs are not to give presidents victories. Our jobs are to give the American people victories. Our jobs are to fight to make sure that we have a secure border. Our jobs are here to make sure that we see things through a lens, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans, and to do what's right. Unfortunately, that has not and is not happening. I will go on record as predicting that the United States Senate will not even take up these articles of impeachment. Why? Because they're meritless, because they're baseless, and because they're purely political in nature and are not rooted in the fairness, justice, or the American way. So I'm going to pivot a little bit, if we might, because we've talked about this quite a bit. So I'm going to pivot to flood insurance. Mr. Secretary, last time you were here before this committee, I relayed my concerns about FEMA's risk rating 2.0, and that it will leave many in my district, especially in low and moderate income communities, priced out of their homes by premium increases. You stated that you are reviewing and need to continue to review risk rating 2.0, given the concerns that have been expressed. Since then, I've only seen flood insurance prices get worse. Given the urgency of the situation and the impact on vulnerable communities, can you provide the committee with an update on how the department is taking steps to help communities that are struggling with FEMA's risk rating 2.0?
Congressman, I will follow up with you and provide you an update on flood insurance 2.0. I can assure you that we are taking extraordinary measures through FEMA to reach otherwise disenfranchised populations. We have issued guidance and changed our policies to make sure that minority and underserved communities have greater access to our grant programs, to individual assistance, and to other resources that FEMA provides in the wake of natural disasters, and to strengthen and protect communities. I will provide you with an update with respect to flood insurance 2.0 specifically.
And one of the things that we have repeatedly asked for, both in this committee as well as in transportation infrastructure, for which I also serve, and in individual meetings in my office and in the office of the FEMA administrator, is the formula. What algorithm, what formula is used to derive these rates? We have consistently said that it's some algorithm, but we have yet to be shared what that is. What does it look like? How do we explain to the people in our districts how these rates are developed when we get a vague answer to that. Mr. Secretary, I would greatly appreciate if you can drill down and share with the American people what this formula is, how it's derived, and more importantly, how we can adjust it to make sure that people are not being forced to make a decision about being able to live in the home that they've now paid for and they can no longer afford to insure because the rates are higher than the note was when they had a mortgage. This is untenable. And I'd ask that you would look into that and share some meaningful answers, sir. And
I will do so, Congressman.
thank you. My time is up.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Guest, the gentleman from Mississippi and the Vice Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to point out what I highlighted last week when you testified. You came in your opening statement and you talk about your budget being insufficient. And you seek to place the blame on Congress that we're not giving you the resources and your department the resources that you need. But last year in the FY24 budget, which we just passed, Congress appropriated you $61.8 billion in discretionary spending, which was more than you asked for. And so Congress is giving you more money than you're asking for, but you're repeatedly coming into these hearings and you're trying to say that you don't have the financial resources that you need to carry out the job. Chairman Green mentioned the detention beds. The detention beds, which you and I talked about last week, are incredibly troubling. And the fact that you come in and you once again, you ask for less detention beds, significantly less detention beds than we funded in the FY24 budget. You told me in that hearing last week that you agreed with the Senate 50,000 detention beds, but yet you come in and you ask Congress only to fund 34,000 when we currently are funding 41,500. And you continue to seek to place the blame on us. I'm reading from the Physical Report 2023, ICE's annual report. In that annual report, Mr. Secretary, a report which is issued by your agency, on page 17, it says, congressional funding for ERO detention beds have remained relatively static for several years, and the detained population is limited as a result. In answering a question from Mr. Correa, you talk about the fact that the court says that there's been inadequate funding for detention beds. And so how do you come in here and you ask for less detention beds, but yet every time you testify, you try to place the blame back on Congress? Because we are actually funding more detention beds every year than you're asking for. And in a time in which we see a record surge of immigrants coming across the border, in a time in which you have at least now finally admitted that there is a crisis on the border, where we're seeing reports every day in the media about violent crimes committed by immigrants who are not in custody, who are not detained, but released into the interior. And yet you come in here and as a key part of your budget, you're asking for substantially less detention beds. And I find that especially troubling, Mr. Secretary, as I look at this, continue to look at the report that was provided by ICE, in which I see, according to the FY23 year-end report, that the non-detained docket, the docket that shows the number of non-detained individuals who you've allowed in the country, has now reached over 6.2 million people. 6.2 million. I spoke just yesterday with the ICE director, Director Lightliner. And in my conversation with him, I brought up the fact of what was in this report. And he told me, Mr. Secretary, that that number is now over 7 million, that report is old, that number is more than 7 million. Axios reported just several weeks ago that by the end of this fiscal year, FY24, October 1st, that number is expected to grow to 8 million. And so we see this record number of immigration, the record number of people that you, as the Secretary, are allowing to come into the country, but yet we're seeing you do nothing to ask for more detention beds. And I find that troubling. And I have to believe that I'm not the only member of this committee that finds it troubling that we're not asking for a sufficient number of detention beds. And Mr. Secretary, I also had the opportunity to ask you last week when you testified before the Appropriations Committee about this news article a news article reported by Fox News. I provided you some of the content when we met last week, but I wanted to show this to you. And this is from an article dated January the 8th, 2024. It says, Mayorkas tells Border Patrol agents that above 85% of illegal immigrants have been released into the United States. It goes on there in the first paragraph. It says Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas on Monday admitted to Border Patrol agents that the current rate of release for illegal immigrants apprehended at the southwest border is above 85%. Said Mayorkas made the statements when meeting privately with agents, and that there were sources in the room who heard that. It goes on to say that there were at least 3 agents who verified to Fox News that you made that statement. And so, Mr. Secretary, did you make the statement that it was reported on January the 8th, 2024?
Congressman, as I mentioned to you last week, I do not recall that exchange in an internal meeting with the workforce. And let me assure you that the security of the southern border is our highest
The
priority.
gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Thanadar, the gentleman from Michigan, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Secretary, clearly you have a tough job. You're faced with a worldwide migration challenge, a deeply broken immigration system, and limited resources to address the challenges. And unfortunately, my Republican colleagues don't seem to want to help to fix that problem. I admire your efforts to expand parole programs for migrants in countries facing extreme conditions like Haiti and Cuba, as well as to restore family reunification programs for families facing widespread violence in Central America. America is a nation of immigrants, as you know. And yet we have a broken immigration system. In 1979, growing up in poverty, I was fortunate to have gotten admission into a PhD program in the United States to study. And that would have changed my life. And I went to the American Embassy in Mumbai, got there at 5 a.m. in the morning, stood in line, only to deny my student visa. And the embassy continued to deny it for 4 more times. And the 5th time, the visa got approved only because the denying officer was on vacation to the United States. You know, our H-1B visas is an issue. Our immigration country quotas is creating such a stressful environment for families. Companies, technology companies are unable to find skilled workforce. Countries like Canada and Australia are taking away some of our skilled workforce because of our broken immigration system. I want to see an orderly immigration process that benefits the United States, that benefits our economy and helps create American jobs. How do you think Congress can help you to achieve that?
Congressman, the president on his very first day in office presented Congress with a comprehensive legislative package to fix what everyone agrees is our broken immigration system. To advance that piece of legislation and to advance the Senate's bipartisan legislation would transform our broken immigration system and reform it. It hasn't been reformed since 1996. It is long outdated and long broken.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I want to give you an opportunity to respond to Congressman Guest's questions. I think you may not have adequate time to respond if you so choose to do.
Congressman, we support the funding of 41,500 beds. We support the funding of 50,000 detention beds that the Senate's bipartisan legislation provided. It is most regrettable that that bipartisan legislation is not advanced. We urge Congress to advance it. It would advance our border security immeasurably.
Mr. Chair, may I yield my time to the gentleman from New York?
Thank you, Mr. Tenadar. We just have a few seconds, Mr. Secretary, but I wanted to follow up on what Chairman McCall was talking about because he is citing the INA shall detain language and a memo that you issued in September of 2021. And I want to give you an opportunity to explain what it says in that memo because even in the quote that he read, he said that aggravated felonies shall not be the only consideration when deciding whether or not to seek detention. So can you explain what your guidance was in the face of the reality that there are insufficient beds to comply with the letter of the law?
Congressman, the direction to law enforcement agents was to use their discretion, their experience to determine who presents the greatest public safety threat and to detain those individuals, period.
Okay, the gentleman's time has expired. Someone else can yield, of course, if they'd like. I now recognize Mr. Bishop, the gentleman from North Carolina and the chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, you've frequently testified about the actions and efforts of DHS over the course of the time you've been Secretary. Let me just ask you about the results of your more than 3 years of tenure. Do you consider the results of your administration of the Department of Homeland Security to be a success?
I am incredibly proud of the work of the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security, Congressman. They risk their lives.
You consider it to be a success?
I am incredibly proud of everything they do.
Yep. Do you consider it to be a success?
I consider them to be a tremendous success in advancing the safety and security of the American people with the
Do you consider your administration of the Department of Homeland Security to be a success?
with the resources and authorities they have. They've done an extraordinary job.
In November 2022, I asked you whether you continue to maintain that the border is secure. You said yes, and it's getting more secure every day. Do you still say so?
Congressman, with the resources and the authorities that we have been provided, it is as secure as we can make it.
Under your orders, the Department of Homeland Security paroled Venezuelan Jose Ibarra into the United States. He, of course, went on to a variety of crimes, culminating in beating a young woman to death in Georgia. The relevant statute grants you authority to parole aliens into the United States, quote, only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit, close quote. Which was it in Mr. Ibarra's case, humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit that you paroled him into the United States?
Congressman, we abide by the law. We apply our parole processes in obeyance of the law. The public safety of the American people is our highest priority, and I would be pleased to share case details with you on any case of concern to you subsequent to this hearing. I don't have the case details with me today.
Well, I'm not really asking for detail. I'm only asking for one simple fact, which is, was it urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit that under your orders, Mr. Ibarra was paroled into the United States?
My answer remains the same, Congressman.
You mean you would have to review something, you'd have to review something before you could provide case details, or you just can't say it in this forum?
The former.
Don't know. You don't know.
As I said, I do not have the details with respect to that individual's case, and I would be pleased to provide them to you, Congressman.
Mr. Secretary, news reports or the Heritage Foundation Oversight Project has released this document that is allegedly a flyer distributed at a non-governmental organization in Mexico called the Resource Center Matamoros, which is said to read in part, if translated, reminder to vote for President Biden when you are in the United States. We need another 4 years of his term to stay open. I note, by the way, I understand this RCM has denied that this is authentic, but of course there are competing reports about it. But let me ask you this: what actions is the Department of Homeland Security taking to ensure that, especially given the millions of illegal entries, including 2 million gotaways, that non-citizens are being prevented from registering and voting unlawfully?
Congressman, individuals who are not citizens of the United States cannot vote in federal elections.
But that's not what I asked. I asked what actions DHS is taking to ensure that that doesn't occur.
Well, two things. Number one, I believe that it is state and local election officials that monitor the eligibility of individuals. We do not oversee the election enrollment process. What we do is enforce our borders and, in fact,
So said shorter, nothing.
in fact,
How can Congress and the American people have confidence that the outcome of close elections will not turn on the votes of non-citizens who have registered and voted unlawfully?
Congressman, election security is one of our priorities. In the distribution of federal grant funds to state and local jurisdictions, we have made election security a priority. And
Okay.
we have mandated a
I'll
minimum.
reclaim my time. Last point, I'm just curious, following up Mr. Guest, you asked for less detention beds, and you explained that you did that based on the level of detention beds that would be needed under the Senate, quote, bipartisan bill. How's that bill bipartisan other than it's supported by James Lankford? Is there another Republican in the Senate or the House that supported that bill?
Congressman, we continue to support the bipartisan legislation that a group of senators worked on for months. And
My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner, the gentleman from Rhode Island, and the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism and Law Enforcement and Intelligence for his 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Our country faces a range of security threats from foreign terrorist organizations, domestic extremists, cartels, organized crime, and natural disasters, just to name a few. And while you have been diligently doing your job, along with your colleagues at the department, to protect the American people in the face of these challenges, our Republican colleagues in the House have instead been playing politics, culminating with a political impeachment that had no legal basis. I am sorry that some of our colleagues have chosen to make you the target of political attacks instead of getting you the tools that you need to do your job to keep people safe. And I want you to know that many of us are still willing to put politics aside and work with you and work with each other on a bipartisan basis to protect the homeland. The President's fiscal year 2025 budget requests $62 billion for the department, including hundreds of millions more for staffing and technology to secure the southern border. It also proposes $4.7 billion for a Southwest Border Contingency Fund to provide resources to the department when migration along the southwest border warrants additional capacity. This is the right thing to do, and I hope that our Republican colleagues will support this funding, unlike last year when they delayed action on the President's supplemental funding request for the border for months while they wasted time with impeachment. It is inexcusable that our Republican colleagues did not pass the final fiscal 24 funding for the department for nearly 6 months, forcing the department to work under multiple CRs, reducing operations and overstraining the workforce of the department. And I hope that fiscal 25 will be different. Funding the Department of Homeland Security is also critical because our nation faces an increased threat from the rise of domestic violent extremists. Now, we heard from you, Mr. Secretary, and from FBI Director Wray last November during the Worldwide Threats hearing that the top domestic terrorism threat we face continues to be from racially and ethnically motivated and anti-government motivated violent extremists. Some of these are organized groups, like the group that engaged in the plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan, and some of the groups who stormed the Capitol on January 6th in a violent attempt to overturn a legal and lawful election. Others are lone actors, like the individual who attacked Paul Pelosi. And many of these individuals are shamefully inspired by and scapegoated by members of this Congress and by former President Trump. But the Government Accountability Office has shown that domestic terrorism-related cases has increased dramatically in recent years. So with this alarming fact in mind, I would like to turn to you, Mr. Secretary. Can you tell us, what is the Department of Homeland Security seeing with respect to the threat from domestic violent extremists, particularly as we grow closer to the election? And what steps are the department taking to address any potential threats to government bodies, officials, and the public at large?
Congressman, we are, as Director Ray and I have expressed previously, in a heightened threat environment. Indeed, individuals drawn to violence because of ideologies of hate, false narratives, anti-government sentiments are a significant concern of ours. We do a number of things. We disseminate information and analysis to a state, local, tribal, territorial law enforcement and other officials. We distribute grant funds. We are grateful for Congress's support of those grant funds. We need those funds to increase to enable local communities to protect and guard themselves. As I mentioned in my opening statement, we have a very important targeted violence and terrorism prevention grant program that enables communities to employ best practices in the identification of an individual who may be drawing to violence and intervene before a tragedy occurs. Those are some examples.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that, and particularly the support of state and local law enforcement agencies. As we saw on January 6th, it is often law enforcement in uniform who are on the receiving end of these assaults and this violence, and we need to do everything we can to support them against this threat. So I thank you very much, and I'm out of time, so I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Jimenez, the gentleman from Florida and the Chair of Transportation and Maritime Security Subcommittee. For his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I find it amazing that our Democrat colleagues from across the aisle are always throwing money at the issue. Always, it's money, 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 except that the real culprit here has been over 64 actions taken by the executive branch that actually caused the problem at the border. Not once have I ever heard any of my Democrat colleagues ask for, why don't we start constructing the wall again? Why don't we reinstitute Remain in Mexico policy, which actually will take care of about 70% of the problem that we've had. Mr. Mayorkas, I believe that in fiscal year 21, we had a record number of encounters at the border, and I think only surpassed by fiscal year 22 when we had another record encounter at the border, and then surpassed again in 2023 when we had another record for encounters at the border. Do you expect another record in 2024?
Congressman, I strongly encourage Congress to pass the Senate's bipartisan legislation, which would make a significant difference and advance our security interests at the southern border and the northern border.
Have you ever asked the president to reconsider some of his 64 actions that have led to the crisis that we have right now at the border?
Congressman, we are facing the largest displacement of people around the world, including in our hemisphere.
Have you ever asked the president of the United States to reconsider any of the 64 executive actions that he has taken to address the crisis at the border?
Congressman, I am not familiar with the 64 to which you refer, and I assure you that they are not the cause of the largest displacement of people in the world, including in our hemisphere, and to include, of course, a significant number of people fleeing the authoritarian regime in Cuba, which both you and I have personally experienced.
I think that authoritarian regime has been in place for about 60 years. And so it doesn't make sense to me that somehow now, okay, they're all fleeing the authoritarian regime of Cuba. You and I both left that authoritarian regime a long time ago. So again, are you familiar with the president's executive order to stop the construction of the wall on the southern border?
I most certainly am.
Have you advised him that maybe it's a good idea to start construction again on the southern wall and on the wall on the southern border to stop the flow of illegal immigration?
Congressman, I do not believe it is.
Okay,
believe-
thank you. I mean, I only have certain times, so thank you. You said no. Have you ever talked to the president about reinstituting Remain in Mexico policy, which many experts have said probably will take care of 70% of the problem? Have you ever talked to him about that?
Congressman, the Remain in Mexico program was implemented in January of 2019, I believe. I believe in 2019, the number of encounters at the southern border exceeded those in 2018 by almost 100%, if I have my data correct.
Yeah, but the number of encounters in 2020 were far less than the number of encounters in 2021. Would you say that's correct?
Congressman, if you'll recall what occurred in 2020, 2 points. Number one, the COVID-19 pandemic. Number two, Remain in Mexico. In order to implement it, we rely upon the sovereign nation of Mexico's agreement. Mexico has unequivocally stated it will not support any implementation of Remain in Mexico, the success of which is quite dubious.
Interesting point. The only reason they won't support they did support the Remain in Mexico policy, and then you unilaterally withdrew it. It wasn't because of Mexico asking you if you'd stop it. You just did it. All right. So I only have about 56 seconds left. We're currently witnessing total chaos and disorder in Haiti. The U.S. has already begun to evacuate citizens and is collaborating with regional partners to address the violence. Is the United States patrolling or admitting Haitians into the state of Florida and elsewhere that have not received a viable background check?
Congressman, we screen and vet individuals before paroling them into the United States.
Thank you, and I yield my time back.
Gentleman yields. I know in the past, Mr. Secretary, we've pressed on and never given you a chance for a break. I want to offer if you need a break, or we can press on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to press on.
Okay.
I may revisit that at some point with your indulgence.
Absolutely. I just know last time we had you in here, I think you went 4 hours straight and never got a break, and I felt bad about that. So just I wanted to offer. I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for her 5 minutes question. Go, I'm sorry. All right, we'll go with Mr. Ivey, and the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr.
Fire
Chair.
away for 5 minutes.
Appreciate it. Mr. Mayorkas, thank you for being here today and for the work that you do. I've been listening to my colleagues on the other side talk about treading on the Constitution and a scar on our nation's soul, but it seems to me that the impeachment proceeding that was moved forward out of this committee was the true scar on the Constitution and really did tread on the Constitution. It's interesting to me, if we go back, I want to say the fix was in almost before you got into the job. There was an article of impeachment filed in August of 2021. I'm not even sure you'd finished unpacking entirely yet, but there was already a movement to remove you from office. Then we had the chairman, as the ranking member mentioned earlier, speaking to a group of donors and talking about this is going to be fun, that referencing the impeachment of you, and get the popcorn. And that was almost a year ago. And then we came to the actual hearings that were held here. I think there were two. Now, I had a little experience dealing with impeachment proceedings in the House previously, back in the 80s when I worked on the Judiciary Committee staff. We didn't remove anybody from office with two hearings. In fact, we gave people due process. They had a chance to present evidence and the like. And it was taken in a much more serious manner than this was. And then I got to say, we heard another one of my colleagues sort of try to reconstitute what the standard is for impeachment. The language is pretty plain on its face. Treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. And there's been an effort to try and recalibrate that because there's no evidence of you committing treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. So they lowered the bar. I want to read something briefly from one of your predecessors, Mike Chertoff, who was the Homeland Security Secretary under the Bush administration. He said, in referencing this, the effort to impeach you, he wrote this back in January, "I can say with confidence that for all the investigating the House Committee on Homeland Security has done, they have failed to put forth evidence that meets the bar. That is why Republicans aren't seeking to hold Mr. Mayorkas to the Constitution's high crimes and misdemeanor standard for impeachment. They make the unsupported argument that he is derelict in his duty." And then with respect to that issue, the issue of trying to get something done, instead of continuing on with the theatrics of impeachment, former Secretary Chertoff says, I don't agree with every policy decision the Biden administration has made. There are aspects of immigration strategy that are worthy of debate. But House Republicans are ducking difficult policy work and hard-fought compromise. Impeachment is a diversion from fixing our broken immigration laws and giving DHS the resources needed to secure the border. Here today, we've discussed the bipartisan Senate bill that while we were moving forward with the effort to try and put together an impeachment proceeding against you, at least my Republican colleagues, you were working in the Senate, Senator Langford and others, to try and put together an actual bipartisan bill to address the problems at the border. And that came forward. It was killed by House Republicans when former President Trump gave the word that he didn't want it to move forward. And we haven't had any work done on trying to find a bipartisan effort to address these concerns since that day. So we've got a lot of statements being made in here today about the problems at the border and the budgets and issues along those lines. And you've already addressed some of the budgetary issues. But I do want to say this. You know, I think it's critical for the Senate. They're going to, after we're done with this, these theatrics will be over, and they'll march the articles of impeachment over to the Senate and ask the Senate to remove you from office after a trial. But I think the Senate's already made it clear that that's not going to happen, and it shouldn't. In fact, there shouldn't even be a trial over there because this is such an adulterated process here. And it's such a scar on the history of the Constitution. It's the first time in 150 plus years where there's been an effort to remove a cabinet member that's gone this far. And for good reason, the Senate should throw it out and make a statement that this is not the kind of impeachment proceedings that we expect from the House of Representatives. It certainly isn't what I expected when I got here. I saw different when I worked here in the 80s. I saw how it was supposed to be done. This is not how it was supposed to be done. And I did want to conclude on this note. Just a couple of members on the House Republican caucus, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush, but Ken Buck of Colorado, this isn't just an impeachment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Sorry, Mr. Ivey. I know the chairman has wanted to keep us on a tight schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Guest. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Mayorkas.
At this time, I recognize the gentleman from the great state of Texas, August Pfluger, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, is the border secure?
Congressman, as I have articulated earlier in this hearing.
Just a yes or no is fine. Is the border secure, Mr. Secretary, today?
With the authorities and the funding that we have, it is as secure as it can be.
Wow. We all know that this is not a budget issue, that it's a policy issue. Is a terrorist attack inside the United States of America imminent?
Let me assure you, Congressman, that the safety and security of the American people is our highest priority.
Is it imminent?
The same answer, Congressman.
Is a terror attack on the homeland of the United States of America imminent today?
Let me assure you that we remain vigilant.
Do you brief the president? Have you briefed the president that a terror attack on the United States of America is imminent?
Congressman, let me assure you that the safety and security of the American people.
Mr. Secretary, are you the principal advisor on matters of homeland security to the President of the United States?
I am one of them, Congressman.
Have you briefed the president that there are known or suspected terrorists still at large inside the United States?
Congressman, let me assure you, as I have previously, that the safety and security of the American people.
Mr. Secretary, I'd like to remind you that you're under oath. Have you briefed the President of the United States that there are people who match the terror watch list that are still at large inside our country?
Congressman, I repeat my answer.
Is that a no? Have you not briefed the president?
Congressman, I have briefed the president.
Mr. Secretary, let me ask you a question about your previous testifying in November. And I asked you then, I said, is every single person who matched the terror watch list, have they been apprehended? And you did not give me an answer. I'll ask you again. Those that have matched the terror watch list, that have attempted to or have entered this country illegally, are they detained, 100% of them?
Congressman, let me assure you once again that individuals that pose a threat to our national security or the safety of the American people are the highest priority for detention, and we execute.
Are they all detained?
And we execute.
Mr. Secretary, are they all detained?
Congressman,
Because Christopher Wray sat right next to you. He had the courage to answer this question, and he said no. So do you agree with Christopher Wray in his testimony in November of 2023 that not every single person who matched the terror watch list has been detained? Do you agree with his testimony?
if you are referring to the terrorist screening data set, the TSDS, we make public safety and national security determinations.
Mr.
and
Secretary,
we
I think
deta-
it's very important that you answer this question. The American public deserves to know the answer. Are there people who have matched the terror screening database, the terror watch list, any acronym that you choose to use, still at large and not apprehended and not detained in this country as of today?
Congressman, if we determine that an individual on the terrorist screening data set is a threat to national security or public safety, they are a priority for detention. and
I
we
understand they're a
execute-
priority, but that doesn't mean they're detained. So are you going to testify honestly under oath today? I'd like to remind you, you're under oath while you're testifying today. Are there people still at large that match the terror watch list?
Congressman, if an individual is on the terrorist screening data set and they pose a threat to national security or public safety, they are a priority for detention.
Is our country at risk of a terror attack?
Congressman, we are in a heightened threat environment as Director.
Is that a yes?
We are in a heightened threat environment as Director Wray and I have both testified. And it is therefore why the personnel of the Department of
Have
Homeland
you briefed the
Security-
President of the United States on that heightened threat?
Congressman, I have briefed the President, as have others, on the threat landscape that the United States is facing and that is driving the vigilance of 268,000 men and women in the Department of Homeland Security.
Mr. Secretary, you said earlier to my colleague, Mr. Bishop, you'd be willing to share the details on any case. However, you have not. We've been repeatedly asking for those details, specifically asking for details on the terror watch list. And yet your department has not done that. Will you brief us in the next 7 days on the actual metrics and details for the terror screening database and who those people are? Will you brief us in an unclassified setting who those people are in 7 days?
Congressman, I will be pleased to follow up with you in the appropriate setting.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Goldman from the state of New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, thank you for being here once again to endure the completely uncalled for, unwarranted personal attacks from my Republican colleagues. I want to get into some of what they have been saying because it's truly shocking that we are where we are. On the one hand, my colleague from Florida says that all Democrats want to do is throw money at the problem. Mr. Pfluger just said this is a policy issue, it's not a money issue. Okay. Is the Senate bipartisan bill that you worked on, along with the second most conservative Republican senator in the Senate, an independent and a Democrat that was endorsed by Senate Republican leadership, a policy bill or an appropriations bill?
It is both, Congressman, it is both an appropriation bill and an immigration reform bill, and fixing what everyone agrees is a broken system. It would provide us with new legal authorities that are much needed and would really advance the security of the border.
And one of those critical revisions is in the asylum process. I know this is not under your purview, but do you have any sense of how many asylum applicants ultimately are granted asylum in this country?
Congressman, it of course depends on the demographics, but as a general rule, I believe it is approximately 20-25% ultimately receive asylum, but I would want to verify that statistic, and I probably shouldn't share it given my
And it takes,
uncertainty.
understood, there are different numbers, but it takes at least 5 years and perhaps as many as 10 years for a case to be completely adjudicated. Is that right?
It takes many years until a case is finally adjudicated.
So let's just say hypothetically that we had an asylum processing system that could process any applications within 90 days, 6 months. Am I correct that that means that 75 to 80% of the people who apply for asylum would not get asylum and would be returned to their own country?
That would enable us to remove people far more quickly. You are correct. And that would make a sea change of a difference in our ability to enforce the southern border of the United States.
And is it your view that if that were the case, that there would not be an incentive for anyone who knows that he or she may not qualify for asylum to come to this country knowing that that person would be able to make an application to get a work authorization and stay here for at least 5 years to work? Is that correct?
That is, Congressman.
And that, of course, creates a tremendous incentive for people to come across the border. The problem is not our credible fear standard. The problem is not the policy of asylum. The problem is that we don't have the resources to process asylum applications as expeditiously as is necessary. So no one over here is talking about throwing money at the problem. We're talking about solving the problem. And in the Senate, they tried to solve the problem. They tried not just with appropriations, but with a policy bill. Unfortunately, the Republicans have put politics over our border security. They want chaos in order to win an election rather than to solve the problems. You don't have to take my word for it. Let's quote Donald Trump, who said that he sabotaged the bipartisan deal to secure the border because, quote, it made it much better for the opposing side, unquote. And that he had stated that he, quote, killed, unquote, the deal. Senator Lankford himself said that a top Republican told me that if I try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this election year, he will do whatever he can to destroy me. He said, I do not want you to solve this during the presidential election. There was a policy bill. There was a policy change that would have significantly addressed the problems at the border. And instead, you all on the other side of the aisle sabotaged it, where you baselessly impeached the secretary who's trying to solve our problems at the southern border because you want to win it. You want to win in November.
Gentleman's time has
You
expired.
don't want to solve the problem.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Garbarino, the gentleman from New York, for the chairman of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll remind my colleague that the only bill that's actually passed one of the houses that addressed the border crisis was the one we passed here, H.R. 2. Nothing actually passed the Senate. So, I mean, we have acted. The Senate has not. If they want to send us a bill, let them. They haven't been able to. Secretary, I want to ask a question about the nonprofit security grant program. Anti-Semitism is on the rise here, and this has been exacerbated by the horrendous acts of the terror in Israel on October 7th and the war that has followed. This program protects a lot of Americans. It has been essential for securing places of worship and providing safe places for Jewish Americans to practice their religion, as is their constitutional right. The current request is for fiscal year 2025, $385 million. Seeing what we've seen and knowing what you know, the risk on the ground, especially to these Jewish Americans, is $385 million enough?
Congressman, we make trade-offs under the Fiscal Responsibility Act, but we certainly believe that the Nonprofit Security Grant Program is in dire need of additional funding for precisely the reason you express. We are indeed in a heightened threat environment. Anti-Semitism and violence born of it continues to be on the rise, as do other violent acts born of hate.
So we think 385 is enough to protect the Americans at these facilities?
We believe it is a significant advance in the protection of our.
I want to move now to cyber workforce. GAO came out with a report which was kind of startling. CISA has, for the entire defense and action on
OT, operational technology, for all of our critical infrastructure that CISA oversees. They have a response team, I think, of 11 people, 5 employees or 4 employees and 7 contractors. That is grossly under, that is definitely below the need of what we actually need. What is the current cyber workforce gap at the Department of Homeland Security right now?
Congressman, I'll have to get back to you on the specific number, but let me express my deep gratitude on the part of CISA and our department for your support of our cybersecurity mission and all that we are seeking to do.
I appreciate that, and I do think CISA does a great job, but when you see that they only have 11 employees that cover OT, they have a great use of the cyber talent management system, but we are repeatedly seeing cyber attack after cyber attack after cyber attack. And Americans are starting to ask me, what are we doing? And there is a workforce problem. There is a workforce shortage. 11 employees for just to oversee OT, that is not good. That is not good enough. I understand the request this year for CISA is just all over $3 billion to fully fund the entire agency. There needs to be more focus, and I've spoken directly recently about this, but you oversee the agency. There needs to be more of a focus on cybersecurity. And I also have to say, I see that CISA just released its notice of proposed rulemaking for the CERCIA rule. The budget requests almost 116 million for its implementation, including staffing and technology. I have been a supporter of the CERCIA rule. I think it could do great things for our defense, cyber defense. But now when you have competing rules like the SEC legislation, which you yourself has said is duplicative, I don't know if there's a need for CERCIA anymore because nobody is stopping the SEC from doing what they're doing, and it's causing a huge problem. CISA should oversee this. It's under the Department of Homeland Security. I think I would like to see more from the agency, yourself included, by pushing back on these duplicative rules, the SEC rule and others that are proposed. The current cyber reporting bill that the SEC put out is just one of, I think, 5 that the Chairman Gensler has proposed. There's actually a report out there that the bad actors are using the SEC rule as a way to hack more people. This is something that the administration is doing under the SEC. You have said it before, this rule is duplicative. I think you need to, we've been saying it's bad. I think you need to go back and tell the president that this rule has to stop. My time has expired.
The gentleman's time has expired, and I understand, Mr. Menendez, you want to go next. Mr. Garcia, you're going to hold. Okay. So I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you as always for being here. We appreciate your willingness to engage with us both in this setting and in individual offices and conversations. I just feel it's important to address some of the things that have been said here by our Republican colleagues because they should not stand uncorrected. First, it's been said by Chairman McCall that you violated your oath. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. Chairman McCall said you have made this country much more dangerous. I disagree with that. You and everyone at DHS works every single day to keep this country and all of us protected. So thank you, and to all the dedicated public servants who serve alongside of you for your work. Chairman McCall had also said that you destroyed the fabric of this country. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. And thank you again for your service to this country. Mr. Bishop said and questioned the success of your administration. I want to refer back to what former Homeland Security Secretary Chertoff said about the sham impeachment hearings that we've had here, that House Republicans are ducking difficult policy work and hard-fought compromise. Impeachment is a diversion from fixing our broken immigration laws and giving DHS the resources needed to secure the border. That's the conversation that we should be having today. So if we're going to judge success, I would commend the work that you and your colleagues have done, but I would question the success of this committee and our oversight jurisdiction and our failure to live up to our mandate. I have 2 quick questions. We had discussed the Remain in Mexico policy. You had said that that requires the cooperation of Mexico. We've also heard about building a wall. Former President Trump said that Mexico would pay for that wall. Has Mexico agreed to pay for the building of a wall?
No, it is not, Congressman.
Thank you for clarifying that point. And before I move on to the substantive questions that you came here to discuss, as you've had to, I imagine, spend an immense amount of time and resources, as the agency has had to, preparing for that impeachment proceeding that came through this committee, and I'm proud to see you still standing. And you will continue to keep standing. And just a reminder that Republicans have been more successful at removing their own members from positions like former Speaker McCarthy, and now the process that seems to be underway for removing Speaker Johnson. So you keep hanging in there while they keep removing their own members from positions of leadership. I want to go into fentanyl, which is an issue that's of grave concern to many of us. I want to talk about your work combating fentanyl in our country. The Department of Homeland Security is on the front lines executing President Biden's plan. I want to commend you and the dedicated public servants at DHS who stopped more fentanyl and arrested more drug traffickers in the last 2 fiscal years than the previous 5 combined. The president requested emergency supplemental funds for DHS in October of last year. It's now April, and my Republican colleagues have refused to even consider providing these funds that will help combat drug trafficking. Mr. Secretary, how will the supplemental funding requested by the administration support your ongoing efforts to combat fentanyl?
Congressman, the supplemental request would provide 2 very important streams of funding, at least. One is for personnel, more investigators, more support staff for those investigators. Their ability to not only investigate and apprehend traffickers and work both domestically and internationally, but also to resource much needed technology, specifically the non-intrusive inspection technology, which is so remarkably effective at our ports of entry, which are the primary avenues through which smugglers seek to move fentanyl into our country.
Absolutely. And Democrats look forward to getting you those resources so you can continue that important work. The department has done a commendable job stopping fentanyl from entering our country. It's worth emphasizing again that DHS has stopped more fentanyl and arrested more drug traffickers in the last 2 fiscal years than the previous 5 combined, as I previously mentioned. Mr. Secretary, how does the administration's budget request for fiscal year 25 build on the successes of the last 2 years?
Congressman, it continues to fund our personnel so that we can continue not only to implement the strategic operations that we have underway, but also to build on those operations and develop new ones, deploy personnel to different countries that are source countries, and plus up our transnational criminal investigative units, where our investigators work with international partners to interdict not only precursor chemicals, but also the equipment used to manufacture fentanyl and the finished product itself.
Thank you, and I appreciate again all your service to our country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Green, the gentlelady from Georgia, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayorkas, we do not have a country without a secure border, and we cannot have a safe country. We cannot protect our own democracy without protecting our elections. That is a fact. The open border is the #1 issue across America in poll after poll, and that is exactly why this committee impeached you. Mr. Secretary, the Oversight Project released a bombshell report last night on your connection to the dark money NGO industrial complex of illegal immigration. I know you saw this from one of my colleagues just earlier. They found flyers throughout the Resource Center Matamoros refugee camp in Mexico telling illegal aliens, reminder to vote for President Biden when you are in the United States. We need another 4 years of his term to stay open. Eyewitnesses saw the flyers also being handed out to migrants who were using RCM for assistance in coming to the United States. In an audio recording, the founder of RCM, Gabby Zavala, by the way, we maybe should subpoena her to the committee, agreed that they need to help as many people as possible before President Trump gets reelected. RCM is an operation that houses functions for the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, which helps migrants enter the United States, and you're familiar with their work. We know that you served as a former board member of this group. that funds illegal immigration. And they're very proud of you, Mr. Secretary. They congratulated you on your nomination. You worked as a board member of an NGO that is working in conjunction with other NGOs, which are not only financing the invasion of the country, but also telling illegal aliens to vote in the United States elections. They are telling illegal aliens, non-citizens, to come vote for Joe Biden. That's your boss. This is corruption at the deepest level. As a matter of fact, I would call it treason. It's treason because these people have declared war on our citizens by raping our women, our children, and murdering people. Like Laken Riley, you're familiar with her, right?
Congressman Art Briggs.
Are you familiar with Laken Riley?
I am familiar with the case. and-
You should have deported her so that she could be alive today. Her parents would have appreciated that. And also Kayla Hamilton, who was brutally raped and murdered by a cartel member. Her mother came and spoke to us. She didn't deport him either. You let him in the country. You, Mr. Secretary, have allowed over 10 million illegals, probably higher than that, could be closer to 15 million, we don't know, to invade our country. You've allowed the cartels to make billions and billions. As a matter of fact, you're probably the best business partner they could ever have. They make all this money in human trafficking and drug trafficking at our border. You've allowed approximately 300 Americans to be murdered every single day from fentanyl that comes across our border. And now you're aiding NGOs to steal our elections through your budget. I demand proof of citizenships in our elections, and that is something every single member of Congress should care about. We don't need illegal aliens voting in our elections. We're supposed to be here talking about your budget, but we're talking about how money is being used to make sure people come into our country are able to get a social security number in which they can register to vote. And on that note, Mr. Mayorkas, I demand that Chuck Schumer holds your impeachment trial in the Senate, because that's exactly what we should be focused on right now. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Garcia, the gentleman from California, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I'm sorry you had to listen to a lot of misinformation right now and throughout this hearing. And I also, just for the record, you are here. You're doing a very difficult job. Even though some folks are trying to remove you from office, we know that's not going to happen. The impeachment sham against you is dead on arrival in the Senate. And so I look forward to you continuing to do a very difficult job for the country and for the administration. Now, I want to just note, since you last testified, we know that Donald Trump has also become the presumptive nominee of his party. Immigrants like you and me remember and understand and know his dangerous rhetoric and the way he talks about immigrants like us. But I want to go back to his 2016 words. I think it's important to put those back into the record. Quote, "When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists." Now, it's interesting because you and I both know that non-citizens are 60% less likely to actually commit crimes than citizens. And so he's just using this xenophobic rhetoric to demonize migrants that are trying, in many cases, searching for a better life and running away from extreme violent positions in their home countries. And this rhetoric, we know, has continued. Trump calls immigrants who enter the country oftentimes animals. He just did this so recently. And he said, and I quote, this is a quote, "Democrats say, please don't call them animals, they're humans." Trump said, quote, "I said, no, they're not humans, they're animals." This is dehumanizing rhetoric, and it's wrong and unacceptable. Now, Mr. Secretary, does this type of rhetoric fuel violence here in the United States?
Congressman, I'm going to refrain from opining on the words of a particular candidate, given the Hatch Act restrictions.
No, I appreciate that. But what I will say, though, is that his rhetoric is wrong and disturbing, and his policies are actually worse. And we know that President Trump has said he would immediately launch the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. I want to now note and talk a little bit about something that Donald Trump has also tried to characterize as we talk about migrants. He and one of his main lieutenants, Stephen Miller, has promised large-scale raids and actually has suggested using National Guard troops, even sending National Guard troops from Republican-led states into neighboring states led by Democrats. And what we're seeing now in Texas, there's real risk there. Certainly if we see National Guards being used this way in the future. Can your opinion about the National Guards being used in Texas?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the precise?
Based on what we're seeing now in Texas, do you think there's additional risk that we could see National Guard being used in a way that could be dangerous at the border?
Congressman, the deployment of National Guard can be an effective force multiplier when it is coordinated with federal authorities, specifically the United States Border Patrol. When it is not, it presents a risk to our efforts to secure the border.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I think we just saw that recently play out in a very dangerous and disturbing way. Now, I want to also note something about the way the incumbent president views migration and the way he views the world. I think it's important to point out. We know that in 2016, Donald Trump launched his campaign by pointing out that Mexicans are essentially rapists and murderers. We've seen that already. In 2018, he told members of Congress in the Oval Office when they discussed protecting immigrants from African countries that he didn't want any migrants from what he called shithole countries. And that's his quote, not mine. Trump then suggested that the U.S. should instead bring more people from countries such as Norway, because apparently they're nice immigrants. And let's not forget that he tried over and over again to ban Muslims coming from this country as well. All the while, he continues to fuel extremism and violence by claiming falsely that he won the 2020 election. Now, Trump continues with his view of the world to attack a legal immigration system that actually works. We know that visas fell every year during Trump's administration. There was a hiring freeze at the U.S. Citizenship and Customs Immigration Service, and his administration has used every possible way of disqualifying and denying visas. Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how policies like denying visas actually undermines our situation at the border?
Congressman, individuals who qualify for visas significantly contribute to the well-being and advancement of this country. And that is quite evident, especially in the economic arena. We've seen that with skilled workers, non-skilled seasonal workers, agricultural workers, and many other avenues. We are enriched by them.
Thank you, sir. I think I'm out of time here, so I'll yield back.
Yeah, the gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Gonzalez, the gentleman from Texas, for 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I don't want to talk about you. I want to talk about the men and women that serve under you, and particularly some of the threats that they're dealing with. This transnational criminal organization, TDA, Tren de Agua, these Venezuelan gangs, they're growing in influence. They're growing in criminal activity throughout the country, and I believe there are a significant threat to our homeland. And it's not just regional. It's not just Miami. It's not just New York. It's all over the place. So my question is specifically on HSI. What is Homeland Security Investigations doing to tackle TDA?
Congressman, Homeland Security Investigations and our sister agencies in the federal government have an unprecedented attack against not only transnational criminal organizations, but domestic operations here as well. And I can provide you with details subsequent to this hearing with respect to our efforts against that specific gang.
I would appreciate that. Is HSI part of FBI's transnational anti-gang task force?
I believe it is.
This is something I think that's important, that we use every lever of government tools, both at the federal, state, and local level, to go after these criminals. I'm talking about hardened criminals, bad actors that are in our communities. How do we find them? How do we prevent them from committing crimes? Being part of that, I think HSI is going to be on the forefront of a lot of that. I'm going to talk, I represent a large part of West Texas, and oil and gas is a big part of that. And I was on a recent swing through West Texas where they're seeing a rising amount of oil theft. And I bring this up because some of this is tied, a lot of it is tied to this open border crisis. Some of these actors are not American citizens. And so there's this, what do you do with someone? You pull someone over, they're not a U.S. citizen. Clearly, this is where Homeland Security should have a role to play in this. So once again, do you know if HSI is part of the Permian Basin Oil Field Theft Task Force?
Congressman, I'll have to find out. I do not know the answer to that specific.
I think it would be important if they're not, that they look into this. Once again, this is an interconnection where it's how do you use every lever and every tool, and part of that, if you pull someone over and they're not a U.S. citizen, Homeland Security has a role to play in that, to determine who is this person, right? Why are they here illegally? What do you do with them? What I'm seeing now is, in some cases, the local law enforcement will just release them. There is no one to turn them over to. And you could see this train wreck coming a mile away, where we have apprehended someone that, once again, I'm not talking about all people. I'm talking about a bad actor that would have been apprehended committing a, let's say, low-level crime or another crime, and then all of a sudden, a year later, a month later, they commit a serious crime. I want to get ahead of that, and I believe HSI is going to be a big part of working with the FBI and these local and state task forces in order to get that done. I would ask that you bring to your attention, because energy is it's critical infrastructure, and it's important that we protect that. And I'm seeing this grow. I mean, when I went through the swing a year ago, there was 3 counties that brought it up. I just got done with this thing. Every county brought it up. Every sheriff I'm talking to is bringing it up. And I'm seeing the threat grow. I'm seeing it expand. My last question is on the increase in Chinese nationals that we see. I mean, the numbers are astronomical, specifically in California and some of those areas. I know what can we do? Is there anything in particular that we can do to have a direct conversation with China to get this to stop? Clearly, this is an issue, and it's a rising issue. China is a difficult actor to deal with. Is there anything in particular that Congress can do in order to prevent China from sending its people over?
Congressman, I'd like to consider what legislative action would be warranted, but I can assure you that I share your concern with respect to the issue and have engaged with my counterpart from the People's Republic of China. And we have, in fact, made strides in the removal of Chinese nationals who do not qualify for relief in the United States.
I think there needs to
share
be
your concern.
I think there needs to be more of that, and I think it needs to be more public. There needs to be more highlighting of the fact of, if you come here illegally from China, we are going to send you back. With that, I'm going to yield back, Chairman, and I appreciate it.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Swazi, the gentleman from New York, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I just want to remind my colleagues that you've lived a great American success story. You were a political refugee born in Havana, Cuba, came to the United States of America, graduated from law school, became a prosecutor for 9 years as an assistant United States attorney. You were appointed as the youngest U.S. attorney in the nation. You were the director of the U.S. Citizenship Program and Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And now you've achieved this position as Secretary. And I want to thank you for your public service to our country. I'm new to Congress. I just got elected in February, and I was watching what was going on down here. And it's like, you kind of tune it out a little bit, all the back and forth. And one of the things that I've talked about in my campaign, and certainly want to highlight here, is that every problem we face in our country is complicated. Nothing is simple. And you cannot solve complicated problems in an environment of fear and anger, where everybody's just yelling and screaming at each other. It's impossible. You can never get to the meat and bones of doing the work that's necessary. And that's why I was excited by the Senate bill, the bipartisan compromise that you worked on along with Senators Lankford and Murphy and Sinema, which didn't have everything I wanted in it, but it was a compromise. And my colleagues, let's say they get everything they want. Let's say Trump is elected. Let's say they get the majority of the Congress. Let's say they get the majority of the Senate. I hope those things don't happen, but let's say it all happens. Under no circumstances will they get enough votes in the Senate to actually pass a bill. We'll have to do something bipartisan under any circumstances. And you can't get a bipartisan bill under any circumstances unless people work together. So, it's great that we got more money for the Customs Border Patrol agents to bring it up to 22,000 in this most 2024 appropriation. And we got more detention beds. But under the Senate bill, we would have gotten more Customs Border Patrol officers as well. And we would have gotten more detention beds. And we would have gotten money for the wall. And we would have gotten money for technology. And we would have gotten money for a whole bunch of other things. And there would have been some serious policy changes. So I just want to use my last half of my time to ask you. The thing I'm most interested in and excited about is this idea that we have to reduce the time it takes to adjudicate asylum cases. It seems like that's the most important thing we have to do, because right now we've got all these people, the crisis, everybody's freaking out, so many people coming over the border. It seems like it's calmer now, but there'll be a surge again, I'm sure, between now and the summer. But if people have to wait 5, 6, 7, 8 years and they get a work permit in the meanwhile, then that's going to encourage more people to come. If we could cut down that period, as you said earlier, I think you said 90 days. I've heard 6 months from other people. If we could cut down that period to adjudicate these asylum cases, of which 80% of the people will be denied asylum, and many of whom will be then deported immediately, it'll discourage other people from paying the coyotes and coming over here to do this stuff. So could you explain to me how we can reduce the time that it takes? What's it going to take from this body to reduce the time it takes to adjudicate the asylum cases from what is now years down to a matter of months?
Congressman, you are correct that reducing that time would change the risk calculus of intending migrants and deter them from taking the dangerous journey and spending their life savings in the hands of smugglers. The Senate bipartisan legislation would have delivered on that with changes to the system, policy changes to the system, as well as ample resources for us to implement those fixes.
Could you tell us some of the policy changes that would happen that would make the asylum process, we have about another 45 seconds, it would make the asylum process happen more quickly so these can be adjudicated? Because when they get adjudicated, 80, 70, 80% get denied. And then they're not eligible to be here. So if we could speed that up, we'd stop this from happening. What are the policy changes?
Among the compromises that the Senate bipartisan legislation included was raising the credible fear standard, shrinking the disparity between that initial threshold screening standard and the ultimate merits standard. It also resourced, Congressman, our system with 4,300 asylum officers to adjudicate those cases much more swiftly.
Well, I want to thank you again for your public service. I'm saddened when I hear some of the stuff that's being hurled about by different people. It's upsetting. It's not productive. We have serious business to do. These are serious problems. We don't want people creating crimes and breaking the law, but we got to work together to solve it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. LaLota, the gentleman from New York, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, do we have a problem at the southern border?
We certainly have a very significant challenge. Yes, we do.
Previously, you've characterized that as not a crisis. Are you willing to say today that there is a crisis at the southern border?
Congressman, I have said now repeatedly it's a crisis, and I have never minimized the severity of the challenge at the border, regardless of the words that are used.
Appreciate the evolution on that. With 200,000 fentanyl deaths, 1.7 million non-citizens being paroled into the country, and migrant crises in multiple cities, including New York City. How grave is the crisis at the southern border?
Congressman, the situation is grave. It requires solutions, and I strongly support and urge Congress to pass the Senate's bipartisan
We're going to get into that in a moment, Mr. Secretary. My colleague from the other side of the aisle, from the county to my west, mentioned how some solutions are complicated. I would offer on this, there are some simple solutions which ought to be implemented. And I find it disingenuous that many folks from the other side of the aisle often point to budgetary reasons as why we can't have a secure border. So I want to talk about some non-budgetary reasons, including President Biden's policy choices, specifically his executive orders that he's either issued or rescinded. I think the clerk may have a copy of 64 different, we'll get you on, Mr. Secretary, 64 different executive orders that President Biden has issued that have either rolled back Trump-era border policies that many agree have been successful or implemented some that have made your job more difficult. In the entirety of the 4 years in the Trump administration, there were 2.4 million encounters in this, on the southwest border. In the first 40 months of the Biden administration, there were 7.6 million encounters at the southwest border. So comparatively speaking, 200% more in 20% less of a time. Should the Department of Homeland Security endeavor to have less alien encounters at the southwest border?
In between the ports of entry, we are driving to reduce the number of encounters. Yes, indeed, we are.
So it's a goal of yours to have less encounters?
Yes.
Great. Do less encounters lead to less non-citizens being paroled into the country?
Yes, Congressman.
Great. If there are less non-citizens paroled into the country, will there be less migrant crises like the ones in New York?
Congressman, the source of the challenge in New York City is varied. One source of that is a public official's decision to deliberately not
I'm
communicate.
going to reclaim my time,
coordinate-
Mr. Secretary. The question was, does less encounters at the border lead to less migrant crises? I'm going to offer that the answer to the question is yes. You may have a different opinion. The focus I'd like to have is on the Remain in Mexico policy, which was when President Biden announced that he was rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy. What do you think went through the mind of a migrant from Central or South America, many of whom come here for economic reasons? What do you think went through the mind of that migrant who now know that if he or she made it to the southern border, that they would be granted entry, more likely to be granted entry into the country?
Congressman, I believe that the Remain in Mexico policy throughout its duration, I believe, and I'll verify this, approximately 70,000 migrants ran through it in the 2 years it was in operation. And so I do not, I think that you are overemphasizing.
Let me ask you a different question about Remain in Mexico. Why do it? Why repeal Remain in Mexico? What is the value to border security by repealing the policy?
Congressman, it was not an effective policy. It was causing a tremendous amount of human tragedy south of our border. And because it was bad policy, it was rescinded.
So your testimony is the 200% increase of migrant encounters at the southwest border in 20% less time is because of COVID?
No, Congressman, I have not testified to that. The situation and the reasons for it are quite varied. The fact of the matter is that the world is experiencing the greatest displacement of people since World War II, and our hemisphere is not spared that reality.
I'm going to reclaim my time. Mr. Chairman, President Biden should go back to the successful Trump-era border policies. The Senate should take up H.R. 2, the only bill that has passed either chamber in this town. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes of testimony or questions.
Secretary, I appreciate your presence here today, as I do millions of Americans and the members of this committee who are here seriously to do the work of the American people. Let me, first of all, speak the obvious, since my colleagues want to attribute more money to Democrats. I'm very proud of my legislation, H.R. 3208, which has passed this committee, cyber workforce legislation that has been drafted, which the committee favorably reported in July, it appears, and would also address the question that Mr. Garbarino was speaking about. He has departed, about your workforce issue. If we would pass a number of legislative initiatives, we might move you along further. And this bill in particular talks about cyber workforce, which is one of my very serious issues. Let's train them. Let's give them internships or access, and let's put them to work. And I think if we did that, you would have at least a portion of the battle where you would have a staff that could begin working at Homeland Security. It is a place that I have heard people are interested in working primarily to defend their nation. So let's see if we can do something constructive in this committee. But I do want to address the question of dealing with the articles of impeachment. willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. It's always difficult to ask someone to detail their own failings, frailties. Do you believe, Mr. Secretary, that you have failed to comply with the law? And where would you do better in complying with the law on behalf of the American people?
Congresswoman, I've been in public service, I think about 22 years. I've taken the oath, I think 5 times, maybe 6. I've adhered to the oath to which I have sworn, and I have abided by the law each and every step of the way.
When your question is asked over and over again, and this is for the American people, if you're still tuning in about whether the southern border is secure, they need that answer. And so I would ask the question, as someone who believes that you do the best with what you have and you work hard, and that we owe the American people the duty of a secure border, what more would you do if that was the question and the answer was that we need to do more? What more would you do to secure the American border if you felt that was necessary and that you wanted to tell the American people, this is what I needed to have?
Congresswoman, we are dealing with a fundamentally broken immigration system. That is our fundamental problem. And I would encourage Congress to pass a bipartisan Senate legislation that would bring tremendously advancing reform to the broken immigration system, and it would also resource our department to execute those reforms advantageously.
It seems a simple proposition to me, and throughout the entire questioning that I've decided to sit and listen, I've heard no offering of a resolution by my friends on the other side of the aisle. There is absolutely nothing to answer the second article of impeachment, breach of public trust. And that is that we know that Congress has the sole power of impeachment, and that you shall be removed for the breachment of trust. Then what is that breach? What is your belief is a breach of trust?
Congresswoman, I'm not aware of any, and let me assure you that I do not spend time on the impeachment proceedings. I focus my attention exclusively on the work of the Department of Homeland Security.
We do know that, and that is an answer that I wish some of our colleagues who decide to not be here for that to be able to listen. We do know that Iran, for example, is a major proponent of terrorism, and they decided to exercise that definition by bombarding Israel with 300 of the missiles that they decide to use, the drones that they decide to use against an ally for this horrible attack. What then would you give as an answer? Did we, the United States, generate an attack on Israel? Was that our doing?
No, it was not, Congresswoman.
And are we prepared to be supportive in helping to defend our homeland?
We most certainly are, Congresswoman. We do that every single day through the extraordinary work of 268,000 men and women in our department.
And you haven't seen anybody stand up and resign and say, I'm frightened, I don't want to do this work, I don't want to protect the homeland. Have you seen that occur today?
I have not, and people risk their lives every single day on behalf of our country, both in the department, in other departments, and of course, in our branches of the military.
Well, let me
Gentlelady's
conclude, Mr.
time has
Chairman, and just
expired,
say
and I now
see no
gentlelady's time has
reason for the
expired, and we're
gentleman to
having
be
to
impeached.
insist on the 5 minutes
I know
because
he
of
would
the
want me to
time
say that,
remaining.
Mr. Chairman. I see no
Gentlelady is
reason
not
for
recognized.
the gentleman to be impeached.
Gentlelady is not
I
recognized.
see no
I
reason
now
for the gentleman to be
recognize
impeached.
Mr. Ezell, the gentleman
I
from
thank the
Mississippi.
chairman. There's no reason for him to be
Thank you,
impeached.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Secretary Mayorkas, your open border policies have granted parole to a host of illegal aliens from regions in the Middle East and West Africa that are known for hotbeds for terrorism. Clearly, this administration's policies have emboldened countries such as Iran, like what we saw over the weekend with their attacks on Israel. Can you tell me confidently that this committee that no current or former Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps members or members of Islamic terrorist organizations have been granted parole into the United States?
Congressman, let me assure you that an individual who poses a threat to our national security is a priority for detention and removal.
What about anyone from the People's Liberation Army of the Chinese Communist Party?
Same answer, Congressman.
Mr. Secretary, I want to switch to DHS violations for Americans on free speech. 4 months ago, the Assistant Secretary of Cyber at DHS testified at the Oversight Subcommittee that, I quote, countering disinformation that threatens the homeland and providing the public with accurate information in response are critical to fulfilling DHS congressionally mandated missions, unquote. Secretary Mayorkas, do you believe Congress has given DHS the authority to use censorship to counter disinformation?
Congressman, we do not censor free speech. We abide by the First Amendment.
Secretary Mayorkas, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in Missouri versus Biden found that CISA, and I quote again, likely significantly encouraged the social media platforms' content moderation decisions and thereby violated the First Amendment. Did you know your agency was pressuring social media platforms to censor Americans?
Congressman, we do not censor speech. We do not pressure platforms to do so. And I believe the trial court's ruling was reversed in part by the appellate court. I cannot speak further because I believe the litigation continues.
Documents recently obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, show that DHS argued the agency has the authority to regulate misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. However, the content of these documents has been redacted. I've questioned members of CISA regarding this and was not satisfied with their response. So I'll ask you, what congressional authorities does DHS have in the MDM space?
Oh, let me give you some real life examples of the work that we do, Congressman, because I'm sure you will support it. When human smuggling organizations spread disinformation with respect to the policies of the Department of Homeland Security, we publish accurate information with respect to our policies. When criminal organizations domestically in the wake of a natural disaster spread disinformation to victims of that natural disaster to deceive them to fall prey to those criminal organizations, we provide accurate information with respect to what FEMA does and does not do. When a foreign adversary spreads disinformation with respect to the processes of our elections, for example, if you don't make it to the voting booth on time on Tuesday, don't worry, you can vote on Wednesday. We actually communicate accurate information with respect to the election process in coordination with state and local officials. That is the type of work that we do, and I know that you endorse that work wholeheartedly, given the fact that it is about enforcing the law and making sure that people do not fall prey to criminals who do not seek to enforce the law.
Will the gentleman yield first?
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, is DHS able to touch each individual that the nefarious actors are touching? Now, and I respect that what you just told us, but my concern is, and I hope this is happening, but is DHS able to reach out to all the bodies that the nefarious actors are engaging with the right information to oppose the negative information?
We seek to disseminate the accurate information as broadly as possible.
Does that live on the site, DHS site, or is it in the social media platforms?
We have web pages that disseminate and broadcast that, and we also use force multipliers, our state, local, tribal, territorial partners, state and local law enforcement, et cetera, Congressman.
That's fine.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Swalwell, the gentleman from California and the ranking member on the Subcommittee of Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security.
Mr. Secretary, welcome back, and thank you and the men and women at your department for what they're doing during this especially vulnerable time for the homeland. I know it's probably not comfortable for you, to have any of us reference the impeachment that Speaker Johnson brought to the floor, but I just want to get some dates right. Was it February 13 when Speaker Johnson was finally able to get the votes to impeach you? Was that the date?
I don't recall.
I think it was February 13. And by the way, it was kind of a second serve impeachment if we're using like a tennis analogy. The first one was a fault. They couldn't get the votes. In pickleball, you would have only gotten one serve and that would have been it. But if it was tennis, they got a second serve and barely were able to do it. Today, it's April 16, so I'm not great at math, but I think that's 2 months. Have the impeachment articles, as we sit here today, been sent over to the Senate for a trial? Are you aware?
I don't know whether something has occurred while I have been testifying before this committee, Congressman.
I only bring that up because, again, like we were told, there's this urgency, there's this crisis at the border. We got to do this now. We got to, bring one of our, colleagues who's suffering and going through cancer treatments that we're all rooting for. We got to bring him out of those treatments so he can come and be the pivotal vote so that we can get you impeached and sent over to the Senate. It's been 2 months, and it's still not over at the Senate. So I don't think it's the urgency that we were told. It seems like it was more the former president wanted us to do this, and so Speaker Johnson did it, and we seem to go wherever the former president wants us to go, if that's on border policy, if that's on funding Ukraine. It's not really an America first agenda. It's me first when it comes to the former president. And then these guys get kind of dragged along. And that's why the articles, as we sit here today, have still not been sent over. But I want to talk a little bit about disinformation. Does Russia or China or Iran or Venezuela have a right to free speech in our elections, as you see it?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but
Well, Americans have a right on social media platforms to speak freely about our elections, but do you see our adversaries as having a right to pollute our public forum when it comes to speech?
Congressman, one of the threat streams attacking the integrity of our elections is disinformation from adverse nation states. That includes the People's Republic of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea.
And I also find it interesting, my colleagues, some of them don't like that you're going after disinformation, but one of our very able staffers just provided me with a July 11, 2018 transcript in this room when the former president, Donald Trump, was president. And you have a number of Republican members who are arguing that it's actually disinformation that's the problem. You have multiple Republican members saying that disinformation is our foreign adversary's tool of choice, as Mr. Rogers on this committee at the time said. Mr. Perry, we know Mr. Perry from January 6th. He also goes into identifying foreign disinformation as being the problem. So again, what we want the department to do is not to choose sides politically, because we know that our adversaries, first and foremost, they just want chaos so that they can go to their authoritarian states and say, this is why democracy doesn't work. Look what's going on in America, and they're undermining it. But would you say that when you look at disinformation and when you see disinformation, that it doesn't have a straight line as far as benefiting one party or the other, that our adversaries really, more than anything, just want chaos in America?
Adverse nation states seek to attack our nation, our democracy, this country, and we battle their efforts every single day.
Yeah. Well, again, Mr. Secretary, thank you for what you do. We're grateful that you're in the chair that you're in. It's not an easy place to sit, and I'm confident that there will be a swift acquittal if it ever gets sent over to the Senate. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here this morning, or now this afternoon. Have you read HR 2?
Congressman, it's been a while since I have, but I certainly reviewed the legislation.
Okay, and were there any parts of HR 2 that you agreed with?
Congressman, I'd have to review it again.
It was the most comprehensive border security bill that has been passed out of the House of Representatives in decades. You're the Secretary of Homeland Security. You're not certain or sure of any of the items in that legislation that you would agree with?
Congressman, let me assure you that I support the Senate's bipartisan legislation.
I'm not asking about the Senate's bipartisan legislation. I'm asking about H.R. 2, the only piece of border security legislation that has been passed through the House of Representatives. We continue to talk about this bipartisan legislation, this magical legislation that has yet to make it out of the Senate, that doesn't have the support to make it out of that. But we still have the administration, the Secretary of Homeland Security telling us that we should support legislation that can't get passed. You don't remember any parts of H.R. 2 that you support?
That is, Congressman, I can share with you some of the grave infirmities of H.R. 2.
I'm asking for the parts that you support, because my point is that back in May, House Republicans out of this committee passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. We sent it over to the Senate. That should have begun the negotiation. That should have been the starting point to secure our border. I've heard colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that people in America are, quote, freaking out, that there's chaos. Yes, people are freaking out. Yes, there is chaos because Joe Biden and the Homeland Security has left our borders wide open. That's why people are freaking out. And there is a solution. It was H.R. 2. Do I agree with everything in there? Absolutely not. I would assume you don't agree with a lot of things in there either. Democrats didn't agree with things in there, but you know what it was? It's the only piece of legislation that we actually have. It's the perfect starting point. So to my colleagues on the other side who are talking about this magical piece of legislation, we have it. It's H.R. 2. So let's start there. Now I'm going to take it back home. So time after time, this committee has listened to the devastating impact that the border crisis has, of course, because of the policies that have been implemented by you and President Biden. You have helped make every state a border state, every county a border county, and every city a border city, including my home in New York. Now, a Democrat mayor, who I don't agree with on everything, but I agree with him on this. He said that, quote, this issue will destroy New York City. Now, I'm proud to have served in the NYPD as a detective, and it has been absolutely devastating to see the horrific challenges that law enforcement are faced with throughout this country. I mean, just recently, we saw NYPD cops who were attacked by illegal migrants who just got done robbing a Target. Months ago, we saw NYPD officers brutally attacked in Midtown Manhattan. They actually were our guests at the State of the Union by illegal migrants. We saw in the Bronx recently where there was a 911 call made for a person with a gun. When cops made their way into this home into the Bronx, it was illegal migrants who had squatted there illegally and had illegal guns and illegal narcotics. Then just days after, in my district, in Roosevelt Field Mall, there were two migrants who committed larceny in a store, were arrested by the Nassau County Police Department. And guess what the address was that they gave? That home in the Bronx where the guns and the narcotics were found. So I'm going to ask you, can you tell me at what part of this budget request would better support law enforcement?
Oh, Congressman, quite a number of parts. The additional personnel request, the funding for additional law enforcement personnel in the Department of Homeland
Do you know that in H.R. 2 that there was money in there for additional law enforcement?
In addition, Congressman, the grant funds that we are seeking to distribute to state and local law enforcement through the Homeland Security Grant Program, the Urban Area Security Initiative, and other programs.
So everything that you just mentioned was part of H.R. 2. So it seems like you do know what you agree with in that legislation. And to my point, that is exactly where we should start. So I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, let's work on this as Americans. H.R. 2 is our starting point. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Clark from New York for her 5 minutes of question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your hard work, your dedication and your fidelity to our nation. It is inspiring, notwithstanding all of the challenges that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle present to you. At the end of the day, you have kept the homeland safe during your tenure, and we're grateful for that. I want to respond to a false allegation raised by some of my Republican colleagues about non-citizens voting in federal elections. First of all, federal law already prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections, and there's absolutely zero evidence that there are significant violations of that law. Republicans' efforts to make it harder to vote will disenfranchise low-income and minority voters and will do nothing to make our elections more secure. Instead, we should focus on the real threats to our election security, which include foreign interference efforts, which I know Secretary Mayorkas is committed to addressing. And additionally, I'm deeply disturbed by Congresswoman Green's attacks on HIAS, originally known as the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, an organization that has been supporting refugees for over 140 years. Baseless conspiracy theories about HIAS fueled the anti-Semitic murder of 11 individuals at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. And it's disgraceful to see the same kind of misinformation repeated in this committee. So I wanted that on the record. Mr. Secretary, last month, CISA issued the notice of proposed rulemaking for mandatory cyber incident reporting, and I congratulate the department on this important milestone. Now that the NPRM is out, DHS must redouble its efforts to harmonize incident report rules across government. The Department's Cyber Incident Reporting Council, CIRC, will play a critical role in that process. Secretary Mayorkas, CIRC issued a report containing recommendations regarding the harmonization cyber incident reporting rules last September. What actions has the CIRC taken since the report was released to promote harmonization? And what more can the CIRC be doing to promote harmonization?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman, for your question. We are working with federal departments and agencies across the administration to execute on the imperative of harmonizing our reporting rules. Not only that, Congresswoman, we are working with our international partners so that harmonization would not be restricted to the domestic environment, but the international arena as well.
That's good news. As part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Congress provided $1 billion in grants to state, local, and tribal and territorial governments to strengthen their cyber defenses. This program is based on bipartisan legislation I authored with my colleagues on this committee. Unfortunately, this funding expires in FY 2025, which could mean state and local governments cut their cybersecurity spending, even as they continue to face serious cybersecurity threats, including from foreign adversaries like China and Russia. It's my hope that this committee will work together to extend the VITAL program so we can build our initial investment. Secretary Mayorkas, do you agree with me that state and local governments will continue to need federal support as they defend their cyber intrusions? And will you commit to working with me and this committee to reauthorize the state and local cybersecurity grant program?
I do, and I will, Congresswoman.
Wonderful. And Mr. Secretary, just one other note of concern, and that's with the nation of Haiti. You should have received a letter or been CC'd on a letter regarding the concern about individuals being returned at this stage who could be sent into harm's way, into famine, into the myriad of challenges that that nation continues to face in this moment. I look forward to speaking with you further about this. It's a major concern for many constituencies, many families across this nation of Haitian descent.
The gentlelady yield. You have a second?
Sure. Yes, I will yield.
Thank you so very much. I wanted to follow your line of questioning very quickly, which is a very important line of questioning, and that is to ensure that we get fixed, Mr. Secretary, what is broken. Sometimes we have equipment, technology that is not working correctly. I'd like to submit into the record, as unanimous consent, healthcare.gov, ineffective planning and oversight practices underscore the need for improved contract management. Will you continue to access getting our equipment refunded or improved so that we can work with equipment that will help you do the job?
Yes,
So ordered, and it's entered into the record, and the gentlelady's time has expired. I
Thank
now
you. I thank you for yielding.
Absolutely. I now recognize the gentlelady, Ms. Lee from Florida, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Secretary Mayorkas, I'd like to continue the discussion about the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and specifically the Chemical Facilities Anti-Terrorism Standards Program that is overseen by CISA. The CFATS program, would you please describe for us how your budget provides continued support for the CFATS program?
Congresswoman, I'll have to remind myself of the specific funding for that program. That funding is very important, and of course, it has been in tremendous peril recently. We strongly support the continuation of the CFATS program. It enables us to ensure that high-risk chemical facilities are as secure as they need to be.
And would you agree that a continuation of that program is an important part of the mission to protect critical infrastructure?
I would, Congresswoman.
And would you also encourage our friends and partners over in the Senate to take up the bill that was passed by the House and is currently there awaiting their consideration and action?
Congressman, I'll look forward to reviewing that bill again, but we do indeed consider the CFATS program to be very important.
And I'd like to then return to the subject of CISA and its role in elections infrastructure and its efforts to help state and local election officials protect elections infrastructure. Specifically there, could you describe what CISA does to help state and local elections officials defend against threats from foreign adversaries and domestic adversaries to that infrastructure?
Congresswoman, one of the things we do is provide training with respect to the threat, to be able to identify the threat. We share best practices. We have marked election security as one of the 6 priority areas in some of our Homeland Security grant programs to ensure that state and local jurisdictions devote needed resources to a fundamental need of our country, and that is to safeguard the integrity of our election processes.
And moving to the question of breaches and cyber attacks, what efforts is CISA making to bolster its own internal cybersecurity? I know they were victim to a recent cyber attack. Can you describe for us the efforts internal to CISA on cybersecurity?
Congresswoman, so that is a priority for the department as a whole. Our Chief Information Officer and that team is consistently working day in and day out to enhance our security. In addition, CISA works to enhance the cybersecurity of the federal civilian domain. It issues binding operational directives based on what it learns from particular incidents to ensure that agencies and departments are patching or protecting themselves against detected vulnerabilities. This is a very significant mission area of ours. The cybersecurity threat vector is not, unfortunately, diminishing.
Related to HSI, I'd like to go back to that subject, which you addressed earlier as it related to some transnational gang activities. But specifically within your budget, I'd like to discuss HSI and its operations related to child exploitation and human trafficking. Your budget calls for additional funding there to help HSI investigators combat human trafficking, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And would you explain for us the types of activities and role that HSI takes specifically as it relates to the exploitation and trafficking of children?
Congresswoman, I named crimes of exploitation one of our 6 mission priorities for the first time in the department's history. Tomorrow, I will be with HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, in New York City, launching a new campaign against online child sexual exploitation and abuse. This is a scourge that is not only nationwide, but is global in nature. More than 36 million tips were presented to enforcement authorities across the world. Domestically, more than 63,000 of them reflected an imminent or grave threat. The extent of this crime cannot be overstated. The work of HSI in combating it is heroic, both in disseminating education and awareness, in investigating the crimes, in rescuing victims, and holding perpetrators accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, for 5 minutes of question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. My colleague has actually just kind of initiated the conversation that I wanted to have with you as well. You're having discussions with HSI, HIDA, DPS out of the state of Texas. One of the biggest issues that they are confronted with is their ability to navigate aggregated data on the criminals that are moving the individuals into sex trafficking space. Are you comfortable with the amount of money that you're asking for in the cyber risk, cyber threat domain, and the artificial intelligence and machine learning space? Because they're two different entities that need to work very well together. And my concern is that the right hand's not talking to the left. We need to expand the ability for our agents to process the data. And in the budget proposal, there's only $5 million for the new AI office. Are you happy with that number?
Congressman, we are pleased with receiving additional funding. When it comes to crimes of exploitation, I must tell you that if I had a wish list, the amount of money would be greater. The amount of personnel that we could dedicate to this would be greater. This scourge, this heinous crime is of extraordinary breadth and depth of depravity. And we work every day. It is remarkable what our personnel do to combat this with our state and local partners, as well as our international partners. This is one of the top issues that is raised when I am engaging in the international arena with our Five Eyes partners, as well as our European Union colleagues.
I hate to speak for the body itself, but I think we're really hungry and have a good appetite for the expansiveness of AI in this space. This is where I'm going to tell you to be hyper aggressive in order to save these women and children that are in this problem set.
Congressman.
Damn, that's the third time you've done that to me. I tell you, I don't even know where to go with that. I was hoping you weren't going to do that.
Congressman.
I mean, we go into the pronouns and all that stuff. Just
Congressman, 3 strikes and I'm out. I understand that. Let me share with you that we are indeed harnessing AI to advance the mission in the fight against online child sexual exploitation. At the same time, AI presents a risk because the perpetrators use it to advance their depraved criminality. And so, Congressman, this is something that we are harnessing for good and fighting against bad.
that's where I was going earlier. Do we have the ability to touch the individuals that are being touched by the bad actors? I'm hoping we do, and I know that's a very aggressive problem set. I'm going to roll right on you to immigration. And the Senate bill, I never even saw it. So just give me a little latitude on this one. I think you're the 14th Homeland Secretary, if I count. Is that correct? You're number 14?
I am the 7th confirmed.
7th confirmed? Okay. I don't know where I got 14. I thought it was on Wikipedia. Whatever. Okay. Mr. Hunter, this Deputy Secretary Hunter was in front of the Border Security Subcommittee a few weeks ago, and we were talking immigration issues, immigration policy. And I had asked, tasked, requested, because in your opening statement, you said Congress has not reformed immigration since the 90s. Well, it is our job to pass legislation, but the subject matter experts in immigration live underneath your umbrella. I consider you, are you a subject matter expert in immigration, sir?
I certainly am admiring of those who know much more than I.
My ask was, and I was, Mr. Suozzi and Ms. Ramirez, we're in agreement with this. It seems that the frontline operators are the best to address the immigration issue and where the blockade is, where the choke point is. Has a policy ever been written from the department and sent up to Congress? Because I've never seen one. So I'm asking you, have you done that in your tenure as secretary?
Have I myself submitted policy recommendations?
No, rewritten the policy that Mr. Garcia holds up frequently in our hearings that you can't even read. It is the absolute problem. Has the Homeland Security Department itself said, you know what, here's a problem set. Congress can't get anything done for the last 20-something years. We're going to write it for you, submit it. This is the best course of action. Has Homeland Security done that?
There are two powerful examples. Number one, on his first day in office, President Biden presented legislation to Congress. Secondly, I had the privilege and the honor of sitting beside the bipartisan group of senators who worked out a compromise that I urged Congress to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You bet.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes of testimony or questioning.
Thank you. Secretary Mayorkas, thank you for being here to speak on the FY25 presidential budget request. The president's budget request reflects the administration's priorities, correct?
It does, Congressman.
I'd like to talk about the threats to Homeland and DHS that we see according to your budget request. I was pleased last year that you acknowledged the threat that unmanned aircraft systems pose at our southern border, saying in part that, I quote, drones are being used in a myriad of ways, a number of different ways to create a public safety risk, close quotes. You and I agree on this point. The cartels use the drones at the border and is alarming, from using them to track the movement of border patrol agents to providing overwatch for human smuggling to transporting narcotics and even outfitting them with explosive payloads. While for each drone that the CBP flies, the Mexican cartel flies 17, based on the last information I got. This issue hasn't improved since last year. In fact, last month in a Senate hearing, NORAD Commander General Gio testified that the number of drone incursions alarmed him, saying that he has, quote, talked to CBP who are responsible for UAS incursions at the border, and they put the number of incursions at thousands. He went on to say that he sees the potential of a threat posed by drones to the national defense as only growing. Secretary, is counting the illicit use of drones at the border a priority for DHS and CBP?
Congressman, it certainly is.
It's very concerning and very confusing to me. This is your budget request for CBP's counter UAS program. You see it right behind me. Zero, not one penny, and the threat is unbelievable. As the use of drones by bad actors at our border evolves and continues to bring a threat to our homeland, it is unconscionable that you wouldn't request a single penny for CBP to carry out its counter UAS mission. You requested zero. Thousands of UAV flights into U.S. airspace by Mexican cartel have the ability, we've got the ability to block, drop, or intercept these drones. Moving on, I want to revisit the ICE detention bed issue that my colleagues have mentioned today. As illegal aliens continue to pour across the southern border, your FY25 budget requests funding for just 34,000 ICE beds, barely half of the 60,000 beds requested by the Trump administration in FY21. In May of 2021, you testified in a House subcommittee hearing that you are, quote, concerned about the overuse of detention, close quote. Is it safe to presume that this is why you want to cut bed space and release illegal aliens on the streets of America?
Congressman, it is not my desire to cut detention beds, and I should say, returning the counter UAS authorities, we are seeking to harness artificial intelligence to amplify the strength of our counter UAS capabilities.
Well, I'll tell you this right here on the UAS, we have the technology. Matter of fact, in my community where I live in Huntsville, Alabama, where we could block them, drop them, or intercept them. It's being used in Ukraine. It's being used in Israel. The only thing is that capability, you've got to request it to make sure that it happens. So I'll promise you, I hope that we can come to a reason, because when those UAVs are coming into America, setting down, dropping fentanyl, being stuffed full of cash and flying back to the Mexican cartel. It's totally unacceptable, and I take you for your word that you're going to do something about it. If Congress is willing to fund even more ICE bed space or near Trump era levels, would this be a solution to detaining more illegal aliens?
Congressman, the greater the detention capacity, the greater our ability to detain more people. The bipartisan Senate legislation funded 50,000 detention beds, and that's a powerful example.
Thank you,
One
Mr. Secretary.
example
Mr. Secretary, at the beginning of 2022, you testified to Congress that you had operational control of the border. Then the following hearings, you backtracked to alter the definition of operational control. Now in 2024, in a hearing last week, you testified that we have a crisis at the southern border. Are you finally admitting to what the American people have known to be true, that your border policies don't work? Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen. 5 minutes question.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm really concerned about Real ID compliance. I want to shift a narrative to discuss that, which would be a part of budget implementation. Real ID, under your administration says by 2025, there will be compliance. It was designed, supposed to build confidence in the identity of travelers post 9/11 to protect our U.S. citizenry. That's how it was sold when it was passed years ago. Under your leadership, the department is going to start implementing this. This Transportation Security Administration, TSA, will be prohibited from accepting driver's license and identification cards that don't meet certain standards, federal standards. You said that you're continuing to work closely with U.S. states to meet the Real ID requirements. So here's where I'm going to take this. I've heard from 2 Illinois state lawmakers that illegals in their states, they've got verification, are now able to obtain Real ID compliant driver's license. I want to reiterate that. In Illinois, illegal aliens now can get Real ID compliant driver's license by checking the box on, quote, employment authorization document, which is one of the subsets on the state website that is required by the state of Illinois as an option. It can be obtained by this illegal, but it comes under the parole, which has been something that's been implemented by you in this administration. And so with that parole, this employment authorization document box can be checked. And this, in my opinion, and I think that most Americans would say this totally undermines Real ID compliance, given the lack of background checks that goes into knowing who these people are. There's a real lack of information. Yes, you can do some Interpol. Yes, you can do some background checks, but you have, in terms of the United States' ability to understand who these people really are, we don't. Is Real ID compromised? I believe it is. And I think this is a glaring fault in the system. And so I'm going to go to a quick question to you, yes or no. Should illegal aliens get Real ID driver's license?
Congressman, I look forward to following up with you on the integrity of the Real ID program as it is envisioned and we are phasing in. That has been a program.
Because I got limited time, Mr. Secretary. Yes or no? Should illegal aliens have the option, in your opinion, to get Real ID compliant driver's licenses? Yes or no?
Congressman, I look forward to following up with you.
Okay, I wish you'd had a no on that. This next question: should illegal aliens vote? As Illinois and New York, we know that they're voting. Should illegal aliens be allowed to vote in this country? Yes or no?
It is my understanding that illegal aliens cannot vote in federal elections.
Are they allowed to vote? The answer is yes. In New York and in Illinois, they are allowed to vote. And so whether it's federal elections or others, my question to you all ago, I'd love your answer. Should they be allowed to vote?
Congressman, that policy issue is outside the remit of the Department of Homeland Security. It is our
I need to move on for time. I'm sorry. Mr. Secretary, you have contended that the entire, quote, the entire hemisphere is gripped with a level of migration that is unprecedented in recent history, end of quote. You said that more or less today in your opening statement. I think that this avoids accountability for the invasion of our southern border. I think it shifts the blame on random events. But if that narrative is to be understood or followed, what are those events? I mean, I look around the world and I go, in South America, was there some tsunami? Was there a hurricane that I was not aware of? But the answer is no. It ultimately is, for those who have the context of the Wizard of Oz, it's like the wizard standing at the microphone saying, disregard the man as the curtains being pulled back by the little dog, Toto. Disregard the man standing behind the curtain, pulling levers and spinning wheels. I mean, I think the American people have this figured out. The migration is because it's been an advertisement under this administration, come into this country. I come from the Sooner State in Oklahoma, Sooner State. History designates legal land run occurred in the 1880s. This was not for illegals. This was for legal citizens. History will remember this time, I believe, in the past 3 years as Biden's land run for illegals, paid for by U.S. taxpayers. Taxpayers are being asked to give their treasure and their children's treasure of the future for this. FAIR organization says it cost us $4,000 for every illegal immigrant. A gold rush to transport illegals to the city of their choice, free emergency health care, and then once these people have a child, there's cash payments in the form of earned income tax credits, thousands of dollars, food stamps once they have a child, food stamps once they have a child, or once they have a child again, Medicaid on top of the food stamps. So here's where I'm going with this. Does your budget proposed, which I will contend it does, especially the one that we're deeming as the slush fund, allow for dollars to go into countries as far south as Panama for NGOs, non-government organizations, to promote people coming to our country, in effect telling military-age men, go north, young men, go north.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Crane from Arizona for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting because I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle consistently talk about how we can't agree on anything over here on the Republican side of the aisle. And there's some truth to that. There has been, definitely some debates, some arguments within our own party. But one thing that we can agree upon is that you're doing a horrible job, sir, and that you needed to be impeached. That's pretty wild, seeing as how we've been able to agree upon very few things and with the margin that we have. But we could all come together, look at the data, hear the stories back in the district, listen to the family members that have been destroyed because of your complete dereliction of duty, and we all agree that you needed to be impeached. Secretary Mayorkas, did you swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States?
Yes, I did, Congressman.
Yeah? How many times have you done that?
I certainly can identify 5 when I.
Okay, thank
sworn
you.
in.
Are you aware of Article 4, Section 4? Do you know what that article is?
There may be more than 5 instances. I just want to be
Okay.
clear to the
Yeah,
best.
okay, great. Article 4, Section 4, are you familiar with that article?
When I was sworn in as an assistant.
Okay, since you're not going to answer, it's called the Invasion Clause. You know what the Invasion Clause says, sir?
The second time was.
The federal government will protect and defend each state from invasion, okay? Since you don't seem to be getting it, I had our staff here bring up this graph here. This is you. This is the last administration. Again, you, last administration. That looks like an invasion on a graph. We've heard from the people that have sat here and testified in these chambers about their family members being raped and murdered by people that weren't supposed to be here, that your administration allowed to be here and then didn't keep track of, didn't deport, didn't detain. Tell me, sir, how you haven't allowed an invasion into this country.
Congressman, I am incredibly proud to support the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security who enforce the laws of the United States every single day, many of whom risk their lives to secure our borders.
Yeah, despite your horrific leadership, yes, they do. And I'm proud to know many of them as well. They are great people. But we all know what the morale is like in the Border Patrol right now, and it's horrible. I hear it from Border Patrol agents every day. Again, sir, my question is, how have you not violated your oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, specifically Article 4, Section 4, which says that you, as Homeland Security, will protect each state from invasion? Again, you, last administration. How can you make that argument?
I work every day quite proudly to advance the security of the border and support the men and women of the Department of Homeland
You may be
Security.
working every day, but it seems as if you're working for the other side of the aisle. It seems as if you're working for our enemies. And that's exactly what the American people see. That's exactly why they supported us impeaching you. And that's exactly why you had so many members of this conference that is often divided come together to impeach you, sir. Let me ask you this question, Secretary Mayorkas. Do you think our enemies are stupid?
Congressman, you could launch whatever false and deplorable
Do you
accusations.
think our adversaries are stupid, sir?
Congressman, our adversaries vary in capability, and we address the defense of the United States and the interests of the United States accordingly.
No, you're not. Okay, you are not doing that. As a matter of fact, do you think it's possible that maybe some of our adversaries, the most dangerous ones like the Chinese, the North Koreans, the Iranians, the Russians, etc., might employ unconventional warfare and send their soldiers, because our border is wide open, through the southern border without a uniform, without firearms, with instructions to wreak havoc in this country once they're here, once you've allowed them to be here? Do you think that's possible, Secretary Mayorkas?
Congressman, over the last 11 months, we have removed or returned 630,000 people, more than any fiscal year since 2013. And
Well, you're bragging about how much you've returned, but you don't want to brag about how many you've let in, do you?
Congressman, individuals who arrive and claim asylum are placed in immigration enforcement proceedings. If they do not qualify for relief under our laws, we seek to remove them in enforcing our laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The members of the committee may have some additional questions for you, Mr. Mayorkas, or Mr. Secretary, and we would ask that you'd respond to those in writing. And I think there were several during that the time kind of fell, and I'll let those members send those to you for you to follow up on. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7D, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. And I think the ranking member has a unanimous consent request and also a closing statement. So I'll just let you do those together, Mr. Ranking Member.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that portions of the July 18th, 2018 hearing transcript referred by Mr. Swalwell be inserted in the record.
So ordered. And your record recognized for your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Secretary Mayorkas for agreeing to testify before this committee today, despite ongoing baseless partisan attacks against him. Mr. Secretary, you have done what I consider a good job at defending this administration, given the constraints that you have to operate from in terms of resources. The Secretary's willingness to appear in support of the department's needs demonstrate his character as a truly dedicated public servant. I'm not sure I can say the same for colleagues on the other side of the aisle who prefer ranting while steadfastly refusing to provide the authority and resources the department needs. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't look the brave DHS employees in the face and claim you support them when you refuse to put your vote where your mouth is. Yet, this is exactly what my Republican colleagues have done this entire Congress. It's appalling. DHS only received funding for fiscal year 2024 due to overwhelming Democratic support, just like in 2023. Yet Republicans try to claim that it is you, Secretary Mayorkas, that is undermining border security. This hypocrisy is astounding. The hearing, which was supposed to be about the DHS budget, has become yet another mega border hearing. I did not hear one Republican colleague raise concerns about whether FEMA will
in Philadelphia to write the Constitution, they were explicit about the purposes of that founding document, which included promoting the general welfare. But how can we do that if our leaders don't embrace basic steps to keep people safe and healthy in extraordinary circumstances? Which is, I'll add, something our government's
questioning witnesses if a member of the subcommittee yields him time for that purpose. Now, before I recognize myself for an opening statement, we have a video prepared on behalf of the committee.
We can do the video after I say, okay.
Schools, businesses, nearly every aspect of American life shut down.
Biden and Harris called for this nationwide mandate.
It's not about your rights, it's about your responsibilities.
Just think of this when you think of vaccination.
This is not about freedom or personal choice.
New pandemic restrictions are coming into effect tonight.
Put into practice the 15 days to slow the spread.
A statewide order for people to stay at home.
To get into these venues, they include bars, restaurants, nightclubs, conference centers.
For domestic travel, for interstate travel, for planes, trains, interstate buses.
Mr. Rodney Howard-Browne is accused of defiantly leading two heavily attended church services.
Mayor Michael Hancock told residents of his city to skip large Thanksgiving dinners.
Restaurants must close up their dining rooms by 10 p.m.
Use lockdowns to get people vaccinated.
New York City schools, the largest in the nation, on the brink of shutting down.
The Pentagon says it will not give back pay to military members who refuse to get the COVID-19 vaccine.
There will be a civil fine and mandatory closure for any business that is not in compliance.
Now is the time to do what you're told.
I'm not going to sign any bill that takes authority away from me.
Many of us are frustrated with the nearly 80 million Americans who are still not vaccinated.
Democratic leaders apologizing or reversing course after multiple occurrences of do as I say, not as I do.
You've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us.
Dr. Fauci and the NIAID as a sponsor of our research.
I want to know what their scientific evidence is that we need to have children as young as 2 being forced to wear a mask.
He was engaged in a massive but a very effective cover-up of his funding of gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab.
I am strongly in favor of mandating.
Now recognize myself for an opening statement. I thank our witnesses for being here today. The government response to the COVID-19 pandemic triggered some of the most aggressive usurpations of freedom present-day Americans have experienced. When we look back at the trillions of dollars spent, the immeasurable loss of freedom, the loss of jobs and businesses, the lost confidence in public health, and the immense societal harm created, Americans deserve to know it will not happen again. Every level of government, federal, state, and local, to some degree took part in this attack on the liberty of the American people. And corporate America, academia, and the media were happy to oblige. An apology, if we are lucky to get one, does not change the fact that the effects of COVID-19 tyranny are permanent if we don't act to change them. I will remind both my Democrat and Republican colleagues that the liberties reflected in our Constitution are not optional, and as a general matter should not be suspended for political expediency nor times of crises. In fact, the Constitution was written to constrain the power of government and secure liberty that the founders knew would be challenged specifically in those times of crises. On March 16, 2020, the Trump administration announced, quote, 15 days to slow the spread. And far too few government leaders did anything to stop the unconstitutional tyranny that would follow over the past 4 years. 4 days after that announcement, I wrote an op-ed in National Review urging Americans that we need a, quote, date certain to return to their normal lives or the government action in response to the pandemic would be worse than the virus itself. A year after 15 days to slow the spread, I wrote another op-ed calling for an end to the capacity limits on businesses, rules about what the vaccinated could and couldn't do inside and outside, and vaccine passports. But here we are. It was clear the COVID-19 measures were not about science or safety, but compliance and control. With the strong urging of the federal government, with particular propaganda from Drs. Fauci and Birx, by late April of 2020, 42 states, collectively leading approximately 316 million people, were subject to stay-at-home orders violating their fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Churches across the country were subject to strict social distancing and attendance limitations, while favored businesses were allowed to carry on, violating freedom of religion guaranteed in the First Amendment. Perhaps most egregiously, here in D.C., Mayor Browser joined thousands in Black Lives Matter protests while effectively banning church services for groups greater than 10 people. The White House and the CDC colluded with social media companies to suppress opposing views related to COVID-19, ranging from ivermectin to vaccine and mask mandates, violating freedom of speech protected in the First Amendment, in addition to common sense. Many Democratic governors did not consider gun stores to be essential businesses during the lockdowns while considering marijuana dispensaries and liquor stores essential, undermining the Second Amendment. States forcibly closed businesses and deemed certain essential and others non-essential, and the CDC implemented a 120-day eviction moratorium
many of which would arguably violate the Fifth Amendment, which requires government compensation for the taking of private property for public use or a public purpose. COVID-19 measures delayed court proceedings, undermining Americans' right to a speedy trial protected by the Sixth Amendment, and I could go on and on. These constitutionally problematic government actions inflicted intense societal damage. We are still seeing the results and the consequences. The American economy experienced $14 trillion in damages due to lockdowns and governmental measures. The United States spent $6 trillion in the name of COVID, more than what the United States spent on World War II in today's dollars. This led to rampant inflation that has yet to subside. One recent analysis found that the typical American household must spend an additional $11,400 annually just to maintain the same standard of living they enjoyed of January 21, right before inflation soared to 40-year highs. Forced school closures and remote schooling erased decades of progress for students in math and reading and resulted in a quarter of our nation's students being chronically absent. We saw record high suicides, an increase of 5,000 from before the pandemic and almost 50,000 annually, and drug overdoses hit 100,000 a year. Tens of millions of Americans lost their jobs and were forced under government assistance. In April 2020, the unemployment rate hit 15%, an all-time high since the data has been recorded. Over 100 million Americans were forced to take a vaccine with a veiled threat, your job or the jab. Regardless of what radical progressive Democrats want to claim, these vaccines were not voluntary. The federal government mandated vaccines for military personnel, healthcare workers, government contractors, and all businesses with more than 100 workers. The Biden administration bragged that their mandates covered more than 2/3 of American workers. The government lied about its efficacy and effectiveness to make these mandates more palatable. Dr. Fauci said it is as simple as black and white. You're vaccinated, you're safe. You're unvaccinated, you're at risk. Simple as that. Not sure the truth has borne that out. Former CDC Director Rochelle Walensky said the following: our data from the CDC today suggests that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick. They teased the prospect of freedom if we would just suck it up and do what they said. How did that work out? They were dead wrong, and instead we got one of the biggest bait and switches of all time. We decided to inject 700 million people with vaccines, regardless of the risk COVID-19 poses to them. Here's the aftermath. 1 million adverse events from the COVID-19 countermeasures have been reported to the government. Only 11 have been compensated, while Big Pharma enjoys complete immunity from liability stemming from COVID-19 vaccine injury. Hundreds of thousands of small businesses shut down permanently, while big businesses like Amazon, Walmart, and Target raked in billions. All of this for the CDC to announce last month to treat COVID-19 infections like the flu. What are we going to do to ensure our liberties are protected going forward? What are we going to do to ensure that unelected public health bureaucrats who promoted this on the American people are held accountable? We need to pass emergency powers reforms to ensure Congress can stop the expansion of the size and scope of government during times of crisis. We need to stop the funding of organizations that perpetuated this tyranny, like the United Nations World Health Organization, not accede to their power, as may be occurring this month. We should pass legislation to enhance congressional oversight of the runaway healthcare bureaucracy. We need to hold officials like Dr. Fauci and Birx accountable. God forbid something like this were to happen again. We should reject mandates, vaccine mandates, mask mandates, lockdowns, and trillion-dollar spending bills. This is a good place to start. We will likely hear the following today. We should view our response to the COVID-19 pandemic as a success. We should give the people in charge the benefit of the doubt, since it was a stressful and uncertain time. Sure, there are things we can improve upon for the next pandemic, but freedom is just one factor in the many complicated case-by-case calculations governments must make. Ignore all of this. Our rights are not to be negotiated. No matter how much they try to change the subject or rewrite history, we should never forget what they did to us. We must not be the victim of another government science experiment ever again. And that's exactly why we're here today. And I appreciate the witnesses for being here. And I will now recognize the ranking member, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the chairman noticed this hearing about liberty and tyranny, one might have wondered if our Republican colleagues wanted to have a real discussion about the civil rights and liberties guaranteed to all Americans. But given that this hearing is being convened by the same majority that changed the name of this subcommittee from the Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties to the Subcommittee on the Constitution and Limited Government, it's no surprise that civil rights and liberties are once again taking a backseat to culture wars. Because you can't have a hearing on liberty without mentioning one of the most important civil liberties issues facing our country today. a woman's freedom to make existential decisions about her own health care without the meddling of politicians. And you can't have a hearing about tyranny without acknowledging that a person being denied medical care because of someone else's political or religious beliefs is certainly an exercise of tyranny. Since the Supreme Court overruled Roe v. Wade 2 years ago, state legislatures nationwide have passed laws that threaten women's reproductive health care with medically unnecessary restrictions. 1 in 3 women of reproductive age lives in a state with an abortion ban. Doctors and pharmacists doing their jobs, and even women who suffer miscarriages, have been threatened with criminal charges. Women who are denied access to health care are vulnerable to harm and even sometimes death. To be clear, the Supreme Court's misguided Dobbs decision did not take away a woman's underlying right to the freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, but it did take away an important legal protection. At a time when a majority of the public, 62%, disapproves of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe, Congress must pass the Women's Health Protection Act to enshrine this fundamental freedom into law. Now, with all that said, and despite the subjection of women currently occurring across America, reproductive freedom is, of course, not the topic chosen for today's hearing by our Republican colleagues. Instead, they're proving yet again that their supposed passion for limited government is in fact a passion for imposing the political and religious views of a noisy far-right majority on all Americans. Today's hearing is a destructive exercise of revisionist history, so let's try to correct the record a little bit. 4 years ago, our public health officials faced a daunting crisis, the global spread of COVID-19. I find it very disturbing that the majority, in its effort to cast legitimate public health measures as tyranny, just showed a very misleading video in which they also tried to blame the Biden administration for actions which were implemented under the Trump administration. But the actual history, public servants had to make critical decisions confronted with limited information and a mounting death toll to keep people safe from a fast-moving and deadly disease for which there was, at least initially, no cure, no treatment, and no vaccine. They utilized broad powers based on long-standing Supreme Court precedent and statutory authority. They acted in good faith to keep our communities healthy the best that they could under existing knowledge. Yet it's these very efforts to keep people safe that our MAGA colleagues want to paint as tyrannical here today. It is a deeply cynical view of government that I wholeheartedly reject. For 2 centuries, courts have recognized that the states possess significant general police power under the Constitution to respond to public health threats. Of course, the Constitution commands that individual rights must be protected, even in an emergency, and rightly so. Yet courts have also recognized that even a fundamental constitutional right is not absolute. It's important to recognize that the idea of freedom espoused by our founders is not, as some of our colleagues suggest, a right completely devoid of personal responsibility. From experience in my own community, I know that our public health leaders' decisions, especially early on in the pandemic, saved countless lives. Because during a public health emergency, individual decisions are not isolated. They affect other people. While one person might be willing to risk illness or death in exchange for going without a mask or a vaccine, not everyone is. And people can suffer when their fellow Americans make irresponsible choices. When our framers gathered in Philadelphia to write the Constitution, they were explicit about the purposes of that founding document, which included promoting the general welfare. But how can we do that if our leaders don't embrace basic steps to keep people safe and healthy in extraordinary circumstances? Which is, I'll add, something our government's done throughout our nation's history. George Washington mandated smallpox inoculations for all Continental soldiers in 1777. In 1918, Dwight Eisenhower, then commanding the Army's Tank Corps at Camp Golt in Pennsylvania, in Gettysburg, successfully controlled the influenza epidemic among his troops by employing familiar strategies like quarantining, masking, disinfecting, ventilating, and making sure that everyone was up to date on their vaccines. That experience informed his later advocacy as president to vaccinate all Americans to eradicate polio. We could have used this hearing today to seriously discuss how best to protect our national public health against future pandemics. That includes how to best strike a balance between safeguarding individual rights and ensuring the public good. Instead, our Republican colleagues want to rehash old culture wars and sow mistrust in public health. And they're giving a platform to vaccine skeptics to peddle more dangerous conspiracy theories and public health misinformation. We're already seeing the insidious effects of vaccine skepticism as infectious and serious diseases we once thought were contained, like measles, are spreading again, especially among school children. With this hearing today, our MAGA Republican colleagues are once again trying to force their bleak and divisive vision of our country on everyone. It's a vision where congressional power is wielded to intimidate public servants, reject the common good, and abandon our most vulnerable fellow Americans. It's not responsible governance. It's not government at all. Americans deserve so much better. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
I thank the chairman and for having this hearing. I think it's nicely with what we did just last week when we were talking about freedom of the press. Former Attorney General said the Constitution is not suspended during a crisis. In fact, I would argue that's when it's the most important. And it was certainly during COVID, government attacked Americans' rights, saying we were in a pandemic, in a crisis. And I'll just say some of the same things I said last week at the start of that hearing. Every single liberty we enjoy under the First Amendment was assaulted during COVID. Every single one. I mean, you had people tell Americans they couldn't go to church on Sunday. Holy cow. I always use the example. I spoke to the New Mexico, your right to assemble. You think all 5 rights, right to practice your faith, right to assemble, freedom of the press, free speech, and your right to petition the government. All 5 were attacked. I tell the story many times. I spoke to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, because they had to leave their own darn state where they pay taxes to go to another state where they had the freedom to actually get together because their Democrat governor wouldn't let them do it in their own state. Your right to petition your government. You wanted to talk to your member of Congress for 2 years. You couldn't go talk to him in your Congress, in your capital that you pay for because Nancy Pelosi wouldn't let you in. You had to meet him somewhere else. Couldn't meet him at your capital. Free press. I was using the example, Jen Psaki stood at the podium probably 2 years ago, I guess, stood at the podium in the White House, in the press room, talking to the press, and she said these 2 sentences. Most Americans now get their news from social media platforms. We, the Biden administration, are working to limit what those social media platforms can post. I mean, think about the irony. The press person in the press room talking to the press about restricting the press. It's crazy. But the biggest one, of course, is speech. That's the one they go after. And I tell people all the time, if you can't talk, it's the most important right you have, because if you can't talk, you can't practice your faith, can't share your faith, can't petition your government, you don't have it. We don't have a free press. That's the one they go after. This censorship effort, which this committee and the select committee have spent a boatload of our time trying to get to. That's the scariest one of all. So this hearing is important. Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. So many of the things they told us when they were restricting our First Amendment liberties during the pandemic, so many of the things that particularly the Biden administration told us turned out to be wrong. Bad enough you got to give up your rights, when you give them up when they're telling you for wrong reasons. I mean, you could go down the list. They told us it wasn't our tax dollars used in the lab in China. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. They told us they weren't doing gain of function research. Yes, they were. They told us it didn't start in the lab. They didn't start in the lab. Sure looks like it did, but they want us to believe it was a bat to a pangolin to a hippopotamus to Joe Rogan, and then we all get the virus, right? That's what they want us to think. I kind of think it started in the lab. But no, we're all stupid. They're so much smarter than us, and they're going to restrict our liberties while they're telling us they're smarter than us, even though they were wrong. They said the vaccinated couldn't get it. They said the vaccinated couldn't transmit it. They said masks work. They said kids couldn't go to school. That was I mean, you can just keep going down the list. Maybe here's the other one. They said for the first time in history, we have a virus where there's no natural immunity. Wow. Groundbreaking. So this hearing is important. We need, because just for the simple purpose of reminding the country how wrong they were while they were taking away our freedoms, while they were attacking the First Amendment. So I appreciate our chairman for putting this together, and I really appreciate our witnesses and the strong positions they've already taken, saying some of these things already. God bless you for doing all that, and thank you for being here today. I yield back.
I thank the chairman of the committee, Mr. Jordan. I would now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your announcement a little while ago that 700 million people were vaccinated out of a population of 330 million. Quite an accomplishment. Mr. Chairman, our former colleague and current ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, is often quoted as saying, "You never want a serious crisis to go to waste." I believe that my Republican colleagues think that this idea applies to the topic of today's hearing. The COVID-19 pandemic was a serious public health crisis, and 4 years later, House Republicans are still attempting to capitalize on that global trauma for political spin. Today's hearing is nothing more than a platform for extreme MAGA Republicans to spread skepticism of public health officials, to advance the conservative persecution complex that has become the cornerstone of their political identity. Any reasonable reading of the facts from that time makes it clear that this portrayal is a bogus, politically motivated hit job. Public health officials at the local, state, and federal levels are dedicated public servants who at the time had to act on the limited information available in response to a nationwide public health crisis. The facts demonstrate that they took reasoned, good faith actions in response to an infectious disease that even to this day quite literally continues to evolve. I would note, however, that the House Judiciary Committee has no expertise on matters of public health policy or medical science. If the Republicans wanted a discussion about lessons learned from the nation's experience with COVID-19, I would welcome it. As to whether officials had the authority to take the steps that they did, that authority was and largely remains broad, even after years of legal challenges stemming from the pandemic. That is to say that while individual constitutional rights are always in force, even during a public health emergency, the Constitution is not a suicide pact. No legal right is absolute, and the Constitution itself accounts for the need for government to respond to protect the nation from serious threats. Given the chaotic and uncertain circumstances in which they were operating, not every decision by a public health official may have struck the ideal balance between the need to protect public health and respect for individual rights. That is why we have a court system. Nonetheless, overall, those public officials' decisions were made in good faith and saved countless lives during a public health emergency involving a novel and rapidly spreading infectious disease that was killing more than 1,000 people a day in the early part of the pandemic, and which so far has killed more than 1 million Americans. Individuals may have varying tolerances for personal risk, but individual choices about vaccination, quarantining, masking, or other public health measures can also seriously affect other people's health. In particular, the most vulnerable members of our society are at risk during an event involving an infectious disease. This includes the very young, the very old, those with pre-existing conditions, and the working poor, who historically lack access to health care and are disproportionately represented among ethnic and racial minorities. According to the apparent viewpoint of extreme MAGA Republicans, the government should have done nothing during the pandemic to protect the public, while vulnerable Americans were left to fend for themselves. That is not my idea of freedom. This apparent callousness demonstrates that, for some of our colleagues, public health policy is just another angle from which to cast government officials as power-hungry bureaucrats to suit their narrow political interests, no matter what the facts may be. But while the MAGA Republicans may think that a revisionist hearing like this, relitigating the government response to the COVID-19 pandemic to recast it as a tyrannical power grab, is a political winner, there is in fact no winner. Instead, the American people will lose. Politicizing public health policy has real consequences for the American people, even outside of a once-in-a-century pandemic. One must look no further than the impact that vaccine skepticism has had on the spread of infectious diseases that we once thought contained, but that are now spreading again because of people like Dr. Ladabo, who tell us myths about vaccines. I would just write today's hearing off as yet another MAGA extremist rant were it not for the corrosive impact on Americans' trust in public health officials. The American public deserves better than this hearing. I thank the witnesses, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for his remarks. I would only note that the commentary about 700 million Americans or individuals receiving vaccines because there was multiple rounds of vaccines administered. And so there were 700 million administrations of vaccines. So 700 million people received vaccines. A lot of those were the same persons getting 2, 3, 4, 5 versions of it. But that's the fact. There were 700 million vaccines administered. And I would also note that we are uniquely suited in the Judiciary Committee to deal with issues involving constitutional questions in the size and scope of government in response to what the chairman said. But I'm just responding to what the ranking member said. And well, I mean, the ranking member takes his time to question what the opening statement is, the chairman, I wanted to respond to it. So with that, I'm going to introduce the witnesses and thank them for being here. First, I'd like to recognize Ms. Harmeet Dhillon. Ms. Dhillon is a nationally recognized civil rights lawyer and the founder and chief executive officer of the Center for American Liberty. The Center for American Liberty is a nonprofit organization dedicated to defending the civil liberties of Americans. She is a graduate of Dartmouth College and the University of Virginia School of Law. Dr. Joseph Ladapo. Dr. Ladapo is the Surgeon General of the state of Florida and a professor at the University of Florida College of Medicine. He previously served as an associate professor at the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA, on the faculty at the NYU School of Medicine, and as a staff fellow at the Food and Drug Administration. Dr. Ladapo completed his undergraduate studies at Wake Forest University, earned his medical degree from Harvard Medical School, and earned a PhD in health policy from Harvard. Next, I would introduce Ms. Claudine Gohagan. Ms. Gohagan is a visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum. She is also a co-founder of Freedom in Education, a nonprofit organization that works to enhance education and increase educational opportunities for children. Ms. Gohagan is a former elementary school teacher. Finally, Professor Michelle Bratcher Goodwin. Ms. Goodwin is the Linda D. and Timothy J. O'Neill Professor of Constitutional Law and Global Health Policy at the Georgetown University Law School. She is also the co-faculty director of the O'Neill Institute for National and Global Health Law. Professor Goodwin previously served as a chancellor's professor at UC Irvine and as the Abraham Panansky Visiting Professor of Law at Harvard Law School. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative and they may be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask you that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Ms. Dhillon, you may begin. Wait, your mic, Ms. Dhillon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and members of this committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify before you on a topic that I believe to be the most significant civil rights crisis of my lifetime: the use of so-called COVID emergency to eviscerate Americans' most cherished constitutionally protected freedoms. During the pandemic, we witnessed the radical dismantling of the guardrails that the framers of our Constitution specifically designed to rein in imperious government actors. In the guise of emergency, government officials instituted unlimited executive fiats to control and curtail every aspect of our lives. These actions by the government were not narrowly tailored nor based on credible science, and as such, the government's escalating and often arbitrary restrictions were not meaningfully limited. The government closed our schools, locked down our houses of worship, destroyed our small businesses, criminalized our free speech, banned travel, kept us from our loved ones at their most desperate hours, even shut down the beaches of Orange County and the skate parks so that children could not play. The government wrested unchecked and unprecedented control from the American people, and the vast majority of American elected officials from both parties assumed their heretofore unimaginable powers with no qualms about history, precedent, or the consequences. Thankfully, due to a wave of legal challenges against these restrictions, the Supreme Court eventually issued rulings that, piece by piece, returned some measure of protection to our threatened First Amendment rights, while others remain exposed and eroded to this day. COVID demonstrated just how vulnerable these rights are without affirmative protection from judicially unchecked government overreach. At any given time today, a state or federal government official could declare an emergency or fabricate some unfounded excuse and suspend our fundamental rights once again. Most courts will not stop them, as we have unfortunately seen. It is imperative that Congress intervene to make sure that the COVID legal history cannot and will not repeat itself. One of the most egregious violations of our First Amendment freedoms was the treatment of religious Americans as second-class citizens, as vectors of disease. From the very beginning of the pandemic, governors across the country discriminately labeled houses of worship, and by extension, the First Amendment as quote-unquote non-essential, while at the same time leaving their secular counterparts open for business. In my state, California, marijuana, liquor, and big box retailers were deemed essential, but God was banned. There were different rules for the elites compared to the people as well. A member of this committee, Congresswoman Bush, held protests on the steps of the Capitol, while Nancy Pelosi barred our client, a Reverend Patrick Mahoney, from praying at the same place. The Center for American Liberty and my law firm represented several American faithful citizens in their fight to live according to their religious beliefs. In 3 of these cases, the United States Supreme Court agreed with us. Gish versus Newsom, South Bay United Pentecostal Church versus Newsom, and Tandon versus Newsom. We represented pastors and congregants in California who did everything they could to keep their churches' doors open safely. They offered distancing, they offered sanitization, they offered masking, but none of it was good enough for the government. This discrimination against religious Americans did not end once restrictions lifted. We currently represent 3 individuals who were fired from the North Carolina Symphony, where they requested religious exemptions to the vaccine mandate. All 3 musicians submitted exemption requests that included guarantees they would take additional social distancing and masking measures to avoid violating anybody else's rights. But this was not good enough. The symphony denied the requests and fired these musicians, who remain fired to this day, even though the symphony has lifted its vaccine mandate. As a result of these discriminatory actions, these artists lost their livelihoods and the American dream. These violations of our civil rights were made possible by the lack of due process and judicial scrutiny during the pandemic. When governors invoked emergency status, many federal judges threw all 3 standards of scrutiny, rational basis, intermediate, and strict scrutiny, to the wind in the name of an emergency. I heard judge after judge chillingly dismiss rulings in our cases challenging government overreach. This complete disregard for a critical check was a result of an outdated Supreme Court ruling, Jacobson versus Massachusetts, which hails from even before the Jim Crow era in our country and yet remains the law in this country to this day. Jacobson handed unbridled power to the government to declare when an emergency occurred and what to do about it. There was no room for judges to make their own rules based on facts, experts, and the law. Executive fiat was rubber stamped and our fundamental rights abridged. In conclusion, I urge Congress to enact legislation that limits the federal government's ability to use outdated legislation and rulings like Jacobson and others to curtail our constitutional freedoms, and to apply instead modern tiered scrutiny and due process analysis developed by the courts. No emergency, especially one defined by the government, should warrant the erosion of our freedoms and a complete disregard for the judicial scrutiny the courts use to preserve them in every other instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Dr. Ladapo.
Thank you. Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. It's an honor to appear before you today to discuss liberty, tyranny, and accountability, COVID-19 and the Constitution. My name is Dr. Joe Ladapo, and I currently serve as Florida's State Surgeon General and also as a professor at the University of Florida. I was born in Nigeria and immigrated to the United States when I was 5 years old with my family. After graduating from Wake Forest University, I earned my medical degree from Harvard Medical School and a PhD in health policy from Harvard Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. When COVID-19 hit the United States in 2020, I felt the heavy hand of California's public health policy. This is a recurring theme, not only as a resident, father, and a husband, but also as a professor and a hospitalist physician at UCLA taking care of patients with COVID and other medical conditions. I saw fear supplant thoughtful decision-making. In contrast, as I looked to Florida, it was clear that Governor DeSantis was laser-focused on evidence-based approaches to COVID-19. Since the beginning, Governor DeSantis took courageous steps to ensure that his pandemic response decisions were rooted in data and served his population, even when these decisions were wildly unpopular. With over 6 million senior residents, the highest risk of serious illness and death, Governor DeSantis prioritized access to COVID-19 vaccines for them, a deviation from CDC recommendations at the time. A few months later, the CDC followed his lead. The invitation to serve as Florida State Surgeon General came in August of 2021. Escaping the tyranny of California sounded like a breath of fresh air. And most importantly, my wife said okay. While many states required proof of vaccination to leave their front door, Florida outlawed COVID-19 vaccine passes. Governor DeSantis refused to let the fear that gripped our nation shape the state of Florida, and he ensured that personal liberties would be protected. Florida has led the nation by codifying permanent health protections to ensure medical freedom, protect jobs, and prohibit COVID-19 vaccine and mask mandates. While other states locked the doors of schools, Florida was the first state in the nation to mandate in-person learning for students and welcome students back into the classroom. As the federal government continued to solely rely on preventive strategies that were not halting transmission, Florida launched the nation's first monoclonal antibody treatment network. The life-saving treatment minimized the risk of severe illness and alleviated pressure on our hospitals. At their peak, 25 sites were serving as many as 5,000 patients a day. Unfortunately, the federal government made it increasingly difficult for Florida to receive the supply of treatments because they maintained control of supply and allocation. Eventually, U.S. Health and Human Services eliminated access to any monoclonal antibody treatment. These policy decisions were not clinically sensible, and Florida was forced to cancel 2,000 appointments overnight among high-risk patients with COVID-19 across the state. Meanwhile, global research had been detecting risks associated with COVID-19 mRNA vaccines. Data continued to surface on adverse events, including myocarditis, acute cardiac injuries, Bell's palsy, encephalitis, and other blood clotting events. Even the FDA themselves identified safety signals among seniors following COVID-19 vaccine administration. To this day, this evidence is largely ignored and often smeared as hysteria or myths. Americans are not pharmaceutical guinea pigs. Based on years of evidence across the world and lack of transparency from the FDA and CDC, I called for a halt to the use of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines earlier this year. In 2022, Governor DeSantis petitioned the Florida Supreme Court for a statewide grand jury to investigate crimes committed against Floridians related to COVID-19. This year, the first interim report of these findings revealed exactly what we are here today to discuss. They concluded that mask mandates and lockdowns did more harm than good, resulting in depression, substance abuse, and suicidal behavior. The jury also found that higher excess mortality occurred in lockdown areas, and that CDC COVID-19 hospitalization data were likely inflated due to financial incentives that impacted reporting. Unfortunately, the WHO is in the process of drafting a pandemic treaty. This treaty would expand their power in response to a pandemic, and this would have pernicious implications for the sovereignty of the United States and our citizens here. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, Florida has always been a leader in protecting personal freedoms. I'm honored to be here today to discuss these issues. I'm grateful to the committee's commitment to upholding individual liberties and common sense, and I'm very grateful to the committee's recognition that these impulses to curtail individual rights and overcome personal responsibility and individual liberty are still present and unfortunately just as strong as they ever were 4 years ago.
Thank you, Dr. Ladapo. Ms. Gohagan.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to appear today. My name is Beanie Gohagan. I'm a visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum, an educator, and the mother of 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom were profoundly impacted by the cruel COVID-era policies. My daughter is here with me today. We live in Jefferson County, Kentucky. While the government response to COVID affected all of my children differently, today I will focus on how the school closures delegitimized school for my youngest son, Colin. Colin always thrived in school, participated in activities and sports, was well liked by his peers and teachers, and was even told by his fourth grade math teacher, Stacy Porter, that he would probably be president someday. This was a kid who understood and appreciated the value of education and did not harbor any ill feelings toward school. Unfortunately, school closures changed that. They brought what is arguably the most fun time in high school to an abrupt halt for Colin and many other students who were robbed of so much during that time. March 13th, 2020 was a defining day in our home. My two oldest were home from college on an extended spring break that would last until August. As word spread that school was being canceled for 2 weeks to slow the spread, our family could not have imagined it would be the last day my two youngest children would see the inside of a public school classroom. 2 weeks to slow the spread turned into 18 months to stunt my son's academic growth and delegitimize school for him. Virtual learning lessons usually equated to briefly logging on to get credit for attendance and listening to a teacher talk for a few minutes to give an assignment that may or may not have been relevant. To make matters worse, instead of capitalizing on all of the free time students had to read great books in English class, his teacher focused on topics like intersectionality and identity. Meanwhile, I was working with other parents locally, trying to get our school board to reopen schools so our children could return to normal. One board member responded to my school closures concerns with, "Each of your emails is more absurd than the last." The particular email he's referring to reminded the board about the Everyday Counts campaign they launched before COVID school closures. When I emailed that Chicago Public Schools had found a way to reopen, another board member replied, "Feel free to move to Chicago." Meanwhile, Colin was becoming more frustrated and indifferent towards school. Despite his and his friends' indifference and lack of effort, they were awarded high school diplomas. They knew they hadn't earned them since the expectations for the last 18 months were minimal, but they were ready to move past high school. A few months after Colin's socially distanced outdoor graduation ceremony, we moved him into his college dorm with his lifelong best friend. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, the bad habits and negative attitudes about school he had developed during virtual learning didn't translate into success at college. After 3 very discouraging semesters, he moved back home. Because he is a hardworking, industrious young man, he quickly found a job to keep him busy and earn money while he thought about his future. Many of his friends' parents shared that their sons and daughters struggled with similar issues. They seemed to be lost, unmoored from a sense of direction or purpose. A friend's daughter was a part of a nursing program in the public high school when schools closed. As a result, she didn't get the training she needed. Therefore, she could not pass the anatomy and math classes required in her first semester at the community college. Students like her incurred a greater financial burden because they had to pay for remedial college courses to cover material that their free public schools should have taught. To add salt to the wounds of many students, the leaders in my district boasted about the all-time high graduation rates in the years following school closures, even though only 23% of the students were proficient in reading and 21% performed proficient level in math on state assessments. Public schools sent functionally illiterate and innumerate young people out into the workforce or world of higher education, woefully unprepared to thrive or flourish. Too many young people today, especially young men, do not feel prepared to take on adult responsibilities or the challenges of college life. In 2022, about 1 million fewer young men were in college than in 2011. Approximately 1/3 of the students who have enrolled in college have dropped out. That can't be good for those individuals who spent the money, lost the time, and had their confidence tested. While everyone doesn't need to attain a college degree, and plenty of noble careers out there do not require one, fewer people with college degrees will negatively impact our nation's economy. This will not be fixed by increasing funding to the very institutions that shut their doors to millions of students nationwide and left the parents to pick up the broken pieces. The solution was and is to allow families, not the government, to choose the best learning environment for their children. The families who had that choice during COVID are mostly free from this fallout because their schools reopened quickly. Since this is my son's story, I want to conclude with his advice. There needs to be a better process to prevent something like this in the future. Families should have had a vote in school closures rather than the government deciding without their input. His peers felt hopeless about their future and witnessed their families' helplessness in directing their children's education. This must never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gohagan. Professor Goodwin.
Subcommittee Chairman Roy, Subcommittee Ranking Member Scanlon, and distinguished members of the House Judiciary Committee and Subcommittee on the Constitution and Limited Government, thank you very much for inviting me today. My name is Michelle Bratcher Goodwin. I am the Linda D. and Timothy J. O'Neill Professor of Constitutional Law and Global Health Policy at Georgetown University Law Center, where I'm also the co-faculty director of the O'Neill Institute for National and Global Health Law. COVID-19 is the greatest public health threat the United States has experienced in over a century. Not since 1918, the influenza pandemic, has the nation experienced such a dramatic menace to its health. In its early months, reporters noted that COVID-19 in the United States by far led all other nations in confirmed coronavirus cases. Within barely 1 year, the death toll associated with COVID-19 exceeded a staggering 500,000 losses in the United States, compounded by more than 28 million confirmed cases. To place this suffering in context, more Americans died during the first 3 months of COVID-19 pandemic, over 100,000 by June 2020, than all American deaths suffered during the Vietnam War, the fatalities of the 9/11 terrorist attacks, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as the deaths resulting from the 2009 H1N1 pandemic, Ebola, and Zika virus, all combined. In the first 3 months, when fatalities were roughly 100,000, COVID-19 had killed more people in the United States than what Americans had witnessed in the past 50 years of war and disease combined. In essence, COVID-19 took barely 2 months to surpass deaths suffered by Americans in the 19 years of the Vietnam War. And while the Vietnam War is long over, as of this hearing, COVID-19 persists in the United States and throughout the world. While the range of deaths associated with this disease may be underreported, what is clear is its severity and the loss of lives. What the staggering death toll brings to light are two interrelated matters. First, it exposes questions related to capacity, compassion, and competency in American leadership, from the federal government down to local officials. The failure to heed international warnings and develop effective test kits in December 2019 and January 2020 highlights serious weaknesses in pandemic preparedness and American leadership. Hasty and imprudent political rhetoric in February and March of 2020 compared COVID-19 to seasonal flu was not only inaccurate and misguided, it likely contributed to a sense of false security amongst Americans who came to believe the virus was no more infectious and no greater a threat than the seasonal flu. Sadly, this view persists among some Americans, including in government. Second, fundamental questions of constitutional law have also emerged. The coronavirus crisis brought to the forefront a national debate related to the interactions between constitutional rights, states' police power, and federalism. Namely, what are the limits of government action during a pandemic? One thing that we should take away from this is that mandatory vaccination is constitutional. It's something that has been constitutional in our country since the Jacobson v. Massachusetts decision, and even before our own Constitution, dating back to 1738, we've had the upholding of quarantine and other measures to protect the public's health. The legality of compulsory vaccination is not a matter that is in question. In 1905, the Supreme Court held that state compulsory vaccination laws are constitutional when they are necessary for public health and for public safety. The case was Jack Jacobson v. Massachusetts, a case taught in first-year constitutional law classes. In the years since then, the court has affirmed the constitutionality of state compulsory vaccination laws in cases like Zucht v. King, which upheld childhood vaccination requirements for entrance to public schools. In fact, compulsory vaccination laws have existed in the United States in some form since the 19th century. Much of that is detailed in my written testimony. I do want to flag, however, that there are times in which the government has exceeded its authority. In 1917, the American health officials in El Paso, Texas began a campaign known as gasoline baths to do so-called disinfection of people seeking to enter the United States. In 1927, in a case called Buck v. Beld, the United States Supreme Court upheld compulsory sterilization of poor white girls and boys who were thought to be unfit. We have seen time and time again where there has been the exceed of government authority when it has been the most vulnerable of people, most often racial minorities, who have been targeted under the umbrella of preserving the public health in ways that demean them and demean the dignity of our democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Goodwin. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and the chair, I will yield myself the 5 minutes on questions. So, Dr. Ladapo, about 100 million Americans were placed under essentially federal mandates with respect to vaccines. Some of those have been struck down, correct?
That's correct.
And, but nevertheless, there were still a whole lot of pressures for people to be vaccinated and to get the vaccine or lose their job. Is that correct?
Tremendous pressure, and many people, in fact, did lose their jobs.
Can you expound on the extent to which both whatever happened in the grand jury or in your own observation, what has led you to believe that the mRNA vaccine should be taking a second look and shouldn't be out there, and your concerns about the health issues, the million cases that have been reported through the VAERS system, et cetera? Can you expound on your concerns about the vaccines?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chair. It's hard to be an honest person or have any relationship with honesty and not acknowledge that over the last few years, negative information, negative scientific findings, negative impressions about the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines have been to at least some extent suppressed. Most people, I think, with some relationship to honesty would agree that they have actually been quite strongly suppressed often. However, there are a number of scientists in this country who have been vocal about the problems with the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines. It's noteworthy to view the fact that never in our history have there been so many physicians and other scientists who have been outspoken. It's unusual for scientists. Scientists usually pursue their science for the benefit of their curiosity and research, or for the benefit of human health. Scientists are usually not political figures.
Do you share my concern that a mere 11 COVID countermeasure injury claims have been paid out through the compensation fund?
Absolutely.
Is that an astoundingly low number given the millions of Americans that have been effectively forced or strongly encouraged or coerced to take the vaccine?
I think it's obvious, and it would be hard for anyone with, again, any relationship to honesty and facts to deny that.
Do you believe that that has been it's somewhat encouraged by the extent to which there is liability protection for vaccine manufacturers that dates back to 1986, and that we should at least revisit the nature of liability protection for pharmaceutical companies?
I actually, personally, I completely agree with that. I think this liability protection for any medical product is something that really shouldn't exist. And it's particularly egregious when it's a product that's being mandated, whatever that medication might be.
And to be clear, though, you, like me, are pro-vaccine, right? But tested vaccines and so forth. For example, my father had polio, and I am grateful that we have a polio vaccine. But they should be thoroughly tested, thoroughly reviewed, not under emergency use authorization, not forced on the American people, and not under the rubric or umbrella of liability protections that potentially endanger the American people. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Totally. I think it's important that whatever the medication is, it receives a fair evaluation and not a biased evaluation. And unfortunately, vaccines in general in the United States, but particularly COVID-19 vaccines, have not received unbiased scrutiny.
Ms. Dillon, could you comment a little bit further on, you mentioned some, you don't need to repeat the ones in your opening statement, but some of the egregious violations of people's First Amendment rights because churches were shut down, or the extent to which, in your experience, lockdowns forced upon the American people a massive restriction of their ability to assemble under the Constitution or carry out their First Amendment rights. Could you use the microphone, Ms. Dillon?
Sir, thank you for the question. Chairman, I'll give you one example. In our third case that's now set major precedent in the United States Supreme Court on religious liberties, Tandon versus Newsom, the case involved members of a very small congregation who wanted to do Bible study in a private home. And under our governor's restrictions, this was illegal. This was a violation of his executive orders. At the same time, those three people could have met in the aisle of a Costco and had a prayer meeting there without violating any rules. This is clearly irrational, and it is frankly unconstitutional because I don't have a constitutional right to go to a big box store and buy supersized bags of toilet paper, but I do have a constitutional right to worship with other fellow Americans, and the Supreme Court recognized that. Yet another example of this irrationality is the closing of the beaches of Orange County in retaliation for Orange County's attempts to pass some reasonable business opening measures. And I see my,
Let me finish the question. And then
and one more I would add is the fact that Patio World was forced to close and couldn't sell outdoor furniture because it was a small retailer, but Costco could sell the same products. Costco had better lobbyists than Patio World. These are the irrationalities that we all tolerated and nodded importantly that was necessary to protect the public. Clearly nonsense.
thank you, Ms. Dillon. I'll now recognize.
I would just seek unanimous consent. I'd like to have unanimous consent to enter into the record the CDC and FDA's March 2023 response to the Florida Department of Health's misleading statements about the COVID-19 vaccine. The letter sets the facts straight on the safety and effectiveness of the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines, while noting the dangers of perpetuating misinformation about vaccine safety, including unnecessary death, severe illness, and hospitalization.
Without objection.
Thank you.
I will now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Goodwin, in my opening statement, I argued that in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, public health officials at the local, state, and federal levels acted in good faith, doing the best they could under tremendously difficult circumstances to respond to a novel disease that in the early days of the pandemic was killing almost 1,000 Americans a day before a vaccine was developed. Do you agree with this characterization?
It's an accurate characterization. It's a characterization that is confirmed by leading medical organizations and scientists that were studying COVID-19 and its impacts at that time.
And can you remind us of the conditions that public health officials were operating under at the beginning of the pandemic?
They were operating under extreme difficulties during that time, given the number of deaths that were taking place at that time, given the number of individuals that were being hospitalized at that time, the grieving of family members whose loved ones were dying, and they were working as quickly and as effectively as they possibly could. But it's also worth noting that they were operating under threat as well. And that was something incredibly unique, which I think we cannot forget in these times, the level of violence that was threatened at public health officials, which we've not seen in the last 50 or 100 or 200 years in this country.
Thank you. Professor Goodwin, while the Constitution secures our rights, even in an emergency, it also empowers government to secure and protect the public, especially in response to public health emergencies. Can you explain how these two principles work together?
Well, these principles work because government has parens patriae authority, and that means that in times where there are national security threats, when there are threats to the public health and safety, government can act in order to preserve lives. We've seen this before. It predates the 1905 Jacobson v. Massachusetts decision, but that case before the United States Supreme Court confirmed that states have the authority, the responsibility, in fact, one could say, to step in and engage in measures that will protect the public's health and safety. This is not anything that is new. As I've mentioned before, it actually even predates that decision, and it's something that actually goes back millennia, if you think about it, this idea of trying to protect people when there is a concern for public health outbreak. This is something that was important to international trade. It was important to trade coming into the United States, that we safeguard our harbors, that we safeguard people from being able to come off of ships into the United States. There is a robust history of this, and I offer citations in my written testimony.
Thank you, Professor Goodwin. Longstanding Supreme Court precedent grants broad discretion to government officials, and especially those at the state and local levels, to take measures to protect public health, even when individual liberties might be burdened by such steps. Can you elaborate on the balance that government officials must strike when responding to an emergency?
This is a really important question because there are times in which a government may, in fact, exceed its authority. I mentioned some of those instances. There is a balance in trying to protect and preserve the public's health. It does not mean that individual civil liberties or their constitutional rights go away. Our constitutional rights are not always absolute, even that involving the First Amendment, which is acknowledged by our United States Supreme Court. I do take note and have identified instances in which our government has gone too far. I will give you an example that I think we would all be repulsed by. In 1967, the United States Supreme Court struck down Virginia laws that banned interracial marriage. Now, that might not seem like a public health matter, but the state of Virginia had passed laws that forbade interracial marriage based on this idea that somehow white people would be polluted and their offspring would be polluted, and that it would be a public health crisis if white people were to marry people who were non-white. You can see that in the record of the case called Loving v. Virginia.
Yeah, Professor Goodman, my last question is, we've heard from some of the other witnesses the terrible tyranny of government ordering people not to go to church and closing schools, and this was unnecessary and terrible. Could you comment on that, please?
The effort to try to preserve and protect everyone includes people who practice in their faiths. It includes children who want to go to school. The interest of a government in making sure that children do not die during a time of a global pandemic is something that would seem to be logical and that we should all embrace. It was mentioned the importance of vaccination. Vaccinations have done an incredible job in saving individuals' lives, saving children's lives. If a vaccine is not available, as it wasn't at the early part of COVID, the best that government tried to do was to protect children by having them least exposed to the virus.
Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. I will now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you especially for convening this subcommittee to finally begin sifting through the damage that the lockdown left caused to our society by suspending the most fundamental constitutional rights we hold as Americans. There's a reason the founders created a constitution that sets limits on the powers that the government can wield. As Ronald Reagan once observed, the Constitution is not the government's document telling the people what we can and cannot do. The Constitution is the people's document telling our government those things that we will allow it to do. And the fact is, we never allowed it to close millions of businesses, lock people in their homes indefinitely, censor dissenters, forbid peaceable assemblies, shut down churches, and yet in the jurisdictions that the left controlled, this is exactly what they did. And they were spectacularly wrong. We knew from the beginning that young people were virtually unaffected by this disease, and we knew that the elderly were at extreme risk. So what did these lockdown leftists do? They closed the schools and forced infected patients into nursing homes. We knew from the beginning that obesity was a major contributing factor to the severity of the disease. And what did these leftists do? They closed the gyms and left the liquor stores open. We knew from the beginning that outdoor transmissions were very rare and that 80% of the infections occurred in people's homes. So what did these leftists do? They closed the parks and beaches and forced people into their homes. Sweden never closed its schools, never closed its businesses, never required masks or vaccines. They trusted their citizens to make these decisions for themselves. The United States, unfortunately, imposed all of these mandates in the states controlled by the Democrats. And here's the result. The United States has suffered 3,600 deaths per million from COVID. Sweden suffered 2,600 deaths per million. So let me put it another way. If we had followed Sweden's policies and had Sweden's results, 340,000 more Americans would be alive today. And that doesn't include the millions of additional excess deaths that these policies caused from suicides, drug and alcohol-related deaths, deaths caused by delayed health screenings and deferred health treatments. It is heartbreaking and sickening to think about the butcher's bill from all of this folly. Ms. Goodwin is dead wrong. These policies didn't save lives, they cost lives, hundreds of thousands of lives. And the foolish people responsible for this carnage have yet to be held accountable. I understand why they don't want to answer for the decisions that they advocated, imposed, defended, enforced, and still defend today. But it's time we acknowledge the damage that they did and take steps to assure that they can never do it again. Our Constitution was supposed to protect us from such people, and this time it didn't. So the question I have, and I direct it to Ms. Dillon, who's been very active on this legal front, how do we prevent this from ever happening again?
Thank you for the question, Congressman McClintock. I think the biggest thing that Congress could do right now is to overrule by legislation the outdated precedent, Jacobson versus Massachusetts. I hear people in this hearing praising it. At the time Jacobson versus Massachusetts was the law, Black people couldn't eat at the same places as white people. People like me from Punjab weren't allowed to buy property in the United States. We've had a lot of outdated laws and dark times in our country, and that precedent is one of them. And so when I hear passionate advocates for abortion cite it as a constitutional right, it is legally premised on tiered scrutiny under the 14th Amendment, which is scrutiny developed by progressive courts to protect our constitutional rights. And that is all I'm asking for, is that that well-established tiered scrutiny be applied today in 2024 to the problems of 2024, not the problems of
My time's
150 years
very
ago.
limited, but I'd be very, very interested in seeing your suggestions in writing on this subject. I think the Congress, looking back on this now, can see the folly. But I want to direct the same question to Dr. Ladapo real quickly. What's the most important thing we can do to prevent this from ever happening again?
Thank you for that question. You know, as you know, I didn't go to law school. I went to medical school, and my answer would be based more in my understanding of people, my relationship with people. And I think that has to do with really helping people, you know, really take in more of their power as human beings and their right to sovereignty and their right to control what is put into their bodies, which is an absolute right from God. And I think if more people really understood that within themselves, it would be harder for our sometimes tyrannically inclined leaders to lead them in different directions, which we saw very loudly and clearly, and to a much heartbreak during the pandemic.
I thank the gentleman from California. I now will recognize the gentlelady from Vermont, Ms. Ballot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Is it Ladapo? Is that how you pronounce it? Ladapo?
Sure, it's all good either way.
No, but how do you pronounce your name?
Ladapo.
Ladapo. I like to get it right.
Okay.
Are you a specialist in infectious diseases?
I am board certified in internal medicine, and internal medicine doctors take care of a wide variety of patients.
Understood. Are you a
especially
specialist? I asked a very
in
specific question.
infectious
Are
disease.
you a specialist in infectious diseases?
I am board certified in internal
Okay,
medicine.
the
and
answer,
take
I
care of
guess, is
patients
no,
with-
which is
with-
okay. We're
with
moving
infectious
on.
diseases.
Are you a specialist in epidemiology?
I have
I see where
PhD
you're
training
going. Okay,
in
so you are
epidemiology.
not a specialist in epidemiology
I have
either.
PhD training in epidemiology and biostatistics
Are you-
and health economics.
Are you a vaccine researcher?
I am not a vaccine researcher.
Okay. I'm curious why you altered key findings in a state-driven study about COVID-19 in your state of Florida. Why did you alter the results of a state-driven survey? If I could, Mr. Chair, enter into the record, April 24th, 2023 political article, Florida Surgeon General altered key findings in study on COVID-19 vaccine? Why did you alter the information in that study?
Thank you for your question. That is factually incorrect. I did not alter any findings in any study, and I have a record of multiple NIH grants as a professor at UCLA and a professor at Florida, and those are not easy to get. The study you're talking about is a study that was very unpopular because we had a finding that actually was in sync with what you might
So is
expect
it-
from myocarditis,
Dr.
which is
Ladapo?
that we found that there was an increased risk of
So when
myocarditis and
other
cardiac death
people
in young people.
in your home state had said on the record to the press that you altered the study, are you saying that is inaccurate?
I'm saying we have a study that showed that young men were at
Did
increased
you
risk of cardiac.
alter
I've already
the
answered
study?
that question, ma'am.
Did
I
you-
said absolutely not. I have never altered any study. We had a finding of increased cardiac risk that translated into excess deaths in young men in particular. That was a very unpopular finding, but is very consistent with the finding that myocarditis is especially increased in young men. The study was performed by epidemiologists at the Florida Department of Health, not by me. I oversaw the study, and that was the finding, and I personally believe that that finding is accurate.
I have another question. You had said in multiple op-eds, USA Today, March 26, 2020, Wall Street Journal, April 9th, 2020, that you spent time taking care of patients with COVID-19 at UCLA's flagship hospital, and yet your colleagues at that institution said that was not true. Did you, in fact, while you were on staff at UCLA's flagship hospital, were you the person charged with treating COVID-19 patients?
I have taken care of at UCLA Hospital as the attending physician many patients with COVID-19.
Thank you, Mr. Ladapo. Ms. Goodwin, would you agree that longstanding Supreme Court precedent grants broad discretion to government officials, and especially those at the state and local levels, to make measures to protect public health, even when individual liberties might be burdened by such steps?
I would agree.
And do you think in the instance of COVID-19, when we're dealing with a pandemic that we had never seen in our lifetime, do you feel like the steps that were taken were in line with Supreme Court precedent?
Based on the evidence that I've shared, that within the first 3 months, we saw more deaths than the 19 years of the Vietnam War, then I would say yes.
What's disturbing to me about this hearing is that there is some idea that folks who were in positions of power were somehow trying to manipulate the public for some nefarious means. And I was the majority leader in Vermont, the Vermont Senate, working closely with a Republican governor in Vermont, meeting in Rules Committee, which is bipartisan in Vermont, to make decisions in a bipartisan manner to try to protect the health and safety of Vermonters. And I am very sympathetic to the position Mrs. Gohagan. I understand. I had 2 kids in school as well. I'm very sympathetic to how challenging it was.
Mr. Chair.
It's very challenging.
The gentlelady's time is
I
expired.
I will yield back.
I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
I'll yield my first 2 minutes to Mr. Massey.
Mr. Ladapo, the gentlelady from Vermont just questioned your credentials. Isn't it true you have a PhD and an MD from Harvard?
Yes, that's correct, but apparently not enough.
I guess not. Well, I'm going to say that the Pfizer CEO is a large animal veterinarian, okay? And then the person who actually approved the vaccines at the FDA is a hematologist oncologist who ran off the 2 top vaccine scientists at the FDA, Marion Gruber and Philip Krause, because they said that they would not skip steps to approve the vaccine. And then they also had hesitation about the boosters. He said not everybody's going to need a booster, especially not 8 months after they've received the vaccine. But they were the vaccine experts working at the FDA who were removed of their responsibilities. by a guy who didn't replace them with vaccine experts. How do I know this? I was in a transcribed interview for 7 hours with this gentleman from the FDA yesterday. And what we also found out is that the FDA, whose role is to regulate the manufacturers, to make sure that what they say is true, that the claims can be verified. The FDA itself was going out and making 1-minute videos saying things that not only did the vaccine manufacturers not claim, for instance, that their vaccines could stop or slow the spread, but the vaccine manufacturers never asked for approval of to be able to say, and that the vaccine manufacturers would have gone to jail. The FDA would have probably arrested somebody if they had made the claims that the FDA itself was making. So we'll find out more about that later. But, you know, let's talk very quickly, Ms. Dillon, about the PrEP Act, or Mr. Ladapo. Is that something that Congress could remedy?
Well, the PrEP Act effectively protects the big drug companies from the defective products that they make. And I find it as a civil rights lawyer very problematic that that type of protection is granted freely by the government without even requiring anything on the part of the drug manufacturers. I know we want to promote industry, but I think it is time to re-examine the PrEP Act and roll it back.
I think it's medical malpractice martial law, and I'll yield back.
I think, Mr. Massey, you're picking up. I'm going to pick up right there. There was a case decided by the North Carolina Court of Appeals back in March in which a student athlete, minor, went for a compelled COVID test and was administered a COVID vaccine without his parents' permission and without his consent. They just said, give it to him. He sued, and it was the PrEP Act that the Court of Appeals just said they were constrained to hold, completely deprive the parents of any claim for relief. Now, they didn't have federal constitutional claims there, but I note that in the Ninth Circuit, Ms. Dillon, in February, in Maney versus Brown, the PrEP Act was cited, and it said that not only did Congress immunize and eliminate almost any claim, statutory or tort claim, it also eliminated any claim under Section 1983, any constitutional claim. So it seems to me that that with the PrEP Act, the Congress has so sweepingly deprived Americans of their fundamental constitutional rights that the only conceivable claim I can think of would be an ex parte Young prospective injunctive claim, and you'd have to know they're going to do something, right? You can't have any claim at all if you've been damaged by the violation of a constitutional right based on a vaccine administration.
I would agree with that. I was discussing this with a civil rights lawyer yesterday, and the problems go beyond this. They include that under restrictions of the Bivens decisions in the United States Supreme Court, there is no sort of fundamental constitutional claim that can be brought absent some legislative enablement.
Right.
And so I think Congress really needs to look at this. The problem of preemption is a significant one that erodes states' rights. And in this case, there is a competing fundamental constitutional right, the right of parents to control their children's education, which has been guaranteed time and again by the Constitution and is effectively abridged in the case that you just mentioned involving the forced vaccination of a child against the parents'
Absolutely. Got one more thing to try to squeeze in, and that is talk about this WHO treaty, this WHO treaty. See, what is the design there? The biggest thing that concerns me is that as of now, if we had another crisis emerge, it almost looks like the same events would be repeated. And some are out there, I think, trying to make sure that government, that the factors limiting government, like litigation and our Constitution and so forth, will be even less effective by ceding power to international bodies like the WHO. Can you speak to that treaty we hear so much about?
Absolutely. So we had a mere iota here or there of some fundamental liberties being recognized by the federal courts. And under this WHO treaty, we would effectively be ceding all such discretion to international bodies. We've seen how that's worked out in real life and many other spheres of our lives. This is a country based on federalist principles. So generally speaking, states should be able to pass laws that protect rights. Judges should apply modern, not ancient constitutional principles dating back to bad eras of our country. And instead, we are going in the opposite direction with considering treaties that would cede that to countries that share none of our egalitarian values.
My time is expired.
I think the gentleman from North Carolina, we're going to continue on our side of the aisle. If the gentleman from California is ready, I will recognize him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, there's really no room for reasonable debate that the extreme and extended lockdown and school closure policies were a historic mistake. And in light of this, you see two basic tactics for those who are responsible for these policies. The first is to say, well, we just didn't know at the time. So here's a quote from perhaps the individual who did the most damage during COVID of anyone in the country, if not the world, and that's the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who recently said on Meet the Press, "I think we would have done everything differently. I think all of us, in terms of our collective wisdom, we've evolved. We didn't know what we didn't know. We're experts in hindsight." So Dr. Ladapo, you're the Surgeon General of Florida. My question for you is, how did you and the governor of Florida manage to time travel into the future and gain access to knowledge and wisdom that is only available to the likes of the governor of California in retrospect?
Right. Thank you for your question. What was different with the policies that the governor enthusiastically endorsed and frankly had company in every state, just about with the exception of a few, including Governor DeSantis, was that those were actually not classic public health principles. These are published studies and published papers about how to approach pandemics and public health crises. And one of those principles is to, as much as possible, help people maintain their normal routines. Old published papers state very clearly that the benefits, if any, of things like forcing people to stay home are unlikely to be realized. This is not new knowledge. This is old stuff, but unfortunately, none of it was followed when the COVID-19 pandemic started.
Well, thank you for your common sense and science-based policies. Millions of people, particularly kids in Florida, are much better off because of it. Now, the first tactic is to simply say, well, we didn't know at the time. The second tactic is simply to deny that these events occurred altogether. We've seen that actually in the testimony of several Biden administration officials in this Congress. You had the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, despite being an enthusiastic advocate for child vaccine mandates, denied in testimony before the Education Committee that he had supported that. You had the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra from my own state of California, testify, quote, "We never forced anyone to do anything, even though he oversaw the heinous 2-year-old mask mandate for Head Start." And perhaps most incredibly, you had Douglas Parker, the head of OSHA, also from California, who was responsible for the Biden administration's attempt to institute a vaccine mandate on 70 million Americans, who flatly denied in testimony before our committee that that had occurred. So it's this attempt, sort of like the memory hole that they have in 1984, to simply pretend that these events never occurred, that it was all a bad dream. So Ms. Dillon, you lived through what I lived through in California. You fought back as valiantly as anyone in our state against these abuses. For the sake of sort of preserving our historic memory of what life actually was like in California during this period, could you just give us a few snapshots of sort of some of the worst abuses that we all had to endure?
Well, thank you, Congressman Kiley. And by the way, you were also a fellow warrior in that battle and went to court to challenge our governor. I appreciate that as a fellow lawyer. To me, the absurdity that certain people could cross county lines during the pandemic, but our governor forbade the rest of us from crossing county lines unless we had an essential purpose is one of those crazy issues. The fact that you needed a vaccine passport to eat in restaurants well into the pandemic, when in fact Governor Newsom with glee ate in the French Laundry restaurant that was cut off from the rest of us. The fact that Governor Newsom and other wealthy California elites were able to educate their own children in their backyards in pods and relegated the most vulnerable members of our society, inner city children, children for whom English is a second language in Los Angeles County, to destroyed careers in education, to a lifetime of less earning and less liberty, really, is an outrage. And everyone just simply wants to say, whoa, well, mistakes were made, we did the best we could at the same time. In fact, there were different rules for the elites in California and different rules for the rest of us. And the fact that judges pointed to Jacobson and said, Ms. Dillon, we're not talking about deferential or rational basis scrutiny. No scrutiny is due to the government's action in shutting us down. And so my fear as a civil rights lawyer is that with the snap of a finger or the stroke of a pen, the very same civil liberties catastrophe could happen to us again unless Congress takes action to right that wrong.
Thank you. I yield back.
I will now recognize the ranking member and the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. Professor Goodwin, I do appreciate the dispassionate and accurate review of constitutional law that you've provided us with respect to public health authority and particularly vaccine mandates. Because today we've heard some pretty astonishing attacks upon that authority and suggestions that Congress should overrule centuries of common law and Supreme Court holdings with respect to what kind of actions the government can take in the face of a public health emergency. And I think we just heard advocacy for ending vaccine requirements for students attending public schools. Could you comment on those suggestions?
Let me refer to something that I've submitted in my statements, that the CDC reports and finds that between 1994 and 2014, 700,000 American children were saved from death, and over 322 million cases of childhood illnesses were prevented due to vaccination. The American Academy of Pediatrics states that most childhood vaccines are 90 to 99% effective in preventing diseases. I think it's been so long that we've lived with children being able to go outside and play, being able to run, being able to have a fulfilling life, that we ignore what it was like before we had vaccines, what it was like for children who were struck with polio, what the threats were for their families, the fear, the concern. We've been able to have a flourishing life in the United States because of vaccines. They do work, they are safe, they are efficacious, and that doesn't mean that there aren't sometimes adverse results. The same could be said with seat belts. We understand the importance of there being seat belts. Does that mean that there are times in which a life might not be saved due to seat belts? Sometimes that is the case, but we know overwhelmingly millions upon Americans have been saved by seat belts and regulations that people use them.
Yeah, I think it kind of brings us back to one of the things I spoke about in my opening remarks, which is that freedoms have consequences. So if you want to exercise a freedom not to get a vaccination, then that may impact your ability to decide where you're going to work or what educational opportunities your children will have, or whether you can attend church or other things when we're in the midst of a public health crisis. I mean, we've heard some really extreme examples. Yes, in my community, there were restrictions on public gatherings, but people adapted. You know, we still have more people attending the virtual church ceremony at my church than attending in person. People had services outside. Schools adapted to online learning and implemented mask mandates. So these weren't complete restrictions on people's lives, and it's a little bit disingenuous to suggest that there weren't workarounds. Was there something you wanted to add?
Yeah, well, Americans adapted because they were compassionate. They cared about their neighbors, they cared about their family members, and for that reason, they did adapt. There were people, many of us, who suffered something during that time. My daughter was being educated in Europe during that time. It was a time in which I had to see her by looking on a screen in order to be with my daughter, because the restrictions also included travel. But I cared about her health. I cared about her safety. I wanted her to be safe. And so that was an adaptation, and many people made them. And we've been able to come to a space where we could have a hearing such as this, where it looks like almost everyone in this room is unmasked.
You did mention the fact that sometimes public health imperatives or lack of imperatives are visited most harshly upon our most vulnerable people. One of the concerns during the COVID crisis was that people who were particularly vulnerable to that virus could die if their neighbors didn't observe mask mandates or vaccination requirements. Isn't that the baseline purpose of public health requirements?
And that remains the case today. There remains individuals who are vulnerable, who are immunologically vulnerable, and who have to guard their health. one of the things that we learned during COVID is that families that had members who were anti-vaccination, who did not believe in COVID, experienced the deaths of those relatives. There were families that learned from that kind of rhetoric. At the end of the day, what we want to do is to be able to preserve and protect as much life as possible. And at the same time, it is important that we understand civil liberties, civil rights, and how they are balanced out. And we could have that conversation. And I think one example is with Casey Hickox, and we could talk about in the Maine case.
Thank you.
I thank the ranking member. I will now recognize Mr. Fry, the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing today. I think it's really important. We've examined a lot of ways in which COVID-19 was used against the American people, that bureaucratic processes were put in place to restrict the freedom of movement and freedoms in general for the American people. But I want to highlight something that I think is very essential to the preservation of our republic, and that's the right to vote. During COVID-19, processes by unelected bureaucrats were put into place to restrict the right of people to vote freely, that things were changed contrary to a state legislature, that secretaries of state were allowed to do things within their state to change the way in which people voted. And of course, a lot of that has been challenged. And despite, and quite frankly, when you look at what was changed, this was despite public health officials saying that in-person voting was completely safe. So, Ms. Dillon, I want to turn to you. To what extent did COVID-19 serve to change the election processes in this country in the lead up to the election?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. COVID-19 was used as an excuse by mainly Democrat lawmakers to one-way ratchet down the election integrity that we enjoy as Americans. For example, you just referred to, the way that voting should be safe. Well, if masks worked and social distancing worked, and we were all required to observe those measures, why couldn't we have voted in person using those measures, just like we all went to the grocery stores and did our other business that way? It is the fact that in combination with the fact that we have unclean voter rolls in the United States, combine that with all mail voting, and you suddenly have a system where there are millions of unaccounted ballots floating around and not tied to voters who are entitled to vote. And unfortunately, many states, right and left, red and blue, used those COVID restrictions, used the COVID restrictions as a cover to change those laws. And now that COVID is effectively over, as it was pointed out, none of us are wearing masks here today, which, by the way, the paper masks don't work anyway. Why haven't we returned to those previously well-respected, documented ways of safe and secure voting? And the net result is that many Americans have lost confidence in the accuracy of our elections and don't want to vote anymore because they don't believe their votes are going to be accurately counted. This is a significant problem in voter confidence.
Ms. Dillon, do you think that the motivation then in the lead up to the election was about public health and public safety, or was it more about changing the way in which Americans vote?
Well, I think in most instances, many of the restrictions were a well-intentioned but wrong attempt to protect public safety, but also an exercise and a flex of power. In the case of the voting requirements, I think it was entirely for purposes of loosening one man, one vote, voter ID, and clean voter rolls, leading to secure elections.
What do you think are the long-term effects of those changes on American elections?
Well, as a volunteer political figure in my state and nationally, what I have heard from thousands of Americans is that they believe, as a result of the crazy rules or suspension of rules we saw in 2020, including citizens not being allowed to exercise their constitutional right to observe the counting of ballots, counting taking place outside the views of cameras, no security that we're normally entitled to, ballots showing up, suspension of the enforcement of laws, including laws regarding ballot harvesting, regarding drop boxes and so forth, that many Americans don't think their vote counts anymore. That's a very big problem for our country. And at the same time, the bigger problem, of course, is that the elections are not necessarily accurate when you don't have one man, one vote, when you have literally tens of thousands of ballots delivered from California to other states, and some people voting those ballots.
Ms. Dillon, how do you think Congress can work to one, prevent that from ever happening again, but two, to be part of the solution to roll back some of those policies? Because again, I agree with you. And in fact, some cases, Trump v. Booker in Pennsylvania, some courts have come in and stepped in and said that these secretaries of state, that these boards of elections have stepped too far. So to what extent can Congress lend to fix this problem, to make sure that it never happens again, and that we enhance that right to vote for all Americans?
Well, for the most part, sir, I actually believe that Congress should stay out of it. And HR 1 and other rules like that should be rejected by right-thinking people. But to the extent that Congress participates in federal elections and funds them, they should insist that the money goes to states that honor laws. We have a couple of federal laws on the books, Help America Vote Act, and other restrictions. And I think that we need to make sure that states should not spam the entire populace with ballots that aren't attached to legitimate voters like we see in California. We have, in fact, Los Angeles County in 2017 was found to have over 1 million people on the voter rolls who are not entitled to vote. They were dead, duplicates, moved, et cetera. This is wrong.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady.
Yeah, since we've moved from vaccine conspiracies to voting conspiracies, I just want to have unanimous consent to introduce an article entitled "Trump Politicized Mail-in Voting in 2020, but it came to Pennsylvania with strong Republican support."
Without objection.
Thank you.
I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues on the left keep telling me about how Donald Trump is a fascist and how they think he's the next Mussolini. And what we experienced during the pandemic from Democrat governors and local leaders with their hypocritical and unscientific policies is the closest thing you'll ever see to fascism in the history of this country. They told us to stay in our homes. They told us not to go to church. They told us not to attend funerals and only leave our homes for what they deemed to be essential travel. And when we rightly questioned the efficacy of their decrees, they told us to trust the science. Well, I'm about to show you what real fascism looks like. I'm about to show you what their science really looks like. During the pandemic, something struck me. People weren't allowed to use jogging or biking trails, even in my hometown of Houston, Texas. And speaking of Houston, our Democrat mayor ordered around 500 basketball nets removed from public courts because, God forbid, anyone have any fun outside to get essential vitamins and fresh air. Skate parks were filled with sand in California, so people couldn't play outside and again get fresh air. In Malibu, paddleboarders were arrested for the crime of paddleboarding alone in the middle of the ocean. However, one group of people were exempt from lockdowns, from mandates, and apparently from the virus itself. Now, I'm of the opinion that this group of people should have their blood tested because who knows? Maybe they had the cure before we had the vaccine. And I think you know what group I'm talking about. That's right. I am talking about the righteous George Floyd protesters. According to one political article, these protesters risked their health and their life for, quote, the health of our nation. And do you remember those same health professionals telling us to stay home or else you're going to kill grandma? 1,000 of those same health professionals signed a letter saying, don't shut down protests using coronavirus concerns as an excuse. Interesting. As an excuse. People lost their jobs and their livelihood in this country because they chose not to take the vaccine. People weren't allowed into restaurants because they didn't show their vaccine papers. I mean, their vaccine card. Our schools were shut down and our children were sent home. The result? Youth suicide rates increased dramatically, and children lost years of education that they'll never get back. Dr. Ladapo, thank you for being here, sir. Yes or no, in your professional medical experience and Harvard education, as the Surgeon General of Florida, are Democrats and liberals immune to COVID-19?
No, sir, to the best of my knowledge.
A follow-up question to that. You set Florida's response to COVID-19, and how would you explain bodies not piling up in Los Angeles after the George Floyd protests?
For one, there was very, very, very little transmission outdoors. That was a major part. Most of the protesters, from what I saw, were young people that probably also contributed, but there was almost no transmission outdoors. And it broke my heart when they pulled the basketball hoops in the playgrounds that I was taking my kids to in Los Angeles. I mean, I could have, I'll stop it there, but broke my heart.
Thank you for your response. Much like the vast majority of liberal policies, this rules for thee and not for me. And apparently that also applies to COVID lockdowns and mandates. It was okay to make exceptions for when the left believes was a righteous cause. The left said it was safe for 100,000 people to protest, 100,000 people in the middle of a pandemic. But they were giving you grief for letting people sit on the beach or paddleboard in the middle of the ocean. Why? Because in the case of the George Floyd protest, it was a righteous cause in their opinion. And by the way, it wasn't just protest, it was rioting, it was looting, it was attacking and burning a police station in Minneapolis, it was rioting in front of the White House to such an extent that President Trump had to be ushered into a bunker. And all this was acceptable because it was deemed righteous by the left. Speaking of righteous causes, let's take a look at Black Panther. I'm sorry, that's Kunta Kinte. I'm sorry, Nancy Pelosi, Wakanda forever. This is the absurdity of the COVID-19 lockdowns, liberal mandates, and of course, even a little cultural appropriations. This is very ridiculous. We must never allow something like this to ever happen again in this country. It's why we have a constitution in the first place, to protect us from the exact type of government overreach that we saw during the pandemic. No matter what side of the political aisle that you find yourself, you should always be on the side of freedom and preserving our rights via the Constitution. And that's why many of us walked away from the pandemic and the protests that followed, asking the question, were the COVID restrictions really about public safety or were they about winning an election? You decide. Thank you for being here.
I thank the gentleman from Texas. I'll now recognize the gentleman from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I was going to ask a bunch of questions about strict scrutiny, rational basis, and all of those things, but eventually this all goes away. And I think I have at least a little bit of different take. I had 2 kids in 2 different school systems during COVID. And Dr. Ladopa, does COVID spread differently when you have to take half the kids out of a classroom and then let them all go to football practice together the same night?
No, sir, it doesn't.
And you can't wear a mask under a football helmet, but if you take your mask off in school, you will at worst get asked to put it on by a teacher in a different way. And more importantly, they could lose state funding, local funding if they do that. Does a mask work better in a classroom than on a football field?
Turns out it works about the same in both settings.
Is there a difference between Menards being open and a locally owned business?
To the owners, yes, but probably not to the virus.
Is there some super secret ventilation system I'm not aware of at Menards that local businesses are incapable of having?
I actually couldn't comment on that, but I probably would assume not.
When the clock turns 11 p.m. at a bar, does COVID become more contagious?
In some precincts, no, I'm kidding. No, it doesn't. It doesn't become more contagious.
These are all the ridiculous things that happened in my state. And I don't blame the teacher. And I actually don't blame the public health officials. I blame politicians on the right side of the aisle, the left side of the aisle, local officials, state officials, federal officials, who all hid under their desks and abdicated their responsibility to people who had never been elected to anything. And if you care about vaccines, which I do, then you should care about the fact that we were told COVID vaccine would give you immunity to COVID. And then we were told it won't give you immunity to COVID, but it'll keep you out of the hospital. But then we were told that you have to take booster 1, booster 2, booster 5, booster 17, and then you still have to socially distance and wear masks, but not at football practice. People aren't stupid. And when they get lied to constantly and they get told something and nobody ever comes out and says things, masks don't help stop COVID. Well, what we found out is we didn't have enough masks. So we're being lied to. And then once we had enough masks, we wanted to make everybody wear masks. And people in long-term nursing care facilities died alone because their families couldn't come in there. And the facility that ran it had no choice because their federal dollars were tied to it. These are all the real things that happen. So you know why we need to pass laws? So it never happens again. And I don't care about a Supreme Court case from 40 years ago or 50 years ago or 70 years ago. I care about the fact that people need to be protected because civil liberties only matter when they matter. And when you have the head health official on CNN saying, who cares about civil liberties at a time like this? Then you need your elected officials to stand up and say, we do. We do. Because that's the only time they matter. All the best free cases in front of the US Supreme Court are with undeniably bad people. All the best Fourth Amendment cases in front of the US Supreme Court, it's not a school teacher sitting next to the defense attorney when those cases are decided. It is because constitutional rights and civil liberties have to matter all the time. And they have to matter at our worst moments in time. Otherwise, they don't matter ever. And so as we walk through this, and I appreciate you all being here, and I appreciate from each side of this, we can talk about strict scrutiny, a rational basis, or dealing with another case, but the world failed at COVID. And it wasn't the teacher, and it wasn't the restaurant owner, and it wasn't the small business owner. It was the people that got elected to represent people in times of crisis that hid under their desk and let somebody whose only job was medical make decisions that affected far more things than medical decisions. And also, I just think we didn't learn a whole lot about risk. And with that, and there's a difference between the front end of COVID and after about 6 weeks, and we made the most ridiculous decisions on behalf of our citizens, and we allowed them to happen, and people looked at it and they knew they were ridiculous. You know why people don't trust vaccines as much anymore? Because they got lied to about vaccines for 2 years straight. And if we care about smallpox, and if we care about all of those things, we should be held to account for that as a government. And with that, I yield back.
I very much thank the gentleman from North Dakota, and I will recognize the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. Call me a bit of a skeptic when I hear the Democrats talk about that we have to do these things just to save one life. Just one life. It is imperative that we destroy our Constitution and take away the constitutional rights of 330 million people just to save one life. When the Democrat Party right now is more radical on abortion than at any time in the history of the world. Their position on abortion and a woman's right to kill her baby is the most extreme position that they have ever taken. So I'm just a little bit skeptical when they talk about how critically important it was to force people to use masks or to be vaccinated just to save that one life when they've taken the position on abortion that they have. Ms. Gohagan. As a parent and former teacher, can you describe the harm that the closure of schools and remote learning inflicted on your children?
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, as I said in my oral testimony and went into greater detail in my written testimony, that mostly for my youngest son, because he was a junior when schools closed, and then his entire senior year was virtual. The best word I can use to describe that is it just delegitimized school for him. And I know it's not just him, it's many of his peers. I've talked to lots of parents. I was involved with parents in my community trying to get schools to reopen, and it's the same thing. And I think you can see that with the chronic absenteeism that we're now dealing with. Not only did it delegitimize school for the students, but it delegitimized it for the parents as well, because let's be honest, the parents are the ones that need to prompt their children to get to school every day, and they're not seeing the need to do that quite as much. I was just told that I think 60% of the students here, the high school students in DC, are chronically absent, that's a big problem. So that's
And a lot of that stems from the policy decisions that were made during COVID.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you know that the declines in reading and math achievement during the pandemic were among the largest declines observed in a single assessment cycle of the National Assessment of Educational Progress program?
Yes, I am very aware of that.
And can you describe how students with special educational needs may have been particularly affected by school closures, mask mandates, and other COVID-19 measures?
So those stories are particularly heartbreaking because the students with special needs were especially hurt by those policies, and the parents who really depended on the special education teachers who are tremendous at what they do. They were disconnected from them. I actually have a special education degree. It is very challenging to provide special education via a screen. In many cases, it's nearly impossible.
Are you aware that studies have shown that wearing a face mask in school has led to an increase in anxiety and depression and a decrease in communication and socialization skills development among our students?
I am aware of that, and I witness that on a very regular basis. I volunteer in a school that was actually started because their schools were closed. This is an urban school, and I walked in, and we were never masked in that school. And the students in that school who were just failing in their public schools are now thriving, but they were never masked. They're very social. They communicate. In fact, one has even testified in Frankfort, Kentucky, in front of the education committee. So I can see the vast difference between the students who were masked and shut out and the students who were allowed to be in person, unmasked, and fully children.
That's an excellent observation to make. And as a civil rights attorney, I think one of the things that was so stunning to me was how readily our elected officials and even our unelected officials were willing to go down the road of absolutely ignoring every aspect of the Bill of Rights by claiming that this was an emergency. And while I think for the first couple of weeks, people could understand, we didn't quite know what COVID-19 was. We didn't know how it was going to affect us. We didn't know what it was going to do. Pretty quickly, we figured it out. Pretty quickly, we figured it out. And then at that point, what we figured out and what we learned even more was that there are an awful lot of totalitarians that live among us, and they want to control every aspect of our lives. And we see it in so many areas. We see it with the global warming hysteria. We see it with this pandemic hysteria. We see it with their effort to try to turn over the decision-making authority of the United States to the WHO and the UN. I want to thank all of you for coming here today, being willing to testify, being willing to make sure that the historical record is accurate, because we can't prevent something from this like this from happening in the future unless we're prepared for it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being in the fight, and thank you for working to protect our civil liberties, unlike so many others on the other side who are unwilling to do that. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady from Wyoming, and I certainly want to thank all of the witnesses. If you notice, we've been scurrying around. We've got votes that have been called, so we are going to be running over to the floor to catch our votes, which are about to close out over there. This concludes today's hearing. We thank the witnesses for appearing before the committee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. I also want to make clear, I think it was Ms. Ballin had made a consent request. She started asking a question. I didn't say without objection. Without objection, her consent request is in the record. So with that, the hearing is adjourned.